Okay, in the absence of Chair Monsalve, I'm going to call this meeting to order at whatever time it is. I don't know, can't see. 1:06. Okay, I'm not used to these screens. At 1:06. Thank you, everyone. And if I could ask Commissioner Mendoza to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman is absent. Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Yes, I'm here. I'm on Zoom for Just Cause AB 2449. Not feeling well, but I'm on the mend.
Thank you. Commissioner Work, is there anyone present over the age of 18?
No, everybody's avoiding me.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Mendoza? Here. Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve is on her way. And Commissioner Daniels? Here. Thank you. Chair, you have a full quorum.
Thank you. It's good to have a quorum. This is a time set aside for the public to comment on any issues that are under the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, but that are not on today's agenda. Is there anyone in the room who would like to do this? Seeing none, are there any on Zoom? And maybe before that, I could ask Ms. Beretti to go over how do you participate in the meeting on Zoom in particular?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Only staff and committee members' videos should be on via Zoom. Members of the public should have their video turned off unless they are presenting. This helps with bandwidth and helps to reduce distractions. Staff will help monitor and turn off videos as needed. All meeting participants have the raise hand function at the bottom center of your screen, and attendees will be unmuted by staff when called upon by the chair. We do ask you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. To mute yourself, the mute button's at the bottom of the screen. It looks like a microphone, and you just press that button to mute and unmute. If you're calling in by mobile phone or telephone, you can press *6 to mute and then the same to unmute yourself. So to participate during public comment, for those here in the room, public comment for the items, you can submit a card or come up to the front. For those via Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions button on your screen and clicking the raise hand icon. If you're in person, I already said that, please do not speak outside of the public comment period unless otherwise summoned by the chair. If summoned by the chair, you may walk up to the podium and speak, or if on Zoom, you will be given the option to unmute yourself and speak. And if you are on a mobile or land telephone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand and the same to lower your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Also, if you need help in translation at any time, please let the clerk know, and we can help with that as well. As I said, this is the time for public comment that is not for items not on today's agenda. I don't see any hands up in the room, but I will check again. Are there any hands up on Zoom?
There are no hands up on Zoom.
Very well, we will move along from that, and we will ask if there are any agenda additions, deletions, or corrections.
Good afternoon. Correspondence was received and distributed for agenda item number 3, REF 210024, Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Update. For agenda item number, that was agenda item number 3. We also have public correspondence received and distributed for agenda item number 4, PLN 230138, Van S Properties LLC, and agenda item number 6, PLN 200206, Anthony Nicola, Inc.
Thank you. Has everybody got those items? I don't see that anybody doesn't. Okay, excellent. Now is the time for commissioners to make comments or referrals. Anybody have any of those? Seeing no hands up, I will move right along on from that. We now have an appointment to the North County Land Use Advisory Committee, and Andrea Estrada is nominated. Staff, do you want to say anything? There's a staff report here. I don't see that there is anyone who does. We have also received the statement of interest in our packet, for which I am grateful. Looking to the commission for action. Commissioner Shaw,
I'll motion to approve her.
is there a second? Commissioner Shaw moves and Commissioner Mendoza seconds that we appoint Andrea Estrada to the North County Land Use Advisory Committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I guess we have to have a roll call for all votes because Commissioner Work is on Zoom. Clerk, would you please conduct the roll call?
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman is absent, Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes?
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
and Commissioner Monsalve has not arrived. Chair, you have a motion. Motion carries.
Motion passes, and Ms. Estrada is appointed to the North County Land Use Advisory Committee with thanks from all of us for agreeing to serve. The next item is a little awkward, I suppose, but I'm going to move to the County Planning Commission election of officers for this year, and I believe the subcommittee was headed by Commissioner Mendoza. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would actually like to make the appoint, one second, Commissioner Deal as chair, and vice chair would be Commissioner Gonzalez.
So the committee is nominating me as chair and Commissioner Gonzalez as vice chair. Are there any additional nominations from the dais?
Just wanted to add that.
Commissioner Gomez, need to turn on your microphone.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add the committee met on January 10th, right after our last meeting, and it was unanimous in terms of its recommendation.
Thank you, and I would only add to that our practice has to do with how long people have been on the commission and not served. It's not any other thing. Do we need to take public comment on that? Okay, is there any public comment on the nominations from the committee here? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the commission. Seeing no ideas anybody wants to talk, I'm going to move, it was moved by Commissioner Mendoza. Did we have a second from Commissioner Gomez? That we nominate Commissioner Dale for chair, Commissioner Gonzalez for vice chair. I'm going to go ahead and I guess we have to have a roll call. So let's have a roll call vote on that, please.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman is absent, Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes?
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And I'd just like to take a minute to thank Commissioner Monsalve for leading us through the last year. There's been some challenges, and I know that especially working the meetings with Zoom is different and a little bit clumsy if you're not used to it. So just like to really thank her for gracefully running us through an entire year of the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now we're going to move on to item number 3 on our agenda, which is the workshop on the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan update. And I'm just going to start by saying a couple of things. The first of which is I'd like to set the speaker time at 3 minutes for these comments as they come forward. There will be multiple opportunities for the public to weigh in as we go through different topics. And we have set this particular workshop for approximately 2 hours. So around 3 o'clock, we'll be closing this workshop because we have to have enough time to do several other items prior to an evening meeting. So just so everybody knows, even if we're not finished, we will set a time to finish if that's necessary. But in any case, it's going to be a limited duration hearing. Saying that, I'm going to turn it over probably to staff. Mr. Price, are you going to be the presenter on this? Or Ms. Beretti, did you want to say a few words to get us going?
No, I think Mr. Price is fully prepared, and I look forward to his presentation.
Commissioner Daniels, did you want to say something before we begin?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be beneficial just to sort of set the stage with a reminder of what we've engaged in, just in case folks weren't here for the last one. And just to recognize that, you know, we did have 2 workshops at the Planning Commission level in 2001. And then the ad hoc committee was tasked with the job of taking the LUAC's version of the land use plan and all the work that was done over the course of many years and trying to synthesize it and decide what would be important to include in edits made to the original document versus the wholesale overhaul that we were presented with. Instead, we tried to review line by line multiple times the LUAC version in order to make edits, only edits that we thought were critical to the actual original document with as minimal red on that document as possible. And the second thing that I want to say is that this is in case there's any confusion, this is the most important time for the community to engage. And so even if you put forward a letter, it would be, if you're here in the room or if you're on Zoom, to also make public comment for everyone, because this is the opportunity for us. This is a workshop. It's not top down, it's bottom up. It's an opportunity to really engage with the material and do our best to get it right. We're workshopping this document, and this is an opportunity for everyone to participate. And so I just wanted to reiterate that. And once again, thank Taylor and Melanie and County Council, everyone who's taken so much, Craig, so much time to work on this document over the last couple years. It's important work, and I'm glad that we're where we're at, and looking forward to today.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. I'd only add a couple of things to that. One of them is that the ad hoc committee was tasked with taking in all of the comments from all sources when we did our work. So it wasn't just the Land Use Advisory Committee's draft, but also all of the information that had come in from that workshop, the workshops we had previously at the Planning Commission, and also had come in by mail. So it's very much an attempt to synthesize a very broad involvement. Because the LUAC did a deep dive, we've got to do a broad look. And so that was our job, was to try to bring together all of those disparate comments. And just to second Commissioner Daniels' statement that overall our philosophy was not to make changes to the original land use plan unless we felt that they were going to address something that had been proven unclear in that document by the attempts to implement it, something that had arisen since then or was not addressed in the land use plan. So changes to the original text we took a very dim view of unless there was a pressing reason to make those changes. So with that said, I'll go back to Mr. Price and let him talk about the format of the workshop. Oh, Commissioner Roberts wants to weigh in.
Staff may be addressing this, but I guess my question was just as a point of clarification based on what we considered at the previous meeting, have any of those changes or considerations been made, or are we just continuing on and an eventual document will be prepared with those draft changes?
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, just briefly. So no, our intention, I mean, we as staff have looked at what we heard last time and comments we received, so we've started thinking about it, but we're not presenting anything new today. We're just moving through the topics that were previously presented but not able to receive comment on.
Thank you. We don't want a moving target.
And one more very important thing that we engaged in was updating the names of agencies. And so anywhere where it said the Department of Forestry before, the Department of Forestry's official name now is CAL FIRE. And so that's why you see CAL FIRE throughout the document, where it used to say the Department of Forestry in the original. Same with the Department of Fish and Game, I believe, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and several others. So that's just important to note. That is a lot of red, but it was important to bring the names into, up to their actual name at this point in time. So those changes were made throughout the document.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Price, after all that, you want to try again?
Thank you. Alex, could you please share my presentation using HDMI? Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Deal. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner. Today, staff is continuing the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Update Workshop from December 13th, 2023. Staff requests that the Commission hold a continued public workshop to review and receive public input regarding the ad hoc committee's proposed updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. Staff also requests that the Commission limit the workshop to 2 hours. Today's continued workshop is to get feedback on the policy updates from the ad hoc committee and to receive feedback on the policy framework that buttresses the ad hoc committee's update approach. Staff would like to remind members of the public and the Planning Commission that this is the first continued workshop of several Planning Commission workshops on the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan updates. At the previous workshop, comments and input were received on general items in Highway 1 topic area. Today, the workshop will begin with Commissioner and public input into the wildfire topic area and move into the subsequent 3 topic areas: employee housing, visitor serving and commercial uses, and special events and aircraft. Today's workshop is intended to allow the ad hoc committee to receive public input on the policy framework utilized for the updates. Based on the outcome of the workshop today, staff will recommend next steps at the conclusion of the workshop. Staff would like to briefly remind the public and commissioners of the framework for the wildfire-specific updates. Updates to the Big Sur Land Use Plan are intended to acknowledge and write clear policy language to assist private and public landowners in Big Sur and encourage safe fire fuel management practices. These additions are intended to comply with state and federal laws and balance the protections of ESHA while allowing crucial fire fuel management practices. The updates also add new policy language to clearly state circumstances where fire fuel management practices are allowable without a coastal development permit. Staff would now like to encourage any questions, comments, or input related to wildfires. Staff would also like to remind commissioners and members of the public that Exhibit B is a track changes LUP version, and Exhibit C includes a list of edited sections. Staff will now pause for specific public comment on wildfire.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I'm going to start with the commission. If there are any comments or questions from the commission about the recommendations with respect to wildfires in the land use plan. Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, when public comment is made or when staff is referring, it would be very helpful for me, just specific page numbers, identifying where we're talking about would be super helpful whenever possible. And again, we received a lot of feedback and letters, which I really appreciate, but just wanting to make sure that, that we're very clear about the name changes in the event that there's an interpretation out there that certain comments are made because this is a new policy where it might just be the Department of Forestry changed to CAL FIRE. And I don't mean that to belittle any comment. Perhaps there is very specific ones to actual new language in this draft. So for me, and a page number or a citation would be really helpful so we can cut right to it and review what's being discussed. Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts?
With that same question or suggestion, will you give us a sort of starting point in the section or page number that wildfire starts on?
Yes, 1 second. I can pull up that specific section.
I'm hearing 53, and that was where I was, but I just wanted to make sure that's about where it starts.
Yes, I believe so, but let me just quickly scroll to that section.
Actually, I should clarify, if anybody has the packet, it's 53 of our packet, but 32 of the document. Sorry. But I do appreciate those packet numbers.
I know we all do. If you've ever dropped your packet, you really appreciate those numbers. Okay, anybody else on the commission want to make a comment before we hear from the public? Seeing none, I'm going to start in general with public comment. I will start with those in the room, and then we will go to Zoom, and we'll circle back in case others would like to comment. You're welcome to make a speaker slip, and we will start with the speaker slips before we do anything else, and then move on to people who have not filled out speaker slips. I'm going to put a 3-minute time limit on it, and it's going to be a strict time limit because I notice I have a button here that turns the mic off. And we can be passionate about this, and we want to hear from you. Keep in mind that when you write it down, it is very helpful, and we will certainly look at it. Also, just clarify that currently the ad hoc committee of the Planning Commission consists of Commissioner Daniels and myself. We don't have other commissioners sitting with us yet, although I will certainly be asking if anybody wishes to do that. But we have a really robust staff support, including from HCD and from the council's office. So we've had the benefit of those kinds of things. That being said, I believe we did receive 1 speaker slip for this item. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a speaker slip from Philip Talbrook. It's regarding data used in PC Commissioner and draft EIR.
Mr. Talbrook, is that about fire particularly, or? No? Okay, do you want to wait till we get to the, I assume, visitor serving section? Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak on the subject of wildfires? Mr. Foster, Mr. Beck, why don't you queue up in the front room here, front row here. Mr. Beck?
Steve Beck, I don't know that your packet and my packet are the same. So if we could use section numbers so we can find these things, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Foster?
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Foster. I'm a co-founder of a nonprofit called Keep Big Sur Wild. I'm also on the Big Sur LUAC, and my comments today do not represent the LUAC at all. This is my personal comments. And also I should mention I was on the fire department, Big Sur Fire Brigade at the time as a volunteer for about a dozen years. So I have seen fire behavior up close and personal. My concerns with kind of backing off some of the restrictions and necessary permits of clearing coastal shrub, chaparral, is concerning. We live in the wilderness. That's part of the hazards of deciding to live in these areas, and clearing out basically the forest and the chaparral, which is, I call it habitat destruction more so than fire clearance. And wild birds and all sorts of critters live in these areas. Fires are more driven by weather conditions. Embers can travel half a mile if low humidity and winds, and just clearing large areas beyond the 100-foot clearance is destructive to what Big Sur is all about. I'm concerned about it opening up critical view sheds and seeing more structures from the highway, which is already happening. That's a big concern. I think we should push more for hardening of structures, whether it's sprinkler systems, fireproof materials, better stainless steel tanks that don't melt, putting your pipes underground and doing your common sense 100-foot clearance. But I just kind of see this could potentially open up a lot of habitat destruction in Big Sur, and that's what is so special about the natural landscape of Big Sur. I'm trying to think, I'm already kind of seeing, we've got this fire adaptive community approach going on where I've seen some big clearings of hillsides down all the way to dirt, leaving the roots in, but basically clearing large swaths of coastal chaparral, which technically needs a coastal development permit. The county, Mary Adams' office came back and said because they left the roots in, it was not considered removal of coastal maritime chaparral. But that's my 3 minutes. I hope I made my point. So thank you for all you do and really focusing on this plan and protecting Big Sur. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak on wildfires particularly? Seeing no one, do we have anyone on Zoom, which I still can't see?
We do not have any, oh, sorry, we do have one hand up now. It is MC Guest.
Very well. MC Guest, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, so this is Michael Kaplan, and I submitted a 13-page comment letter specific to some of the problems with language having to do with regulatory conflicts with the ability to even create the defensible space that's required by law. But this comment is specific to page 6 of the line-by-line document. It's your Exhibit C. Well, it's page 6 in my PDF reader. It's page 4 on the page numbers, and it's referring to section 3.7.3.c.7 through 8. And it says in the column about the edits that were made, fuel management is allowed by removing areas from the definition of ESHA where fuel modification is recommended by the local fire authority. I do not find that in that section in the marked up LUP. And I'm looking at version 11.27.2023, and I would like to know if I'm looking at the wrong version or if you can correct either the line by line document or the marked up LUP so that they are consistent. Or let me know that I missed something.
Very well, we can't do that yet, but give that to staff and we can certainly take a look at it. Thank you. If you have anything else, you have another minute.
No, I just, well, how often do we need to resubmit comments that were submitted some time ago to keep them in front of the commission?
I will speak for myself and say that all the comments we have received for any workshop thus far are in my file, and I believe in staff's as well. So you're welcome to re-up them should you choose to do so. It isn't like we won't have them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Done.
We have Rainer Marks. Would you like to have a comment at this time?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Martha, or Chair. So Rainer Marks, Program Manager of Fire Adapted Big Sur, which is a community association of Big Sur program. And I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking directly for CABS. And this is also the organization that was referred to by an earlier speaker. So what I wanted to pass on was to have some balance to some of the scientific research that was cited in some of the letters which had been submitted to the commission. In December of 2023, the 10th International Fire Ecology and Management Congress took place in Monterey. And this is a gathering of fire ecologists and other scientists from around the globe to present the latest scientific research in fire ecology. And this scientific research was presented by hundreds of institutions, including UC Davis, UC Berkeley, Cal Poly Humboldt, and other organizations as well. And we're to pass on that this scientific research largely supports the use of landscape treatments, including prescribed fire, thinning, and fuel breaks. And my request is that as the commission and the county looks further into this topic, that this latest scientific research also be considered in the discussion surrounding scientific research. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just ask the speaker if there were research specific to the Big Sur land use plan area involved in this?
There were, I'm just looking at a summary of four of the studies, Commissioner, and these were all in California. None of these four studies was specific to Big Sur, but they are in coastal environments which are very similar to Big Sur, and all in Northern California.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any further hands up on Zoom about fire? Mr. Beck, you spoke before very briefly, but I will indulge you if you have another comment germane to the subject here.
Thank you for your indulgence. It's just, so in the red, what was added, in part it says the county shall make the reduction of structural ignitability a high priority, houses that don't burn. The county, in collaboration with the fire authority, shall support fuel breaks. In places I think that makes sense. I just noticed that in 2016, the Sobranes fire, CAL FIRE spent $262 million. As Mr. Foster said earlier, the worst fires are where it's a wind and it's throwing embers way ahead of the fire and everything kind of goes up at once. And the embers don't really care about fuel breaks. So I know in places fuel breaks are probably a great idea, but making structures resistant to fire would be great. I look at the $262 million for just one fire in 1 year. And if half of that went into a fund that created low-cost loans, low-interest loans, so homeowners could take up some of these things to change their old redwood board and bat house, mine, into non-flammable outside, to deal with landscape, to get visits from fire professionals, people that have fought fires in California, wherever, but have a lot of experience, to come and visit and say, well, this is what we see. This is off the record, but if you did this stuff, your chances of surviving would be better. Water storage, plantings around the house, what might a slope look like in a fire? The recommendation, as it is in a land use plan, says that the county shall support, or encourage, or whatever. They're great words, but when it's all done, I hope that there can be some real action. part of the problem with the old plan, that there are a lot of good ideas in there, but they never came to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. I notice a hand up on Zoom from Ms. Frangioso. Would you like to speak? I'll give you 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. And I feel like I'm a little late in the game and looking over the various documents. But I have been reading some of the comments, and I have recently reviewed the changes to the land use plan. And I feel implored to weigh in a little bit since I do work for UC Davis as a researcher on the forest in the Big Sur area. Specifically, I've done research on sudden oak death and the effects on the ecosystem, which is now turned into more of a fire recovery study since we've had 3 major campaign fires that have burned over portions of our plot network since 2006. We do have a few scientific published research journal articles that do show that sudden oak death specifically has had an effect on medium-size class redwoods, in that redwoods that are in areas with sudden oak death were twice as likely to die in a fire. And we surmise that it's likely due to the exacerbated coarse woody debris or heavy, large woody debris on the ground, which causes fire to reside longer in one location, and the redwoods are not able to withstand it, including very large redwoods. We have other studies as well that I'd be happy to submit to the commissioners to review. But a lot of the comment letters that I've read over recently, I feel like there's somewhat of a black and white stance on it, whether we should either be able to or we shouldn't be able to do, and specifically as it regards to prescribed fire. I don't think that there is a black and white. Each area should be taken with a lot of analyses on what are the ecological benefits of doing prescribed fire. And furthermore, I would like to address that the Escalent tribe of Monterey County have just acquired their first lands, and to say that the Big Sur land use plan is going to dictate whether or not they can try to bring cultural fire back to the landscape, I think is inappropriate. Also, I think that we should refer to the Strategic Community Fuel Bank Improvement Plan, which had in place lots of descriptions and details about how fire lines should be created, especially in regards to wilderness, where they were supposed to be feathered and take into consideration the aesthetic values that you could see. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands up on Zoom. Final check in the room. Commissioners, any kind of comments, questions, discussion? Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes. Only comment I would have in reference to fire is that sometimes we have property owners that do own large pieces of property that don't maintain them properly. A lot of the dead trees, a lot of the dead brush, it's not cleared out. And that kind of creates a danger for the neighboring properties. You can be a property owner that takes care of your land, gets rid of the dead trees, and does a good job maintaining your properties, but yet your adjacent neighbor does not do that. It would be nice if somehow there was some accountability for that, and if that was in the land use plan where, look, you own this land, it's your responsibility, and you got to take care of it regardless of it, if it's state land, if it's federal land, or what have you. Because right now, there should be, as an example, CAL FIRE's responsibility is to control the fuel on all these properties or what have you. But if there isn't any enforcement, it's very, very difficult to get anything done. They come in, you have to do this, but if you don't do it, then sometimes nothing happens because we don't have the manpower to go out there and make sure that it gets taken care of. That is a big concern that I have. You have to be a responsible property owner regardless of who owns that property. And if somehow we can put that in a document here, I think it would be really beneficial. And also, whatever we put on there should be in line with state regulations, because sometimes the state will have one thing and then we have another one. In a local level, if they can be in line, and enforcement has to be a big priority of how we're going to achieve what we're trying to do today. My opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Daniels?
I'm wondering if it would be helpful, and if no one else would find this helpful, then totally okay. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mr. Price, but I'm wondering if we could, if either you or Ms. Beretti could walk us through the conflict that folks are experiencing, which led to the recommended changes, or the changes that you see in red. What is the experience of both a private landowner and a large public landowner like the state parks or the United States Forest Service that these edits are intended to address?
Mr. Price or Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, I can speak generally to it. I don't want to be too specific, but some of the challenges that we certainly see and excuse me, this might not be exactly to your point, is in order for, one, there's a lack of knowledge and understanding from some property owners in terms of what regulations are in place that are required to follow if you want to do fire fuel management, if you want to do any kind of tree clearing or other from a fire fuel management perspective. In other cases, individuals are maybe aware of those regulations, and those regulations, again, Big Sur's coastal zone, so these are regulations that the county as well as California Coastal Commission have jurisdiction and authority over for protecting sensitive habitat, forest resources, and otherwise. In other cases, those the regulations themselves, it can be a timely, challenging process to get through. The level of permits that are required when you have to do use permits, for example, for tree removal, it can take time. Those have to process through a hearing body, and they're costly. And so those are some of the direct challenges that individuals face. Oftentimes, there's not a lot of lead time. Sometimes people are trying to do clearing very quickly and immediately in response to an active fire or seasonally. And so those are some of the challenges that we see. There are others as well. Just, I think, a better general understanding of what habitat is protected, what trees, and what you can do that is recommended and not go beyond what's recommended and required.
Mr. Price, did you want to add to that?
Nope, that was great.
I do, a little bit. It's the Big Sur Land Use Plan, and it's not without its challenges. We have a critical view shed, which is our #1 priority, which preserves everything you can see from the highway entirely, so that you don't see anything that's made by man if we can help it. You have a bunch of critical habitat that is protected both in local, state, and federally. You have legal precedents that limit the ability of the county land use plan to make some of the changes that people have requested. So we have a large number of things that we have to look at with the land use plan to try to get balance among all of these requirements. And what I have personally seen is there's an awful lot of fire safety overall. And I don't believe in Big Sur that is what we're looking for in our land use plan. I think we're looking, as always, for balance. The attempt that we made in our recommendations was to stress hardening structures and protecting infrastructure, so that we were really trying to look at ways to address the conflicts that Ms. Beretti talked about that make it difficult for people to do the work necessary to make their homes safe and to have a way in and out. Ideally, from my point of view, the perfect system would be that if there were a fire, you could go in your house and you would be safe and the fire would burn over you. That would be the ultimate thing. But we really are looking for input about what to do about these landscape scale recommendations, because I, for one, am seriously educating myself as we go along. And all of the things that are being brought forward are going to help me make a thoughtful recommendation about how to find that balance. This is not a town where the person next door needs to clear their dead brush. This is a wilderness area for the most part. And it has values that are beyond simply those of protecting your home and structure. So I appreciate all the comments we've made, and particularly as we begin to have more and more people who have done scientific research weigh in. It's very helpful, and I just want everyone to be sure that going forward, I know we're going to incorporate a consideration of all of those things, as well as continued incorporation of our legal advice. So that was my comment going forward. Anybody else? Commissioner Gomez.
This is more of a general comment. One of the challenges is that balance. I know that at the state level, when I talk about it at the state level, one of the biggest challenges the state and property owners have in rural areas is insuring their property. I think right now about half the state falls under a fire hazard map, and I don't know what, if anything, could be done about that at the local level, but that's a big challenge. We have state insurance after insurance not willing to insure our properties in our coast here.
Thank you for that very important point. Anybody else? Seeing no one, I think we can move on to next topic. Mr. Price?
Thank you. Alex, please share my presentation using the HDMI. So once again, staff would just briefly like to remind the public and commissioners on the framework for the employee housing specific updates. Housing in the Big Sur community and for the Big Sur workforce is crucial and impacts not only the Big Sur community, but also the traveling public. Updates to the Big Sur land use plan are intended to support efforts to house employees who are a part of the Big Sur workforce and prioritize and support employee housing in all land use categories in the Big Sur coastal planning area. The updates also remove impediments to employee housing in the rural community center land use category by exempting parcels in that category east of Highway 1 from the cross slope calculation. Updates add clear prohibitions on vacation rentals and timeshares to encourage that housing stock remains there to house the Big Sur workforce and the Big Sur community. There are separate ADU amendments that are moving forward before the broader Big Sur land use plan updates to ensure compliance with state law. These updates will, staff expects these updates to be certified by the California Coastal Commission before the broader Big Sur land use plan updates move forward and are adopted by the Coastal Commission. Once those updates are certified, they will be incorporated into the final Big Sur land use plan presented to the Planning Commission. Once again, staff will pause to receive any questions, comments, or input related to employee housing, and staff does have the key sections where the updates were made, if that is helpful.
And just give those so that people can follow along here.
Of course. And please feel free to tell me if I am speaking too quickly. The first is 3.2.5.A.
Is there a page number associated with that?
There is not, unfortunately. Apologies. And if it may be helpful, I can share Exhibit C that has the summary.
Commissioner Daniels says page 17.
17, okay.
(17) of the draft, not of the document. Okay.
Sorry, let me just.
If I may, while Mr. Price is finding the location. So the one thing about employee housing, which is a little bit different from wildfire, we were able to address in a little bit more of a consolidated location in the LUP updates. But for topics such as employee housing, the changes are addressed in multiple sections throughout. So we absolutely can flag those sections. And Mr. Price just was able to get up to the kind of first area where it's addressed.
And to build on that, the list of changes is, as he proposed, might be a good place to start. If you could display that, that would be great.
Yeah, Exhibit C. Okay. Yeah, so the first, as I said, was 3.2.5.A, which is this right here, which is highlighted.
And if you want to just run through what you've got here, that would be great.
Of course. So the revisions in this section are.
I just meant to show people where they are. I think we can read the other parts. If we can't, we can go back to them when people ask.
Of course. The next section was 5.1.2, which I'm scrolling to right here. It is this section, which is highlighted. The next section is 5.2, which is highlighted here. And then 5.3 is really where a lot of the meat of the employee housing additions are, and that's kind of throughout that section and through the various land use categories where there were insertions of just recognition of employee housing. And also to section 5.4.2.8 and 5.4.2.9. These two highlighted sections. And also section 5.4.3.C, which is this highlighted section. And finally, section 5.4.3.1. And apologies for the multiple sections.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I don't think apologies are necessary. I think it's just that the land use plan has a lot of different focus points, and it was our effort to weave this in where it was relevant. Yeah, so thank you. That being said, we kind of know where we are now. Anybody on the commission care to make comments, ask questions? Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, since it was mentioned, the fact that we're waiting for the Coastal Commission to weigh in on the county's ADU coastal ordinance, is there an expectation that that is going to hamper any progress that folks have, any of the ideas that have come forward about ADUs and the expansion of ADUs? What exactly are we waiting for? Is it the same ordinance we saw at the Planning Commission? Has it changed? Have we had feedback from Coastal? Are we concerned at all that there'll be limitations?
So I'm not prepared to speak highly specifically to the ADU ordinance in our discussions, but what we are discussing, what staff has been doing, the last ordinance in Title 20 that came forward for ADUs in 2021 That ordinance, when we forwarded it to the California Coastal Commission to be certified, the Coastal Commission staff reviewed it, came back with a number of comments. Some sections that were recommended be either deleted or updated, modified, not necessary. Other recommendations were, for example, in order to implement this in your Title 20 zoning regulation, you need to make a corresponding update to the LUP so that it is consistent with the LUP. There are, so in the broad sense, I don't feel that there's a huge discrepancy of where staff at the Coastal Commission and staff with the county are at with regards to ADUs. I think a lot of it is technicalities. There are a few points where we are continuing to work with them on, more related to other areas in the county, for example, North County, where there's water limitations in particular. So we've been moving smoothly, and a part of that, so again, a part of the package that staff is working on right now with regard to ADU includes updating modifications to the Title 20 ordinance for accessory dwelling units, some minor proposed revisions for consistency in the Carmel area LUP, and then carrying forward the recommended LUP updates that actually, in the Big Sur LUP, that actually came from the ad hoc committee and those discussions. Briefly, one of the kind of important cases is looking at, again, for accessory dwelling units as well as junior ADUs, how to utilize those, be able to include those and allow those in the Big Sur area in a way that is balanced with the resource constraints, critical view shed, and other limitations. But looking at those as a really important tool for housing. And another important piece was that is on the table is looking at in the prior to updates that were made for ADUs in the LUP that actually changed caretaker units to be accessory dwelling units. We're actually working to negotiate and bring back caretaker units to Big Sur as a very specific, because those have the requirement that you derive your work from the property that you're residing on. So those are some of the main issues, and so far it's not challenges, just doing the back and forth to come to kind of an agreeable option. And again, those will come separately for consideration with the Planning Commission. Right now, we are tentatively looking at mid-spring, April, maybe May, depending on how quickly we can finish our conversations with Coastal Commission.
That answer your question, Commissioner Daniels? Yes. I would only add that the recommendations for Big Sur, first, everyone has to be absolutely clear that ADUs cannot be rented short-term. It's not something that you're allowed to do by in any location. Secondly, we're recommending a cap of 800 square feet for such a unit, a standalone unit in Big Sur, where that is not the cap elsewhere. And thirdly, we can't, there are very great limits according to state law about when you can deny someone a permit for an ADU. But within the land use plan, we had a capped a number of 54 caretaker units we are proposing to bring back separately here at a size limit of 850 square feet, and change the language so it's not that you can only be employed upon the property, that you need to be employed on the property where the caretaker unit is, but it doesn't have to be the only place you're employed, because we understand the difficulties with that. So those are just some of the recommendations that the ad hoc committee has put forward with respect to this new change under the state law that kind of limits our ability to do some sorts of things. Anybody else? Commissioner Gomez?
You mentioned, and I don't know the answer to it, you mentioned restriction of the size of a care unit. Are there any that are beyond 850 square feet? And what will we do with those if they exist, I guess?
I'm not aware that there are, but it's a good question. We could check into it. To some extent, that's an affordability issue, and so by keeping them smaller, it seems like it's a way to address keeping it affordable to the people who live and work in Big Sur. But do we know anything about that, Ms. Beretti?
No, I don't, but I think I was just going to just kind of raise the point again. We don't have before you the recommended changes related to accessory dwelling units, so I think we don't want to go deep into that because it's not an agendized item today, as much as acknowledge that this is generally what will be coming for those to help with compliance with state law in a balanced manner for Big Sur. And I don't have specific for that, but that's good input that we will try to prepare for when we bring those forward for the commission's consideration.
And I would add to that, Ms. Reddy, that yes, but we have recommendations in this draft about what we want to do in Big Sur, and we've had discussions of those. And so I want this to be part of the workshop going forward to inform whatever process we're in. Commissioner Mendoza.
Just a quick question. On the ADUs for on-site employees, how is that enforced? Or how would it be enforced?
Commissioner Daniels, did you want to say something there?
Yes, clarification of two things. I think Melanie actually took out the ADU stuff. It's not in the draft that we're looking at, so it's been omitted. But caretaker unit and ADU are separate, but the idea would be to take the caretaker units that were changed in the current version of the LUP and classified instead as ADUs to turn those back to being caretaker units, which I don't think had a size limitation per se with them. 500? Okay. 850, okay. All the more reason I think we might be venturing into an area that if it's not in here, we probably should, I opened the can of worms and I'm sorry, but it's an important part of housing and the housing conversation in Big Sur, but I didn't mean to steer us down another path.
No, and if I may, I actually, I don't want to misspeak, and I apologize in terms of, I cannot offhand recall if caretaker units are specifically deed restricted, or if they are simply per their entitlement places the limitation. So we will, again, when we come back, be prepared to discuss how caretakers are specifically restricted to the use that they're intended and what enforcement looks like if they're being used otherwise.
Thank you. All right, any more comments, questions from the commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move to anyone in the room who would like to speak on this topic. Come on forward. Mr. Beck.
Hello again. So it's confusing, and I understand that it's not finished, and that's part of the reason it's confusing. So I should say, I am a member of the LUAC and worked on the draft over 10 years that the LUAC presented to the ad hoc committee. And the caretaker thing was taken out because it's kind of weird. Only somebody with a lot of money could have a caretaker to follow those rules. You have to work exclusively on the property. And Chairman Deal, it sounds like there's a fix in the works so that you have to work on the property, but also somewhere else, could work somewhere else. I guess my basic question is, going forward, would it be allowed to have a main residence, a caretaker's unit, an ADU, and a junior ADU? Could you have 4 living spaces on your property? Is that a yes?
I would just weigh in and say again, mindful of Ms. Beretti's point that we haven't got any answers to these things until we get the ADU ordinance in front of us. We did discuss that possibility, and I think that, if I can speak for Commissioner Daniels, saying we said, if all those are permanent residents, the answer is yes.
Wow. Well, which I have to say, I think is great, because there are different ways of creating housing for people that work in Big Sur or don't have big incomes. The best, and I guess that I could say that this did come out of the LUAC discussions, is to incorporate these people into the neighborhood. There are employee housing, places that tend to be isolated from the rest of the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Anybody else? Mr. Talbot, is that what you were waiting for?
I think it's wonderful that we're talking about housing in Big Sur. And if the county or anyone could find a site to do it, I'd certainly volunteer to design for free as an architect. I wanted to see that for years. And, but again, it's the site that's a problem. So that's all I have to say. I'll come back later on something else.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffers, you had your hand up. Ms. Cronlin, come on forward.
Hello, thank you for having this workshop today. I think regarding housing, all solutions need to be considered. So I'm really heartened to hear that JADUs, ADUs, caretaker structures are on the table. How we get there, I realize still has to be figured out. But all solutions are necessary at this time. And even looking at the transfer of development credits, how that may look for other housing units within the Big Sur planning area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jeffers, you're up.
Good afternoon, Angus Jeffers, speaking on behalf of myself. I've been off and on involved with the LUP update processes since about 2004. I just wanted to acknowledge that it's just absolute genius, the limited red ink approach while nudging the LUP to address the most pressing concerns of the community. That's a brilliant approach and look forward to seeing it implemented. Want to let you know that regards to employee housing, that there are folks who are eagerly waiting for the LUP update to be implemented so they can bring forward more employee housing units which aren't tied to the current restrictions and limitations. I know we're not supposed to talk about ADUs, but I can't help just dropping this nugget. The land use plan can promote ADUs all you want, but in reality, when the rubber hits the road, I think the biggest constraint I see are that county environmental health will require proof of adequate septic. That's absolutely reasonable and necessary. However, in my experience, they're also going to want you to prove up another long-term supply of water for another 3 gallons per minute just for that ADU. Now, that's equivalent to almost another 5 acre-feet per year of water. Let's see, most egregious properties I've come across that have large expanses of turf will use about 0.75 acre-feet of water a year. A little ADU will not meaningfully increase water demand. It's typically landscaping and irrigation. So it might be worthwhile having a side conversation with environmental health because there are exceptions built into our code to allow them to treat all the habitable structures on a parcel as just a single connection provided by the 3 gallons per minute. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge, so I don't have to come back up here, I was bowled over by the consistency and breadth of the community statements against STRs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Foster?
Thank you. Marcus Foster speaking on behalf of myself. I think it's important to kind of get a little bit of a history of housing in Big Sur. If you're not that familiar with Big Sur, there's always been a housing issue in Big Sur. It has gotten worse. You know, when I first came to Big Sur and moved there in the early 90s, there was a lot more permanent residents. There was a lot more, yurts, Airstream trailers, caretaker house, guest houses that were being rented to the workforce so that people could pay their mortgage. And of course, as time's gone on, the increase of property values, Big Sur being some of the most expensive property in the country, you've seen a proliferation of second and third homes and even individuals buying up multiple properties adjoining their properties. Instead of developing more housing, I'd like to see a little bit of incentive of trying to incentivize some of these property owners to rent these structures. And I'm not talking about their main house because those would be $15,000 a month, but there's majority of homes do have guest houses or caretaker houses adjoined to them. Is there a vacancy tax, something of this, for second, third homeowners? That if it's not their permanent residence and they're not renting out something to a local worker in the area. Just ideas like that, like creative ideas of incentivizing people to rent some of these houses, because there's plenty of houses in Big Sur. Most of them are vacant 11 months out of the year. Why is it, that's one of the reasons. Another reason, of course, these businesses need a lot more employees because visitations really increased. I'd say it's probably doubled the last 10 to 15 years. Some of these businesses, whether knowing it and doing it legally or not, have kind of increased their business footprint. Let's take Ventana, for instance, which was certified by the Coastal Commission, these changes of glamping sites, 15 of them. They actually took the old Post Homestead, which was actually housing for decades for their employees, and turned it into another business, which actually needs more employees. These, what do you call them? The glamping units are in need of more employees. They need maids and service and things like that. So, some of these businesses have expanded beyond their use. You got a rustic campground business that's defined as rustic campground that's more like a small luxury resort that, of course, is going to need more employees. So there's that aspect of it also that sometimes gets overlooked. But just real quickly, a lot of the issues I hear just countywide, traffic increase, housing, a lot of it is second.
You're going to need to wrap it up.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you.
I could go on.
Yes, we know. Somebody, okay, come on forward.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Perlmutter. I was born in Big Sur and moved away when I was 18, but I'm now living back in the area again, and it's great to be here today. Thank you for having this time for us. In terms of employee housing, I'm also a business owner in Big Sur, and it certainly is a very top topic for me. It's always something that Big Sur has needed, and so I agree with Ms. Cronland. Anything that we can do to add more housing is going to be beneficial. My one thought there is, and this may have come up before, so please excuse me if it's already been shot down for good reasons, but the U.S. Naval Station at Point Sur is a space with a lot of infrastructure already built today. At this point, the buildings are getting very old and a little decrepit. The last storm that came through, I think we've noticed a tree fall in one of the buildings that's totally wrecked it. So it may not be viable, but it is a space that was used at one point for housing, and I think it's a viable space that could be used again. And I just want to put that idea out there into the space. Additionally, I have thoughts on STRs, and I don't know if right now is the appropriate time to comment on that, or if we'll be coming back to it. I saw it on the slide from Mr. Price.
You have 2 minutes. If you want to use it for that, go ahead.
Yeah, so really quickly, just my own personal anecdote about STRs. My family home is down Sycamore Canyon Road, up a dirt road, and there was a guest visiting a family on the hill in December, just a couple months ago. Those folks were not familiar with the road. They're not familiar with the Big Sur. They actually drove off of the road entirely. Luckily, it was in a place where the car didn't fall more than 15 feet. They both survived. But that alone is a really good reason, I think, why STR should not be allowed, because the roads in Big Sur just are not made for guest traffic. And if anything, as residents in Big Sur, we know that we're supposed to go down the hill, pick up our guests, and drive them up the hill, especially if it's dark or foggy. In terms of reducing more STRs in the future, I think it's valuable. I want to retain the community aspect of things, and I want to discourage developers from the outside coming in and looking at properties and saying, hey, there's an economic opportunity here for me to purchase this property and rent it out short term. An idea that came to me was something from my life in San Francisco. There's this thing called the Ellis Act that is designed to discourage homeowners from kicking their tenants out of the property so that they could then sell the property. It's very tenant forward, this policy. It's to protect the tenants that live in the home. But the idea is that if you do evict your tenants in order to sell your property, the new owner of that property cannot rent that home for the next 10 years. It's essentially like a black mark on that property. I think we could do something like that with STRs, where we could say, if you are a new homeowner in Big Sur, you are not allowed to short-term rent this property for the next 10 years, let's say. It would allow some folks that maybe have been in the community for a long time to still allowed to have them to have STRs if they're doing it successfully already. It's just an idea that I think could be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Anybody else in the room? Seeing no one in the room, I'm going to go to Zoom, and I have Patrick Orozco. You have the floor in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to echo the thoughts of literally every speaker, Patty, Steve, Marcus, Ben, all great solutions. One thing that I would like to underscore is the importance of providing a channel through which homeowners can legalize existing housing that is being rented to the workforce, whether it's triplexes, duplexes, yurts, outbuildings. I think that there is a unique distinction between adding housing stock under the new rules and legitimizing existing housing stock so that the folks that are supporting the community do not have to do so under the threat of enforcement. I personally believe that leveraging the existing housing stock that's in Big Sur and has traditionally provided the solution that is the backbone to affordable housing in Big Sur is the most actionable opportunity that the county can take. It's immediate. And, to pick up on the suggestion that Mr. Foster offered, I'm familiar with the affordable housing in lieu fee that the county is charging in other portions of the county where developers are developing housing, and think it's a fantastic idea to actually provide some form of subsidy by way of those in lieu fees that the county is already holding so that they can be put to good use, not just to build new housing, but to actually encourage the conversion through economic incentive of private solutions. He's absolutely right. There is a economic tide that is, prioritizing STRs, which I'm not a fan of, and having an impact on the housing stock. The county does have tools to counter that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go down now to Christina McGinnis. You have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal and commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. It's very interesting to hear everybody's discussion here on affordable housing, and I guess I'm just going to be a bit of a devil's advocate today because one of the stated goals of the update is to preserve and enhance the neighborhoods by increasing the housing. But I'd just like to bring up the point that the historic voluntary downzoning that occurred in the 80s was to preserve the rural character of the community. Changes in zoning density resulting from the 1986 LUP, which increased the minimum allowable parcel sizes for subdivisions from 1 to 5 acres for much of the area before the 1986 LUP certification to 40 to 320 acres after its certification, dramatically reduced the potential for development in the Big Sur coastal planning area at build out by design. The draft plan has changed the statement in the original plan that reads, continued residential development and subdivision for residential purposes is a trend at odds with the preservation of the coast's natural, scenic, and rural character. That statement has been changed, and it now removes references to residential development being a threat to the preservation of the natural, scenic, and rural character. I just encourage the county to be very careful about how this issue is approached, particularly within the critical viewshed. And Keep Big Sur Wild supports the need for employers to be able to provide housing for their employees. But this higher density type accommodation should be limited to land that is owned by the employer and must be deed restricted and monitored annually to ensure that the housing built is inhabited only by employees. We believe that employee housing makes sense in the commercially zoned areas in Big Sur, but increasing the stock of affordable housing outside of these commercial areas throughout Big Sur is opening a door to development that would forever change what makes Big Sur unique. Building more housing will bring more traffic and infrastructure needs, and this is part of the reason the community made the sacrifice during the formulation of the 1986 land use plan to downzone their properties and avoid additional build out and the threat of urbanization. If additional housing is built, additional pressure to serve the residents within Big Sur would potentially mean a future of additional development, and it's referenced vaguely in the some portions of the draft related to things like hardware stores and laundromats, would in turn also require more employees to run these types of structures and development in commercial areas. I just encourage you to be very careful in thinking about how this would change the character of Big Sur. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Let's go to Rachel Goldberger on Zoom.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Rachel Goldberger here. I am a Big Sur resident, and I'd like to thank the ad hoc committee for adding language in the land use plan update designating the Big Sur community as a critical resource that is currently under threat. I personally oppose short-term rentals, and this is why. The severe lack of housing in Big Sur directly contributes to the loss of our community. Teachers, firefighters, artists, healthcare providers, hospitality workers, and many others make up the unique character of this town. Most of us can't afford property in Big Sur, so we depend on reasonably priced rentals. Those of us who have found long-term homes are lucky, but we continue to compete for affordable rent as some homeowners run STRs in order to earn higher income. When my husband and I were seeking housing, I reached out to several homeowners that run STRs, curious if they would just consider renting long-term to us instead at a reduced rate. I received a unanimous no. Some folks' reasons made sense. Some were retired, upstanding community members who depend on the extra income from their short-term rental to pay property taxes and support community maintenance efforts. But then others told me that they use their short-term rental income to fund their jet-setting lifestyle and mortgages on multiple homes worldwide. There must be options for the property owners who rely on rental income to live here while banning STRs for commercial use. Not only do we need proper enforcement of the existing ban on short-term rentals, and I'd like to highlight the comments of others who spoke before me, we need to provide property tax and other incentives to property owners who provide long-term housing to locals and leverage the existing housing stock available with creative solutions. I wanted to also mention that the current language in the LUP already bans short-term rentals. This update only emphasizes what already exists within the LUP. The Coastal Commission needs to understand that in this area, the only STRs that do exist aren't even allowed and are not providing affordable options for visitors to be in Big Sur. Short-term rentals are driving away the local community and only welcome the most wealthy and privileged. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. I think we have Colin Tuhig. It is also hand raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal, for the opportunity. And I wanted to take a moment to thank all the great comments and creative ideas that have been presented so far regarding the housing crisis in Big Sur. I just wanted to add a few notes, kind of continuing on topics brought up by Ben and by Rachel. With STRs already being explicitly disallowed in the land use plan, and I agree that there are enforcement issues, I'm envisioning a future world where in Big Sur, short-term rentals are no longer around and ideally are potentially enforced. However, I continue to see this potential issue, which is that short-term rentals are defined as 1 month or less. And I agree that I'd love to see tax incentives for local homeowners that are renting to Big Sur residents, Big Sur workforce, and providing much needed housing. And the scenario that I'm mentioning here, and I'm I don't have a solution. I don't know the language that we would need to work into the land use plan, or if the land use plan is even the appropriate place for this. But I'm wondering if there can be incentives around rental terms and leases. Maybe can propose tax incentives for longer term, 6-month or 12-month minimum rental agreements with tenants. And the reason I'm bringing this up is homeowners that, even though they will not be able to have short-term rentals to generate income, they could potentially be renting month to month to, again, a wealthier class of folks that are outside of Big Sur that want to come visit and work remotely in this beautiful and scenic area of ours. And as I'm sure many in the room can imagine and would agree with me, that would bring a higher price tag and bring greater income to the homeowner. I'm imagining a scenario where, let's say, an ADU would rent for $1,500 to a local workforce member in Big Sur. That same ADU could rent month to month for $3,000 or more to a higher income earning individual who earns their income elsewhere outside of the Big Sur community, and is therefore not contributing to the workforce, not contributing to the community, and is, again, further exacerbating the housing shortage for our locals that live and work here. I just wanted to bring that up for discussion, and thank you all so much for the opportunity and for your great work.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Richard Matthews, you have the floor. Mr. Matthews, you're still muted, I think. There we go. Mr. Matthews, are you there?
Through the chair, he is unmuted.
Yeah. Mr. Matthews, we don't hear you at this time. You want to try again? You check you're not muted on your machine? Okay, we don't seem to be making any progress. I'm going to assume we'll come back to him in some other section if we need to do that. That is the last hand up I see on Zoom. Do we have any comments on the PC email comments on whatever that address is?
There are no new comments on the PC email, just the one that was already submitted earlier, a few minutes ago.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to close the public comment and come back to the commission. Commissioner Shaw. We have another section here about visitors and commercial activities coming up. So if you haven't spoken about STRs, I would be willing to entertain comments. If you have, I probably won't. Commissioner Shaw?
Just an idea, and I don't know, I would be curious to get like the public's feedback on this. I know that in Santa Cruz, I believe it's the city of Santa Cruz, how they handle their short-term rentals is they have a specific number of permits available, and once those are gone, they're gone, and you then have to pay a fee to be on the wait list for when someone takes one out of rotation, but they don't have a cap on occupied short-term rentals. So if you just wanted to rent a room out in your house while you're occupying it, you're more than welcome to do that, and that's unlimited, and everyone could do that. And I don't know if that is something that would be wanted in Big Sur by the community as a way to kind of try and balance, people's desire to do what they want with their house, and also put a limit on investors coming in and leaving the house unoccupied for 11 months. Because while I agree with the idea of having this vacancy tax, I think is a great idea. Unfortunately, at a lot of those income brackets, that doesn't really matter anymore, and they'll just leave it unoccupied and pay that fee, and we're back to square one because, they're wealthy enough they can afford it. So just an idea. I don't know if anyone would be interested in that.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. I would also add, and I think Ms. Beretti would also weigh in on this, that we are coming forward with the short-term rental, vacation rental ordinance separately. And I think most of you here have been aware of that, those of you who are interested in the issue. What we're saying today is how we would like to view short-term rentals in Big Sur, particularly if you have a comment on that. But then there will be an additional separate discussion of the short-term rental ordinance after it comes back from its environmental review. Do you have any kind of idea when that would be?
So the environmental review, the draft environmental impact report was out for public comment, closed on January 29th. Staff is reviewing with our consultants the public comment. And the best we can say is we hope to be before the Planning Commission in the spring. Mid to late is most likely, but we are very optimistic and we're really keeping the emphasis on bringing those regulations forward.
And how do they treat Big Sur in the current draft?
The current drafts that were released very specifically prohibit commercial vacation rentals in Big Sur. They do allow limited vacation rentals. Limited are defined in the current draft as rented up to 3 times per year, not more than 14 days per rental.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, just one comment that occurred to me listening to some of the public comments was that in attempting to address the housing shortage and the impacts on the community in Big Sur, it wasn't solely the employees of where you would generally have employee-sponsored housing. I think in another comment, somebody mentioned teachers, healthcare providers, firefighters, shopkeepers, and artists. And so the community is I think that is being impacted by the housing shortage is much larger than just the employees of establishments that can and have the capacity to build employee-sponsored housing. So it's a bigger picture that we're looking at, and therefore I think that's why the options that are outlined are more expansive than just the opportunity to build employer-sponsored housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yes, addressing the housing shortage issue and following up on tax incentives, I know that California has passed that law in terms of trying to address the issue of housing. But in this particular area, in terms of, let's say, for example, of renting an ADU, and let's say I don't have, I own let's say I owned a property there, and if I added an ADU, does that mean that, let's say I bought the property 25 years ago, and so my property taxes is probably going to be pretty low if I bought it 25 years ago. So if I added an ADU, a brand new ADU, would my property taxes jump up based on what the current tax bracket is? And so then if it does, then what would be my incentive of adding an ADU if basically whatever I'm going to get from the ADU is going to go to paying the property tax? So I'm not sure what the answer to that is or what the law says in terms of what was passed either a couple of years ago. But I think it's something we would have to look at in terms of property taxes, because then why would I want to build something that really I'm not going to get a benefit from?
Ms. Beretti, do you want to address that?
Yeah, one, I will say I do not represent the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and I'm not an expert on tax, so please take this with a grain of salt. But it's staff's understanding that the way that typically it works is just the improvement of a property is valued, and that improvement is the increase to the taxes. So it doesn't, so that is my understanding. I can't speak to whether or not that increase in tax counteracts the potential for rent and income you could get from the ADU. And we can certainly be prepared to understand that a little bit better when we return with the ADU regulations.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Gomez.
I just wanted to say that I think the idea of providing more housing opportunities in Big Sur for workers and professionals, for firefighters that actually work out there too, and police officers, I guess out there, maybe CHPs and police officers and sheriffs and nurses and everybody else. I think it's a good thing. It probably will reduce trips to Big Sur if we provide more housing opportunities there and make that environment even more pristine.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would echo that one of the considerations is that employee housing near where somebody works keeps them off the road. And that's, highway capacity is at the root of everything that we're talking about with the Big Sur land use plan. So exactly, thank you very much for that. Anybody else? I'm going to do a quick time check here and say that we're at 2:40 now. We have 2 more sections to talk about, and I think we're going to break here about 3:10. So about half an hour. We're going to start into the next section with Mr. Price. Just keep in mind that we'll get as far as we get, and then this workshop will stop, and we'll decide what's the best next step after that. We're going to let Mr. Price go ahead. We'll come back to public comment here after we start the next section. Mr. Price?
Thank you. Alex, please share my presentation using the HDMI. So once again, staff would like to briefly remind the public and commissioners on the framework for the visitor serving and commercial uses specific updates. Updates related to visitor serving and commercial uses were crucial as the Big Sur coastal planning area has experienced a significant increase in tourism beyond what the original 1986 LUP could have predicted. Therefore, updates are intended to be forward-looking and acknowledge that the current conditions may necessitate changes to visitor serving uses. The ad hoc committee added policy language to clearly state what is allowable in the rural community center and commercial facilities outside of the rural community center land use categories, which were mapped in the 1986 LUP, but did not have corresponding clarity in the text of the document. The updates added policy language to clarify the importance of balancing visitor serving uses with residential uses to ensure the survival of the Big Sur community, which is crucial to the survival of the Big Sur coastal planning area and its stewardship. Policy language was added to acknowledge the relationship between visitor serving and commercial uses and the impact those uses can have on limited Highway 1 capacity. New and expanded visitor serving uses must consider their potential impact on Highway 1 when projects are reviewed by the Monterey County Housing and Community Development. Exhibit D, which is attached in your memo, and apologies, I don't have the exact page number for that, provides additional information about the county's unit count data and methodology that went into the unit count calculation. Yet it may be appropriate as a part of this update to revise the number of allowable in/RV campground campsite units, considering the increased impact these units would have on Highway 1 and the broader Big Sur community. We will pause to receive any questions, comments, or input related to employee housing, and staff once again can provide the specific sections for the updates, if that is helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I would also add that we have received and recorded the input relating to unit counts from all sources. We're not just, we understand that there's a good deal of knowledge, anecdotal knowledge and actual on-the-ground knowledge, and we are taking that into account as well. And I would also just like to add that I don't know if it was clear in Mr. Price's presentation that one of the things that it sounds horribly geeky, but it's really important, is that rural community centers were a land use designation without a corresponding zoning designation. So that made a difficulty with respect to reviewing applications within that area and knowing what was allowed. And that's one of the things when I said one of the reasons we proposed changes to the existing plan was to address things that had turned out to be unclear in practice. That's a really good example of what I meant by that, as an attempt to make the instructions clear that were not previously. With that being said, anybody on the commission? Seeing no one, I'd invite the public to weigh in on this topic, or if you have something else to say, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you've already spoken about STRs, I'm probably going to cut you off. Mr. Talbot, come ahead.
Madam Chair, while he's approaching, could we have the sections generally of what we're looking at?
Oh, that's right. Mr. Price, would you do your exercise of pointing out where those sections might best be found?
Of course. Section 5.3.1.5, Section 5.3.1.8, Section 5.3.1.9, Section 5.3.2, Section 5.3.3, Section 5.4.1, and Section 5.4.3.c. And please, through the chair, please feel free to let me know if you need me to repeat any of those.
Thank you. Commissioners? It's okay? All right. Public comment.
Great.
Welcome.
I got to say, I was really looking forward to this opportunity to compliment county staff and friends and neighbors who participated in this process in reaching a reasonable consensus and solution to the issues that might be addressed in the land use plan. But after reading the Planning Commission's submission to the proposed draft LUP on the subject of STRs, it was clear I was obligated with a different task, probably not quite so joyous. What I wanted to say was, in my many years of being a city, county, and regional planner, I've never actually seen a public document with these kind of flaws in the methodology. And I'll explain that. The standard for public policy is based on evidence. The effort to eliminate two key elements that affect land use in Big Sur, such as hotels and camping sites for comparison, and to misapply an unsupported estimate for hotels from 1977, 47 years ago, to a handful of family-owned short-term rentals is, to put it mildly, or it seems to be, a willful evasion. And also, this is an evasion, this is a distortion, which will not be unnoticed by any serious administrative body that reviews this later. And that's what I'm trying to point out here. The fact that county staff reported they have zero data on the number of impacts of hotels and camping facilities in Big Sur is a pretty telling admission. It's kind of shocking. Gathering credible data is the key responsibility of staff in proposing public actions. Going forward, this is the key point, going forward with the land use plan requires direction by the Planning Commission that all submissions by staff be from current, credible, verifiable information. And to compare those elements, those elements we reviewed in that directive. This should include all the data that they excluded, which was hotels, camping, and so you can compare those elements. I haven't seen that happen. One last thing I want to add, and it just came up just recently. I live in a property that was a rural community center until this proposed LUP came out, and for no particular reason I can see that was just changed. No rationale whatsoever. I'm not even opposing it. I was just surprised. Why that? Why did that happen? So basically, I just want a review of what the staff is doing and proposing a little more carefully and base it on evidence and present the evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a moment here and ask you a question, which is I am not aware that we have proposed any boundary changes to the rural community centers at all. Where are you finding that?
The text, not boundaries, the text said particularly Pacific Valley was a rural community center. They reassigned it as a neighborhood, which I didn't understand what it meant because there's only 2 people who live there in the entire valley, 2 private residences. And again, but that wasn't even my issue here today.
I'm just clarifying because, as a matter of fact,
sure.
I'm not aware that we have done that. So
okay, that's what
we will just double check.
That's what I read in the proposed text.
Thank you.
I'm not to be argumentative. I just want you to know.
And as I say, it was a question because I wasn't aware it had occurred.
All right.
Thank you. And anybody else in the room wish to talk about this issue? Mr. Foster, how many other people are interested in speaking on this issue in the room? Okay, Mr. Foster, come on forward.
I think you're all figuring out why my wife tells me I talk too much. It's pretty important part of the document, the current document, and moving forward with the draft update to recognize the cap count on visitor serving accommodations, rooms in Big Sur. I think everybody's on board, maybe with the exception of some housing for local workforce outside of the critical viewshed. People don't want to see more development in Big Sur. And the way that one of the ways to stop that is to recognize that we've actually gone over the cap count, in our opinion, with our Keep Big Sur Wild. We brought in factual data on room counts in the Big Sur planning area, and we've already exceeded the cap count number. So the discussion of STRs should be stopped right there, because STRs are visitor serving accommodations, or rooms, and we've already maxed out and gone over our allowed use there. So I just wanted to point that out on the cap count. It's really important to realize that, and that we don't have any other large developments in Big Sur for that reason. Secondly, special events. We have some properties that have been bought up, large houses bought up by LLCs that have done this in other areas of California, and they're outside of the visitor serving commercial areas, and they basically turn these large houses into wedding event centers and hotels. It's critical that this, and with lack of enforcement, they do not have a coastal development permit, which is needed. And they have websites with business and listings of prices of a wedding for 50 people, a wedding for 100, maximum stay of 12 people a room. It's all right there, but there's just a lack of enforcement. If you allow this activity to continue, you're going to get other outside interests looking at properties in Big Sur to buy and seeing the money-making potential of weddings in Big Sur, and they're going to start buying up residential houses to do this, because the county does nothing about it. And we could sit here and talk till we're blue in the face about the land use plan and its importance, but it needs to have enforcement. It needs to have backbone. I feel like the land use plan over the last decade or two has lost some of its vitality with the county and Coastal Commission on enforcement of the LUP, which are strict policies that only work if there's enforcement involved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room? Seeing none, I'm going to move to Zoom, and let's try Mr. Matthews again. Richard Matthews, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Commissioner Deal, this is Rachel Goldberger speaking. I think someone just gave the floor to me. So should we go to Mr. Matthews?
We're still trying to get Mr. Matthews. I think we're just accidentally unmuted you. Hang on. Mr. Matthews, are you there?
He does show that he's unmuted. We just can't hear him.
Mr. Matthews, would you check and make sure that you're not muted locally? I'm not hearing Mr. Matthews. We really are sorry to miss your comments. Would you please take the opportunity to write them in, since we've been unable to reach you on Zoom with the diligence that we're able to supply? Just remind you, I'll remind everybody, but please write it down and send it in. That would be very helpful, and we apologize for whatever the technological problem might be. We're going to go ahead now to Ms. Goldberger, give you the floor and 3 minutes.
Through the chair. I can go ahead and give that email address for
Please.
Mr. Matthews. It's PC Hearing Comments, plural, at co.monterey.ca.us.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Goldberger, give it a try.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. I would like to provide comments about what I have heard affectionately referred to as the dreaded Table 1 and the defining terms of visitor accommodations, specifically with respect to rustic campsites or campgrounds. It's important to close these loopholes with this update, and I'm encouraged to hear that the ad hoc committee is committed to expanding these definitions to better reflect today's standards because, as we all know, glamp sites didn't exist back in 1986. Currently, some establishments are taking advantage of the vaguely defined blurry line between rustic campsites or campgrounds, which are considered unlimited in Big Sur, and RV campsites and visitor serving units, which are not unlimited and have a cap. We need language that clearly defines what is a rustic campsite in order to close this loophole. I'd like to suggest that a rustic campsite can be most easily defined by whether shelter and bedding is provided by the establishment or must be brought by the visitor. If the sleeping quarters are provided and set up by the campground, even if they are as rudimentary as a glamping tent, it should not be considered a rustic campsite and therefore must be considered a visitor serving unit. A rustic campsite is simply a place for a visitor to set up a tent to sleep for the night. It may or may not have other amenities like adjacent parking, fire rings, picnic tables, etc., but it does not include shelter. This simple addition of whether a visitor is supplying their own shelter and bedding not only helps define rustic campsite, but it also falls in line with the original intent of the land use plan to provide affordable, non-luxury accommodations for visitors to Big Sur. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you for the comment. Ms. Christina McGinnis, your hand is raised. You have the floor and 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Deal and Commissioners. I'm Christina McGinnis, representing Keep Big Sur Wild. And so I wanted to start by just saying the really overarching concern at this juncture of the plan, I know you're still working on it, but I think that we really need to see the definitions for some of the proposed changes to each of the land use categories. And also just development standards, which really have been historically in the Table 1. So, there are a lot of language changes in the plan that have really increased the number of allowances, but it's hard to really respond in detail without having the definitions of each of the things that might be changed as it relates to those allowances. So things like, the increased density housing, what's the density of the minimum parcel sizes for the housing and things like that. I know you're not proposing to change the acreage, but what's the density? So looking at things like what the previous speaker was just talking about related to the definition of a rustic campsite versus an RV campsite, with the trend in the state going towards, RV campsites, glamp sites, which was definitely not what was originally referenced as an RV campsite, which was an electrical hookup and a paved area in the original plan. Glamping wasn't even a thing in the 80s. So also things like just increasing potential densities for residential uses, changing things like rural residential and creating language for single family residences, which would, in normal planning speak would imply a more intense potential use in the land use category. So again, all of these things really need to be clearly defined, clearly mapped, and we need a glossary and definitions for all of the new things that would be allowed. One of the terminology phrases that's used in the new land use plan that's a little concerning to us, very concerning actually, is infrastructure for community services, which there was a reference to the need for things like a hardware store and a laundromat, et cetera. However, it's just those kinds of things, again, will bring more employees and perhaps, create additional need for housing. So I just caution the commission and folks working on be careful with that sort of thing. But thank you. We look forward to more definitions and density specifications. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That's all the hands up I see on Zoom. Do we have any emails at the email address?
We have not received any emails to the PC hearing comments email inbox.
Well, thank you very much. That being the case, I'm going to close public comment for this section and come back to the commission. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. What I think might be helpful is if staff can just walk us through what the process is, like where we're at. I know you have a memorandum here with Exhibit D, but just hearing the public comments, plural, this is something we are all working on, all of us in this room together. And so there has not been an attempt to create new opportunities for units. There's just an attempt to try to understand how many that exist and to understand, which I think we're all in agreement, what the definitions are of those units, that, you know, what's a rustic campground, what's an RV site, and what are the changes that have happened since 1986, and that includes things like glamping sites. And so if staff can just sort of walk us through, I know we have counts in this document that come from various one from Keep Big Sur Wild, one from the County of Monterey, one from the Chamber. Where do we go next with this? What is the strategy? What's the plan? So everyone can sort of, I guess, see where they play, where they can engage, and what are we doing?
Before they do that, let me just add to that. Listening to the last few comments, we're asking for input on what those definitions should be, and where the comments have been specific with suggestions, they're very useful. Comments that say you don't have a definition yet are less useful. Staff?
So through the chair, we are planning to release definitions at a future workshop to define rustic campsites, RV campsites, and inn units, and provide clear delineations to provide clear direction for what counts as an inn and RV campsite.
Yes, based on the comments we received through the workshop process in great part, yes. I think Commissioner Daniels wanted a description, or at least a guide for looking at the various unit counts that are represented in the exhibit. If you could do that for us, please.
Of course. And Alex, would it be possible to share my presentation using the HDMI? Thank you. And I do have a page number. The page number is 174, where it begins in your packet. The specific page that I am on currently is page 177. And Commissioner Daniels was referring to the various counts. So in this memorandum, staff prepared a count with the best available data that staff had at the time of the facilities in 1986 and then 2023 to better understand the added in units. Staff also received information from Keep Big Sur Wild, which staff included in this table as well. And in addition, staff received information from the Big Sur Chamber of Commerce on the visitor serving unit counts that they have as well. So this table details each establishment and the count for each different count. And just to maybe elucidate staff's process for the count, staff dove into the prior permits as well as other data that was provided to staff to come up with the County of Monterey's count. But it is important to remember that we're trying to move forward. So staff would just like to kind of remind everyone that while this is a current kind of place, the current document is really intended to be forward-looking and really intended to try to ensure that any future counts are clear and in recognition of capacity constraints and existing constraints.
Thank you. Ms. Beretti, you want to add to that?
I was just going to ask if Mr. Price could just, I believe there are 2 to 3 common reasons why the counts are different between methodologies, just to elucidate why they, some of the, just a couple of reasons why they're different.
Of course. The first one is temporal. So the count from Keep Big Sur Wild was based on a 1980 count. It's staff's understanding that it was based on a 1980 count, whereas staff's count was based on a 1986 count. So there's that temporal difference. In addition, there are some differences based on how the document or how the units were actually permitted. For example, Tree Bones was permitted as a rustic campsite, so that was not counted towards in units. In addition, New Camaldi Hermitage, the 7 new units were permitted as hostel units rather than in units, so that's another difference in the count information as well.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioner Roberts.
Without having a lot of history on these counts, but understanding that they're important, when these counts become final, when everybody agrees on them, will we be permitting units that aren't necessarily permitted? Is that, or how is that being addressed? Is it possible, if Tree Bones is been permitted as rustic campsites, but is now falls under the definition of whatever the definition ends up being, how are we looking at that?
I don't know if staff is leaning forward to wanting to speak. Mr. Price, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, through the chair. So the intention is not to go back and make changes. In particular, I don't want to get too specific into Tree Bones, but just in particular for Tree Bones, they were permitted as rustic campsites, even though they were yurts. So even though the definition today would likely be in units, when they were permitted, they were considered rustic. So
To follow up, so anything existing that we can verify as an existing permitted or unpermitted overnight accommodation will stay in that category, and then anything new is what we're trying to define, or?
through the chair, yeah, it is, at this time, it is not staff's intention to change what was previously permitted in the category that it was permitted as.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, and through the chair, I think that's the opportunity that is before us. I mean, we want to get this right for moving forward. This is a plan that should guide future development. And so looking at what Mr. Price had up on the screen, the 3 different counts that were up, I've lost it now on my desk of papers here, but this is what we have to work with to get this right. And so at the end of this conversation, certain outcomes could look a variety of different ways. It could be that it's, okay, we've reached our cap. There's no more units for in units. That might be the end result, or it might be something different. But it's this work is the work that's ahead of us, not to go, I don't think, and say, okay, you've got to remove units now from your development that you've already built. So this is the opportunity that's before us to get this right, and I think that's the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you. And I would add to that we're all about impacts. So it is demonstrable that Highway 1 is often full. And that is an impact that we have. And with some new tools that have recently been provided, we're actually going to have some numbers to attach to that going forward. All of the downzoning that happened in the original land use plan, we have a great deal of information about that process, about what they thought about and why they made these limitations and why people gave up so much development potential. So looking not only at the numbers and focusing in on them, I think it's really important to remember we got to look at the impacts. And if the impacts are unsupportable in the present day, then we have to go back and look at our policies and definitions, explain that. If we have room for additional in units or additional impacts, we need to go forward explaining what those limits would be. So I really want to make sure we're looking at the underlying reason and not just the cap numbers, because I think it's really important to revisit the guiding philosophy with what we come forward with next, if that makes any sense at all. Commissioner Roberts?
I guess, and I understand that. I think the thing I can't get my head around, again, not having the in-depth look and understanding of these numbers, is the fairness part of it. And, who came first and, or what. Well, I was going to say, if somebody granted an opportunity that somebody else today or after this plan won't be granted, which is fine, that may be the intent of the land use plan. But in terms of numbers, if there's a discrepancy in numbers, I guess I can't get my head around how to fix, how we get to that starting point, I guess. What is ground zero? And I guess that's what you guys are saying is part of the conversation.
Commissioner Daniels, did you want to say something or not?
I'm reluctant to say anything.
Well, then don't.
Okay.
I'm not.
Well, I want to just reiterate one thing, that again, so we have this table 1, and that's in the current adopted land use plan. Why there are 3 different interpretations is because there was a lack, today is a lack of clarity where that count started, what's included in that count. But to go back to something that's very important that Commissioner Deal just stated, it's all about impact. And in Big Sur, the reason why you have these various classifications has to do with the different impacts that type of use had. So if it was a rustic campground, that's, you go to your campsite, you pack up your car, you have your tent, you have your food, you have your camp stove, you don't go back on Highway 1 and eat at a restaurant that evening. So it's a different kind of activity. It's largely stationary at the campsite, whereas different destinations have different destination uses and different activities associated with them. So that's why the categories are there, and that's why there's limitations on all the categories except rustic campgrounds. So I think the conversation will need to ultimately include, do we have space for further impacts on resources like Highway 1? And that's really more the direction of the conversation that's going to determine what ultimately we all decide is in the table. And when I say we, again, I mean the community and everybody who's participating in this conversation.
And I would only add to that, that it's my hope that we will adopt some understanding of what's there now at that time. And how that works, I'm not sure. But we would like to come up with some, in order to look at what's going forward, we kind of need to know what is. There's unclarity about that. We're working very hard to resolve it. And when we come up with a proposal, we're hoping that we will be able to kind of set that mark wherever it comes down, based on all of this very good information. And the discrepancies are pretty clearly understandable. The 80 and 86, a lot of things were built between 80 and 86. The land use plan research was done in the late 70s, early 80s. The actual plan was adopted in 86. And between those two, a bunch of people built stuff, and so that kind of discrepancy exists, but it's not, we don't understand it. It's just, what do we do with it now that we're going forward? Commissioner Daniels?
And if I could add one other thing for my colleagues on the commission, how does this play out for all of us? If you remember, we weren't here, we were over at Schilling Place, and we had an application from State Parks to build some cabins. And we had that conversation. We were very clear that we were moving forward, approving, I don't remember how many little cabins they were, but we brought up Table 1 and said, there's this discrepancy. We're not sure if we have any more in-units available, and we are now approving in-units. And so that was a conversation we had. That's where we will see this as a commission, and that's why this conversation is so important.
Thank you. If nobody's got any more comments on this, I'm going to bring it back to staff and say that concludes our time for the day, and ask for suggestions about the next steps.
Of course. Alex, please share my presentation using HDMI. Thank you. Staff would recommend continuing the workshop to March 27th, 2024. specifically to receive additional comments on the one outstanding key topic area, which is special events and aircrafts. And then staff would also meet with the ad hoc committee on how to incorporate public input. And then staff would plan on presenting new information for the commission and public comment, specifically a draft of Title 20 amendment to implement the Rural Community Center zoning district and boundaries of Rural Community Center zoning district and associated GIS maps.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And that would include new information coming out that might modify the existing draft language. So there would be an opportunity for people to see new information at that point. Is that correct, Ms. Moretti?
That is correct.
Okay, so this draft, talked about this draft, that conversation done, still taking input from anybody anytime wants to give it to us, and we will be working on some additional changes based on what we've heard?
Correct. That is correct.
We'd like to, staff is recommending the continuance of this workshop to March 27th. Is there any discussion on the commission about that? Is there anybody in the public that wants to comment on the suggestion of the continuance? Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom? No? No emails? A resounding silence?
No emails.
All right, I'm going to conclude the public comment and ask the commission for any action. I entertain a motion if you would like. I need a motion from somebody.
I'll move the recommendation by staff.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Gomez moves that we continue the workshop to March 27th as recommended by staff for the reasons outlined, and Commissioner Gonzalez seconds it. Any further discussion? If not, would you call the roll, please? Let's vote.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve?
I think she's left the chambers.
Okay. Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
And Commissioner Getzelman is absent. So the motion passes.
The motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back here. Well, let's make it 3:30 because it's been a long thing. So we'll come back here and resume the hearing at 3:30. And I want to thank you all, both here and remotely, for all of your help with this. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and bring us back into session, please?
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Sorry, Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner, or Chair Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels? Here. And for the record, Commissioner Getzelman and Commissioner Monsalve are absent. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Since we have a quorum, we're going to move forward with item number 4 on our agenda, which is PLN 230138, the Van S Properties LLC. And Ms. Jensen, please let us know what we need to know.
Alex, can you please share my presentation using staff right? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Deal and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am the project planner for the Van Ness Properties LLC project, HCD planning file number PLN 230138. The properties are located at 182 and 179 Van Ness Way, Carmel, within the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, and are zoned low-density residential, 1 acre per unit, with a design control overlay within the coastal zone. The proposed lot line adjustment involves 3 legal lots of record, totaling 10.89 acres, all under common ownership. Existing parcels A and B are currently developed with single-family dwellings, while existing parcel C is vacant. As proposed, the lot line adjustment will rearrange the total acreage and result in 3 lots containing 3.39 acres, 1.77 acres, and 5.73 acres. As proposed, the project also involves demolition of the single-family dwelling, garage, and shed on existing parcel B. Redevelopment of parcel B is being processed under separate discretionary review. The applicant is also seeking demolition and redevelopment of parcel A, but this request is also being processed under a separate discretionary permit. The proposed lot line adjustment will require assignment of new assessor parcel numbers, and therefore HCD planning requested that redevelopment of these lots be processed separately. A 1976 conservation and scenic easement, shown in gray, covers the majority of the existing parcels A and B and all of parcel C, and was conveyed with the purpose of protecting the property's natural scenic beauty in slopes in excess of 30%. The conservation and scenic easement boundaries on parcel A currently do not capture the entirety of the property's steeper slopes. Further, the existing scenic easement boundaries do not ensure protection of the property's environmentally sensitive habitat area. The applicant is seeking voluntary adjustment of the easement map to increase its boundaries by over 10,000 square feet to cover portions of parcels A and B that contain slopes in excess of 30% and/or environmentally sensitive habitat area, and remove portions that are absent of natural resources. The Board of Supervisors is the appropriate authority to consider amendments to conservation and scenic easements. Neither the lot line adjustment nor the proposed demolition work are contingent on amending the conservation and scenic easement, and therefore condition number 6 has been applied to ensure that the conservation and scenic easement amendment is implemented and recorded. Today's consideration is limited to the proposed lot line adjustment and demolition work on parcel B. As proposed, the resulting lots would remain conforming as to minimum lot size, maximum density, structural coverage, and setbacks. Based on the size of existing parcels A and B, each lot could support a maximum of 3 single-family dwellings, while existing parcel C could not be developed because the conservation and scenic easements cover the entirety of the property. However, given the existing development square footage, site constraints, and remaining feasible buildable area, existing parcel A could likely only be developed with 1 residence, while existing parcel B could be developed with 2 to 3 residences. The proposed lot line adjustment essentially moves one of the 2 buildable areas from existing parcel B to adjusted parcel C. As proposed, adjusted parcel A would continue to support a maximum of 3 residences based on the adjusted lot size. But again, this is unlikely given the foreseeable redevelopment of this parcel being processed under PLN 230137 only contemplates 1 residence. Adjusted parcel B will have a reduced development potential and only could support 1 main residence due to the zoning district's limitation of 1 dwelling unit per acre. Accordingly, redevelopment of this property, being processed under PLN 230138, only contemplates 1 residence. Adjusted parcel C will be 5.73 acres and could support a maximum of 5 residences. However, given the extensive conservation and scenic easement boundaries, limited buildable area, and required setbacks from well and property lines, it is likely that this lot could only be developed with 1 residence. The applicant has voluntarily proposed that a deed restriction be recorded on adjusted parcel C to limit its density to 1 unit. Staff is recommending that this condition be added as condition number 10 and can share the draft language at the end of this presentation if requested. Therefore, while the development potential based purely off of density allowances would increase with the proposed lot line adjustment, the constraints of each lot realistically limit each parcel to 1 future residence. Additionally, application of condition number 10 would ensure there is an overall reduction of development potential for the combined lots. A Phase 1 historical assessment was prepared and determined that the 1956 residence and garage on parcel B do not retain any historical significance. On October 2nd, 2023, the Carmel Highlands Land Use Advisory Committee reviewed the project. At this meeting, members of the public raised questions regarding the development potential of parcel C, whether CalAm had reviewed the development proposals for parcel A and B, requested that additional fire water storage be installed by the property owner, and generally noted that Van Ness is a narrow private road with limited emergency access. After public comment, the LUAC voted 4-0 to support the project with the change that parcel C boundaries are not adjusted. The LUEC's concern was that the proposed lot line adjustment would increase the allowable density and potential development. Additionally, the LUEC cited the need to preserve the open space buffer between the surrounding residences and the subject property's development as a reason why parcel C should be excluded from the proposed lot line adjustment. Prior to this hearing, staff received 2 public comment letters raising concerns about construction of a residence on parcel C, redevelopment of parcels A and B, and the need to prohibit development on parcel C, as well as the need for the Carmel Highlands Fire Protection District to review the proposed project. As previously described, while the proposed lot line adjustment does increase the development potential, as conditioned, the lot line adjustment will reduce the combined development potential, and parcel C will only be limited to a density of 1 unit. Although the buildable area will be transferred from existing parcel B to adjusted parcel C, the proposed project does not increase the total buildable area of these parcels. Further, the existing conservation and scenic easement boundaries, open space, and current conditions of existing parcel C will remain. The subject property is not required to provide water storage for all residences on Van Ness Way, and the proposed lot line adjustment will not further impact emergency access. Staff would like to remind the Planning Commission that in accordance with Monterey County Subdivision Ordinance, Section 1909025, the Commission's review and approval authority is limited to a determination of whether or not the parcels resulting from the lot line adjustment conform to county zoning code. As detailed in the draft resolution, staff has concluded that the resulting parcels do conform to local zoning regulations. Finally, staff recommends the Planning Commission revise the conditions of approval to include the county standard indemnification agreement and revise condition number 2 to reflect 10 conditions of approval. In conclusion, staff recommends the Planning Commission find the lot line adjustment and demolition work categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15305 and 15301, and approve a combined development permit to allow a lot line adjustment between 3 legal lots of record and a demolition of all structures on parcel B. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Excellent presentation. Time for questions and technical clarifications from the Commission. Commissioner Roberts.
I need help on understanding the potential development. So I understand that Lot C, as proposed, would create a new single-family residence on a lot that didn't previously have that opportunity. And I think I understand that property B has the potential for 2 or 3.
Through the chair, Alex, can you please share my presentation again? Commissioner Roberts, I believe images should help everyone. I know this is a bit complicated. So currently, parcel A here on the left is 3.24 acres and has the development potential based off of density and the size of the lot for 3 residences. Similarly, parcel B with these 2 buildable areas shown here and just south of that could also support 3 residences. So the total maximum density for these 3 lots would be 6 units, since parcel C is covered with a conservation and scenic easement, which would allow no single-family dwellings. So the existing development potential is 6 units. Okay. For the adjusted as proposed, adjusted parcel A would continue to support a maximum of 3 units. Adjusted parcel B would be limited to 1 unit because it's only 1 3/4 acres. But because adjusted parcel C is over 5 acres, it could technically support 5 residences. That is for a total maximum between the 3 lots of 9 residences. However, staff looked at the site constraints of each of these lots because of the extensive conservation and scenic easements, and as conditioned to be adjusted, the build-out potential is realistically significantly reduced. There is the potential for this site to only have 1. Under a separate application, the adjusted parcel A would be developed with a separate single-family dwelling, and adjusted parcel C has a very limited building envelope and would need to be set back 100 feet from the well, as well as meeting property line setbacks. So the development potential does technically increase, but given site constraints, staff found it reasonable to conclude that realistically, the development potential reduces, and further as conditioned, it would reduce it overall by limiting only adjusted parcel C to 1 unit rather than 5.
Through the chair, I think I understand that, but I guess my real question is, would we ever allow 3 houses on one of these lots?
Appropriately designed, sited, and meeting county regulations, it could be supported.
And then do we have any information on what the intent of this parcel C was? Was it a remainder lot? I mean, it seems like based on the scenic easement pictures that it wasn't intended to be built on.
Parcel C was created when find my mouse, this property west of the 3 properties was essentially deeded off of this property here, and so this little hairpin connection didn't constitute continuity between the 2 lots, so adjusted parcel, or I guess existing parcel C was created through that transfer. The entirety of the property is within a conservation scenic easement, but there is no documentation that restricts parcel C from ever being essentially amended or the boundaries changed to include existing buildable areas. All of the existing conservation scenic easement areas of parcel C would remain in their current conditions.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Daniels?
So I'm following exactly what you're saying, and I'm recognizing as well that the Planning Commission's role in this instance is to determine whether or not the lot line adjustment conforms to local zoning codes. But the presentation does include the potential, the development potential for these lots, and for lack of a better word, the argument that doing this will result in less units ultimately on the 3 parcels. And I think where I'm getting confused is that generally my experience on the commission has been that 1 low-density residential lot equals 1 single-family residence, and then you have to come in and get a permit. Like something's different, right? It's not like you can just have 3 units on a lot. It's based on acreage. But if you could just walk us through, generally, you can, 1 single family, 1 low density residential lot, no matter what the size, the first single family home is allowable. And then beyond that, different permitting requirements come into play. So if you could just sort of walk us through that, because it is in the presentation and I'm trying to understand, and I don't remember having ever seen something presented in this way where you could potentially have 5 or 8, and so now we're having 3 when it's just a new way of presenting it. So just walk us through it if you wouldn't mind. Thank you so much.
Sure, and I'm sorry for the lack of clarification. Additional entitlements would be required for any redevelopment of these lots, even up to the maximum of 5 residences on adjusted parcel C. Commissioner Daniels, you are correct. The first single-family dwelling per legal lot of record is essentially a principally allowed use. Given that these properties are located within the coastal zone, they would require the granting of a coastal administrative permit, and in this case, also a design approval. Any additional single-family dwelling past that a first single-family dwelling would require a coastal development permit and would not be allowed to exceed the allowable density. So in the case of adjusted parcel C, a coastal development permit, subject to also meeting other applicable regulations, could be supported for 5 single-family dwellings. But given the site constraints, staff believes it's reasonable to assume that isn't realistic.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Gomez?
Do you have any, like a Google map so I get a good sense of what the property looks like? Because there's really hardly any pictures of that in here. There is a picture of the house and what it looks like, but there's really no spatial view of the parcels.
Alex, can you please share my screen via HDMI? Through the chair, the parcel A is located here. You can see the existing residence. Parcel B is just east of that, and parcel C is bounded by Van Ness Way as well as Spindrift Road.
Does that help, Commissioner Gomez?
It does help, and we're talking about putting conditions to limit development if we were to allow it to, which would, I guess, in one sense, we're saying that we want to allow more housing opportunities where there's possible, and the other sense, they're saying we want less. But in the less but more expensive homes, essentially. That's what we're saying with this move, I think, what it would mean, I think, right? Bigger homes. So that was it. That was the only kind of comment.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yeah, the only question I have, based on the size of the lots and the buildable space, do we use the scenic easement total to calculate what's buildable? Or you can build on it?
For density allowances, you would look at the entire size of the lot. So if we're looking at adjusted parcel C, that would be the entire 5.73 acres. But looking at buildable area, you would only be limited to the area that is excluded by the easement boundaries. So you'd have to meet setbacks with all the site development standards would be for the entire lot itself, not just the buildable area, if that helps.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts?
One more question. I was just reading through the LUAC minutes, and it seems that they supported this project. They supported the project, they supported the change in parcel A and parcel B, but did not support the creation of a new lot on parcel C, essentially. Am I reading that right?
Creation of or adjustment of parcel C to make it buildable. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. Could you zoom in on that aerial, the satellite map, so that we can see that fire road? And I just kind of wanted to see where that buildable lot is in white in relation to the houses next to it. Thank you. So is that the fire road that is mentioned in one of the public correspondence right there? So that's roughly where that, somewhere in there would be the building if they were going to develop it, right?
That's correct. The well and underground water tanks are generally in this vicinity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and a comment. The first one is, wouldn't likely be developable or famous last words in my experience. So it either, if we wish something, if we're making a decision based on something not being developable, I would like for the permit to say so. Just because depending upon other things has proven unreliable in the past. So just a comment to Commissioner Gomez's point. I hate to say this, but ain't nothing going to be developable in Yankee Point. Never has been, never will be, unfortunately. But my question for staff is, talk to me about wastewater. Yankee Point is famous for having difficulties with the disposal of wastewater. So what provisions have been made to ensure that any development in this area that might come forward is supportable with respect to disposal of wastewater?
Any redevelopment of these properties would have to be reviewed by the Environmental Health Bureau, which would ensure that there is adequate wastewater disposal for each lot themselves.
So my question is, we want to create, we don't create unbuildable lots if we can help it. So how is wastewater currently disposed of on the existing buildings now?
If you would give me a minute, I can confirm that.
And going forward, if it's really important, because if it's on the sewer, which I'm not sure where that goes anymore, that's one thing. If we're requiring any kind of on-site wastewater disposal, then those areas have to be considered with respect to developable potential. I don't think it does, but I don't know.
Madam Chair, while she's looking that up, I'm wondering if Anna, if you have access to the assessor's map that's part of the packet, if you'll put that up, because I have a question about looking at it from that map, or if, I don't know if somebody has it, but I didn't want it. It's page 32 of our packet.
Mr. Jeffers, we'll get to you.
If in the meantime I can address the septic question, the existing parcels A and B do have conventional on-site wastewater treatment systems. Redevelopment of, the application is being processed for redevelopment of both of those properties has been approved by EHB for advanced septic systems. And there's been no consideration of any septic system on parcel C as there's no development being proposed.
So advanced meaning that they're going to put in some sort of further treatment package plant, something like that, right? They're not going to use a septic tank?
The engineered alternative on-site wastewater system design from Biosphere Consulting proposes drip dispersal to overcome the steep slopes throughout the property. That is the extent of my knowledge.
So currently, we don't generally, we wouldn't create a lot if we didn't know there was a way to dispose septic on that lot. We don't usually depend on advanced treatment to provide that opportunity. We've typically required both room for the tank, room for the leach fields, and room for a replacement system. Subsequently, any statement of the developable potential of a lot has to include, in this area in particular, because we've had surfacing wastewater in this area since, to my own personal knowledge, since my grandfather was on the Land Use Advisory Committee, or equivalent thereof, since the early 50s, at which point they said we should have no more development here until such time as we have a sewer. So when we're talking about comparing development potential, I don't think it's appropriate to discuss advanced treatment as the gimme, as the status that we're going to depend upon. We have to create parcels where we can provide all of the health services on there. And nowhere in this application do I note a discussion of septic, sewer, wastewater disposal, particularly with the discussion of the potential for additional units. I don't think you could do those given the slope, given the various other infrastructure requirements. So that comparison strikes me as a little inappropriate. That's where I'm getting to with this particular question. You couldn't do it unless you're going to rely on advanced treatment. And we don't typically do that unless we've changed our ways. So am I getting something wrong? Are we now able to create lots that depend upon the fact that the subsequent building will need to use advanced treatment?
You have the correct understanding.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, forgive my ignorance here. I heard something that sounded like, as far as the deed, that if we adjusted the lots and you have this now buildable Lot C, that there would be something that prevents it from ever being built up to 5. What is that? Am I understanding that correctly? Can you totally break that down for me, please?
Sure. The applicant has proposed, and this is really to address LUAC and neighborly concerns, that a deed restriction be placed on adjusted parcel C to limit that development to only 1 unit. And ADUs, JUDs, guest houses do not contribute towards density, so it is purely looking at the density allowance of 1. So that would restrict and prohibit 4 or 5 additional homes.
Commissioner Gomez? Just to clarify, currently, based on the current line adjustments, you couldn't build anything on it, right?
Parcel C is undevelopable currently, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
And the only reason I wanted to pull up the assessor's map, because I wanted to, the lines on it show the scenic easement as well as what looks like the buildable areas. And I was curious to know if that little sliver in the corner of what is currently Lot C is what would be moved into, is proposed to be moved into Lot C. And again, just to understand, how would septic or anything else even fit in that small area?
Through the chair, Alex, could you please share my screen on the left, please? This one?
We cannot share on the left.
What?
Do we have that somewhere else?
I can do it. You can share on the right.
We can share on the right, yes. It's always on staff right, yeah.
Just kidding.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We'll all learn.
I asked for it, it was my fault.
You thought you were helping.
Yes.
And that was that page 323, Commissioner Roberts?
Well, of my packet, it's page 32.
32.
It's part of Exhibit B, as in boy.
Is that plans?
Through the chair, so the page 32 of the staff report, this is the original 1976 Conservation and Scenic Easement map shown through an assessor's map. These boundaries are, I believe these were the incorrect ones. It was then corrected in 1994, if I recall correctly, to include a buildable area where the stamp 311 is placed on what is shown as Assessor Subdivision 2, 3 acres.
Okay, so what I'm looking at isn't the current lot line.
Correct, and I'm happy to share.
Okay, then I'll stop looking at that one, that's fine. Thank you.
It is the correct lot lines, not the correct conservation and scenic easement boundaries.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with clarifications and questions? Seeing none, we're going to move to the applicant and we'll open the public comment and ask the applicant to say whatever it is he wishes to say.
Can you put me at Control L, if that's Adobe? Oh, I have the keyboard. Ooh, what didn't work? Just full screen, like full page at a time. Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Deal, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Angus Jeffers, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Before starting my presentation, I want to thank Ms. Jensen for bringing this matter to hearing, also for encouraging us to expand the conservation easement by a further 10,000 square feet in order to also incorporate all the sensitive habitat on this property. I'd also like to confirm that I've reviewed the proposed conditions of approval with the applicant, and we find them both reasonable and acceptable. The commission's asked a lot of good questions, and I'd like to respond to those at the end of my prepared presentation, but if I miss anything, please let me know and ask me. The purpose of the lot line adjustment is to primarily adjust the parcel boundaries between existing parcels A and B to make sure that proposed new houses, which are also going through the planning department, avoid encroaching over the parcel lines, and also that the septic systems don't encroach over those parcel lines. And I want to make clear that the advanced treatment septic system is not a package treatment system. It's basically a conventional septic system with an additional treatment module added that. It's basically microorganisms taking the effluent, treating it down to a further stage that County Environmental Health is content that we can use that for drip irrigation. We volunteered the advanced treatment system because we understand that Environmental Health prefers that system, but because it's a cleaner effluent and requires a reduced footprint. But it's not a sort of uber advanced exotic package treatment system. And that these systems have been allowed with lot line adjustments, and also that the Environmental Health has reviewed the proposed advanced treatment system for the adjusted parcels and determined that they're satisfactory. Let's see, with regards to parcel C, and putting aside the density analysis, it's the way I presented this to the LUAC was existing parcel B has 2 building envelopes. And the lower one, closest to Van Ness Road, I've been clear that is currently developable for an ADU type structure, 1,200 square feet, 15-foot height limitation. That development potential exists there right now. All we're seeking to do without increasing that existing development potential is to extend parcel C, a currently undeveloped parcel, up to include that thumb. And we fully support staff's proposed special condition confirming that you could only do 1 building unit on the thumb. I would actually defer to the Planning Commission and support extending that special condition and deed restriction to reflect that no more than 1,200 square feet, a height limit of 15 feet, consistent with the ADU potential that's out there now. And on that thumb, you could build that structure slightly sunken in the hillside beyond its crest so it wouldn't be visible to any of the neighbors on Van Ness Way. Let's see, Commissioner Roberts, yeah, you noted that the APN maps delineation of the conservation easement isn't consistent to what we've drawn here. And that's because in 1994, the county processed a deed of correction, this is before my time, where they basically acknowledged that, this conservation easement was supposed to capture the 30% slope areas on this property, and we encumbered areas that were less than that, and we left out areas that were greater than that, and it was an attempt to correct that. When we started working with the property a couple of years ago, we realized, yeah, they still didn't get it right, and that this effort seeks to correct that. And that was only about a 500 square foot increase in the conservation easement to correct the slope and get it right this time. But with encouragement, we've extended that easement to also protect habitat. And that's resulted in a net increase of 10,472 square feet. I want to be clear that can I get page at a time on that? Or full screen? Yeah, we've reached out to all of our neighbors along Van Ness Way, and we've obtained 4 letters of support here from Mr. Spencer, who's actually adjacent to us, but down on Spindrift, Ms. Mellon, who's adjacent to us, and also Mr. and Mrs. Adams, who are directly adjacent to us, and then Mr. Krishnaswamy and Ms. Trang, who are just past the Adams property. And these letters of support are contingent upon the applicant's commitment that if the houses are approved after they're built, he will resurface Van Ness Way down to Highway 1 to address any construction-related damages. Also want to mention that Dr. Rosen submitted a comment letter concerned about, I guess, when the well and the cistern were constructed, that the access road wasn't properly restored. And I wanted to show you the picture of what it looks like today from Van Ness Way. I would say that it's not the most horrible situation I've seen by a long shot, but neither is it the best we could do, and would gladly accept a special condition with the proposed homes requiring full restoration of this construction access way. But for this project, no development is proposed. And I want to go back to the making parcels C developable. From my opinion, that building envelope is at least buildable for an ADU. We're content restricting it to that, but we still want to extend parcel C to include that thumb. It's my advice to the applicant that it gives you more options for the future, and it's entirely consistent with the code to allow that. However, I'm also sympathetic to the concerns of the neighborhood, and we are looking at, options which would actually prevent development of the thumb ever. There is no plan, there are no drawings to develop the thumb. We're entirely focused on the proposed houses which are currently pending, but I would say that this lot line adjustment would allow the applicant to donate a conservation easement over the thumb and take a tax deduction for that and achieve the goals and objectives for the neighbors. It's not unlike the sort of Nixon and China work I did for Paula Corona, where I raised the value of the ranch by certifying 60 lots, did a non-controversial lot line adjustment below Inspiration Point, and that allowed the bargain sale with the Nature Conservancy and the Big Sur Land Trust to happen. But that is one option we're exploring. I want to make sure that I've responded. Septic, the APN and the map. I have to take my glasses off. Yeah, last one with the LUAC. They did approve us 4.0, but they didn't want to include parcel C in the adjustment. There was no basis in the code for disallowing that. I think the LUAC just wanted to acknowledge from the neighborhood that they were being heard. If there are any questions or comments from the commission, I'd be happy to respond.
Anybody have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, just the last comment that was made about the thumb and then referred to, we're focusing on the houses that we're developing. So on parcel B, is there more than one house that's being proposed?
No, just one house, and I've called that house basically an ADU plus. We let the applicant know that originally it was just a garage proposed there, but we let them know you have 3 legal parcels. You could, I wouldn't go crazy, but you could have an AD-ish sized house, and I believe we're looking at about 2,300 square feet with the garage, so modest for this neighborhood.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions. Clearly, this is an opportunity to allow conveyance of the parcel C with the building on it separately from the parcel B with more than one lot on it. So we get that. My question here is really about the easement. We don't have the easement language in front of us. What is allowed in that easement? How does that affect things like the area's fire control issues and those kinds of activities that people may be interested in? What is allowed and what is prohibited under the terms of the proposed easement?
I don't have the easement right in front of me or the AV equipment to bring it forward, but fuel control work is allowed, septic, running utilities, essentially structural development is what's prohibited in the easement area.
So that protects the habitat how?
The easement was originally just for 30% slope protection. We've recently agreed to expand it to include all the sensitive habitat on the property, and in that regards, it would prevent structural development in those areas. I will say that the county's standard conservation easements up and down the coast, including for habitat protection, do traditionally reserve out the ability to do utilities subject to permitting, to do fuel modification, fire prevention work, to respond to erosional risks, subject to permits, but that is a standard exception for all the county's conservation easements.
The answer is subject to permits.
Subject to permits, absolutely.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Jeffers.
Thank you.
Is there any further public comment on this item? I don't see anyone in the room. Is there anybody on Zoom? I saw a hand and then it went away. Yes, James Rosen. I went up and then it went down again. Mr. Rossen, I guess it would be pronounced. There we go. Clerk, we would like to recognize Mr. Rossen and give him the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Dr. James Rossen. I live at 169 Van Ness Way on Carmel Highlands. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I sought out Mr. Jeffers in June when I saw activity of just some construction on the property, just maintenance and such, and discovered and started cooperating with he and the construction people and participated in LUAC and such. But just a couple of points that you need to know as far as the commission. The main house they're proposing is 12,500 square feet on property A. Property B, I guess, is 2,300 square feet. Most of the neighbors will not see anything. We might see the corner of that. I wrote and proposed that you not allow any construction permanently on parcel C, because if Mr. Stafford with his Van Ness Properties is no longer alive or sells it, a future owner could do this. So I'm asking the commission to make this a permanent prohibition of any construction on parcel C. There had been a lot of confusion about what's called the hook or the corner, whether there's a scenic easement or not a scenic easement going up to the well. And I do appreciate the offer to restore that area that was supposed to be restored in the first place when the well was put there. I did say that my position on the Carmel Highlands Fire Board made it such that the inspector said, oh, we can't clear that property because it's in scenic easement. When we went to the LUAC, the day of the LUAC, we were told, no, that corner, that hook is not in scenic easement. Now Mr. Jeffers said he might put it back in scenic easement. We're just concerned with fire prevention on that. So most of the neighbors that were there certainly approved building the houses. It'll help our property values. Your questions about the septic are appropriate, and we'll let you and the health department deal with that. I was active in getting the sewer attached to the Carmel Highlands Fire Station after that system failed, so I'm totally familiar with how all that works. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Rossen. Thank you for those comments. Is there anybody else in the room? I'm not seeing any hands on Zoom. Do we have any email communications from the public?
Through the chair, we have no emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to invite the applicant forward if you'd like to respond to anything you've heard in public comment.
Angus Jeffers again. I would like to acknowledge we've been working with Dr. Rossen throughout this time. He's been an absolute gentleman. I understand he still has concerns, but we're still open to work with him, particularly in regards to construction-related impacts if the proposed homes are approved. And that, if we do end up donating a conservation easement over the thumb for charitable tax deduction purposes, we would absolutely want to make sure that fuel protection was reserved out. Thank you.
And let me just confirm for the record that in the existing easement, fuel reduction practices are in fact allowable?
Are allowable, subject to permitting, yeah.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back. Staff, do you have anything to add from what you've heard?
Through the chair, relating to the discussion about septic systems on that smaller buildable area, the easement language does allow for placement of septic systems as well as other utilities within the easement boundaries. And to the point of why that was not looked at through staff's analysis is because the county's coastal subdivision ordinance only allows review to be limited to zoning code and building code.
I would have to say that the ability to provide septic wastewater disposal is part of the building code. So at any rate, that is my understanding of that. So no, don't buy it. However, regardless, anybody else on the commission? I'm going to bring it back to the commission for further questions, comments. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Just one quick question, clarification. If the lots were left as is with no lot line adjustment, would that affect the buildability of lots A and B for the 12,500 square foot and 2,300 square foot proposed residences? Would those be like, well, we can't build them now because we didn't get the lot line adjustment, or does that not have any effect on those?
Except that it has no materialistic effect, except that the existing structures on parcel B would encroach into the proposed lot line adjustments, and that's why they're being proposed for demolition through this application rather through a redevelopment application. But redevelopment of both of the sites would not be precluded if the lot lines were to stay as is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts?
I just wanted to say I can't support this application as it's proposed for the sole reason, even with Mr. Jeffers' generous offer of, restricting the parcel C to a 1,200 square foot ADU comparable place, because we've seen it before. We've sat here, that lot will be sold. Somebody will come in and say, it's not reasonable to build a 1,200 square foot unit on this house. Everybody else has been entitled to a larger lot and whatever else. We see that all the time. And so it's my concern that we would create something that isn't enforceable and isn't likely probably to happen in a generation, maybe from now or whenever.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair, I have a question because the argument was made that there could be actually an ADU in this location by the, as part of adjusted parcel B, could be 1,200 square feet and would be approximately the same size of the home that adjusted parcel C would build in the future, if I heard it correctly. Same impact could happen to the neighbors, but if my understanding of the ADU ordinance is correct, or the Carmel area land use plan is correct, I thought in the Carmel Highlands there was a 40-acre minimum for an ADU.
Yes, through the chair. Our current code does state that there's a 40-acre minimum in Carmel. However, working with the California Coastal Commission, we have approved ADUs in the Carmel area land use plan on lots that were less than 40 acres, provided that they were able to meet the wastewater requirements to serve the ADU, both the ADU and the single-family dwelling, because they would share that utility.
And did you do that for ADUs that were over 800 square feet?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
And I think to further perhaps clarify, if the lot line adjustment were not to be approved and existing parcel B, you could have either a single-family dwelling, two single-family dwellings, or perhaps what was the acreage, it's 3. You could have 2 or 3 single-family dwellings on adjusted parcel B, or you could have a larger single-family dwelling on the larger portion outside of the easement on existing parcel B, and perhaps an ADU on the smaller existing parcel B. So that development potential in the same location would still be there. However, it would just be located on one lot instead of two separate lots.
Commissioner Daniels?
Just to be clear, in terms of what Commissioner Deal brought up before, that would only be possible, and I'm not saying that this is a reason that it shouldn't move forward, but it would require advanced treatment. You don't have the acreage for a standard septic tank to have 3 or 5 units on this property, because don't they all require 2 acres, for example, per tank for the nitrogen? I mean, I'm trying to understand how you would have that many units with standard septic on one property of that size.
Unfortunately, I don't have the technical expertise to answer that question. We did find that the Conservation Scenic Easement deed, as it reads today, allows for septic tanks to be located within easement areas. So if the 3-acre parcel was enough to support that, Environmental Health Bureau staff would be the correct staff to answer that question.
And again, that's not what we're here to discuss. I'm just wanting.
It would all, yes, it'd all
because
be
the lot line
theoretical.
adjustment creates the potential, which I think that my colleagues have addressed. So I just.
So a couple of comments from me as well. Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. You can't put a septic tank on a 30% slope. If the easement is there to protect the slope, that is not an area that would be appropriate for wastewater disposal in the normal sense of the word. So we need to be clear about what we're talking about. Yes, it may be allowable by the easement, but by the physical capacity of the place, it might not. Secondly, once you make that into a separate lot, isn't it entitled to ADUs and junior ADUs like any other dwelling that might be put up? So let's consider comparable development in that respect as well. I mean, again, assuming that there is adequate wastewater disposal for that. And while we are not considering the specifics of wastewater disposal, we are absolutely considering whether we're creating a buildable lot or not. Currently, Parcel C is not a buildable lot. So if we're making it buildable, that's one thing. If we are making a space for additional unbuildable, we're going to come back and somebody say, oh yeah, but now you're going to limit it. That might be a little bit more complicated. I have a note here that reminds me that Commissioner Work put his hand up on Zoom. Commissioner Work?
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious about the well. Is it for all 3 parcels?
Through the chair, the existing well only supplies water storage for fire suppression. The residential development is being supplied by California American Water.
Cal-Am? Okay. Commissioner Daniels?
I'm just curious how, if we're creating a new lot, then, so are we looking to the future Cal-Am potential for having a future without the cease and desist order? We would be able to add a meter to this site? Long-range planning, or under current conditions, is that possible?
I would have to defer to the applicant. I don't know if they could sell off credits from one parcel to the other. I wouldn't know.
Mr. Jeffers, would you like, you're poised to address that. I will open public comment for that purpose.
Thank you, Angus Jeffers again. I'd like to respond to those questions. One is, the thinking was always that at the base of the thumb, you would have room for conventional septic to serve a small, modest 1,200 square foot residence. And that with regards to water, that the well, which is currently being used to supply the cistern fire suppression storage, would be converted for potable water use for that small structure. I do feel, strongly that the existing development potential is that the thumb is good for an ADU. We would happily deed restrict it to those same specs, and that the deed restriction, we can draft it to make it nearly impossible or stupid for someone to come back and ask, you need to change this and make it, the history is right there. I would put this forward, though, for the Planning Commission. If the direction is to not support the adjustment to parcel C, though I think it's entirely consistent, I would ask them to consider approving the adjustment to parcels A and B, and so that the proposed houses can move forward, and the applicant can then, consider coming back for an amendment to address parcel C. So,
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Close public comment yet again one more time. And I have a note here saying that we have staff from Environmental Health available. Is there any clarity you can bring to us, whoever you are from Environmental Health?
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. This is Connor Cappy with Environmental Health, representing via Zoom. I was promoted to a panelist a little bit late in this hearing, so I kind of lost track of the questions that have been asked. But I am available to answer any specific questions on the proposed on-site wastewater treatment systems for parcel A and B.
Thank you. Anybody? Thank you. We're glad to know you're there. All right, I don't see any more questions from the commission. Seeing that, do we have any proposed action? Commissioner Roberts?
I would like to deny staff's recommendation as proposed, and I'll look to council to see if I should offer an alternate recommendation at this point, or we should go through a full vote on a denial.
I have to say, it is your choice as to how you would like to carve that up. You could make a motion that's alternative and allow the alternative motion to play out and then turn to denying the staff recommendation. You could also deny the staff recommendation first, make an alternative motion second. It sort of forecloses future opportunities when you take them in different orders, but it is within the discretion of the motion maker to choose that.
With that said, then I'd like to make an alternative motion to staff's recommendation and allow the lot line adjustment of parcels A and B, and without the consideration of parcel C. And I don't know if that's clear enough for staff to, I don't know really what that looks like, but.
Is there a second? Commissioner Mendoza is seconding that. Is there discussion? I don't see any discussion, and I, for some reason, can't see Commissioner Work's hand on my screen, so the clerk will have to help me make sure we don't miss him. That being the case, would you like to call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Shaw?
Wait a second. I think Commissioner Gonzalez got missed here.
Do we have to add any other pieces from the recommendation, or were those included? Because I thought I heard approving the line allotment of A and B and not C, but I'm not sure if we needed to add any other pieces from the recommendation or not. That's my question. So.
Okay, and again, if we don't have it in front of us and we're not comfortable with staff making it, we could continue it with direction to come back with the appropriate language too. That's another alternative. But the motion in front of us was, as Commissioner Roberts said, to grant the proposed lot line adjustment between A and B, but not with C, as I understood it.
That and
Commissioner Roberts, did I get that right?
That's correct, and with the demolition of the structures. And I'm looking at the maps, I think it looks pretty clear that there would just be a middle line adjustment on parcel A and B, and then no further boundary adjustment at the bottom of those. I think, I don't know if staff would agree.
Council has some
it could be done
comments.
that way.
Council, do you want to weigh in on that?
I just wanted to note that given that the recommendation does involve CEQA findings and some multi-part steps to approving the development permit, it may be appropriate to give staff the opportunity to prepare the appropriate language reflecting those findings. We wouldn't want to trip on some miscommunication between the dais and then a subsequent action by staff that wasn't consistent. So I'm looking at staff. I saw her nod her head with the understanding of what the request was. And I would just sort of suggest, provided that that motion is made with the understanding staff has, that it would require them to take appropriate steps to revise those CEQA recommendations and the other minutia that underlie it. I think we could proceed with the motion, but it would probably be best to come back either at a continued hearing or at the next meeting.
Then yes, I will revise that with an intent to approve. Is that the-
I think
An
perhaps
alternate
you're just
motion.
looking for a continuance to come back with a motion to, with a staff report, as you've described, perhaps? Does that make sense? Okay, I'm going to speak against the motion here, since there's nobody else, and say that I actually think that the additional conservation easement and the proposed voluntary restrictions on development give us a stronger protection than anything else we would be likely to do. So I can't support the motion. I couldn't support the motion as it was originally framed, but I will certainly take a look at it when it comes back. So the vote now, and a second, are you okay with the modification of a continuance for them to, staff to come back with findings? Commissioner Mendoza, I thought Commissioner Gonzalez. Okay, whoever was the second. Everybody okay with that? Are any further comments?
Through the chair,
Yes.
could staff clarify if we could return on a date certain?
Maker of the motion?
That would be fine with me.
Thank you, and I am going to rely on our clerk to identify the 28th. Okay. 28th? No, we wouldn't. So it would be February 28th.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second?
Yes.
Very well. So the motion is to continue this item to the February the 28th as recommended by staff in order to come back with a staff report supporting the motion, alternate motion language that we've heard here today. If that's clear enough as mud. All right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll so we can take the vote?
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Chair Deal,
No.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels, and Commissioner Getzelman and Commissioner Monsalve are absent. The motion passes.
So the motion carries. Thank you very much. So we have time check here. We have about 25 minutes, and take some direction from staff on this item that we were looking at earlier. What is the best suggestion mechanically for this? Because we need to break around 5 and come back at 5:30. I guess we could just continue this at that time.
The question is whether or not to go with Mercado?
We could, it might work if we were to do, let staff provide its presentation, open up for public comment, and then, and just technical clarifications. And then should we get to 5, then yes, break. And then we can reconvene at 5:30, the scheduled hearing time for the next item.
And then finish whatever was left for this one prior to going into the next one.
I believe that is acceptable. Yes, it's similar.
It's just a
as
break.
morning item going to the afternoon.
All right, let's do that. Okay, so let's move to agenda item number 5 and PLN 200251, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the name of the applicant. Staff, Mr. D'Angelo, Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's report on PLN 200251, MCATA LLC. Do I have presentation screen share? Or? Sorry about that.
Could you please share staff's presentation on the right? Thank you. It would be M. Kata. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, commissioners. I'll go right into it. Do I have to say next slide or?
It's not working.
It is.
Gosh, technology today is just stressing me out.
Me as well.
Let's see what we got cooking here. Oh, this isn't, let's try that one. Okay, well, for today, you say next slide, I'll take care of it. I did not know the mouse and keyboard was not working, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Let me get in there first.
Okay. Okay. So next slide. So the property is a vacant lot located at 3347 17 Mile Drive in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. The project was reviewed for conformance with this plan and its implementing regulations in the Monterey County Coastal Implementation Plan. The project consists of construction of a 7,442 square foot single-family residence, inclusive of a 598 square foot garage and a 518 square foot basement, and associated site improvements, including a permeable paver driveway, pool, and pool deck. Grading would consist of approximately 2,030 cubic yards of cut and 280 cubic yards of fill. The project also proposes development on slopes in excess of 30%, removal of 25 trees, and development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources. Next slide. So the aerial image on the left is the site with direct driveway access from 17 Mile Drive. The property has a significant amount of tree cover and it slopes upward northeast from the road. And on the right is the proposed site plan with the house kind of centrally located there. Next slide. The project would include 6,152 square feet of development on slopes in excess of 30% for the construction of the residence site improvements and driveway connection. Development on slopes in excess of 30% requires a coastal development permit, and to approve that permit, the Planning Commission must find that there is either no feasible alternative or that the proposed development better meets the goals, policies, and objectives of the local coastal program. In this case, there's no feasible alternative that would avoid slopes in excess of 30%. The light gray shaded areas on this plan are slopes in excess of 25%. The dark gray shaded areas are slopes in excess of 30%. And the orange areas are slopes that would be developed on for the project. Due to the slope nature of the site, there aren't any contiguous areas that are shallower slopes. Other than the existing driveway, which is being connected into for the project. Next slide. So the coastal implementation plan regulations in the Del Monte Forest require a coastal development permit for the removal of sensitive tree species or landmark trees. In this case, 25 trees are proposed for removal, 20 coast live oak and 5 Monterey pine, 2 of which are landmark trees. The coast live oak proposed for removal are the blue X's and the Monterey pine on the red one, or I'm sorry, the green ones. The darker green X's are the landmark trees, and the lighter green ones are non-landmark pine. The coastal implementation plan requires development to be sited and designed to minimize removal of trees, especially those that contribute to the visual character of the public viewshed. The project has been sited and designed to comply with this requirement. The first version of the project plans that were revised, and this is the revised design, required removal of 35 trees, which has now been reduced to 25 trees. The home has also been sited as far west as possible while meeting setback requirements, and With the red circles that are tree clusters that would be preserved, it couldn't be relocated north, south, or east without impacting other trees. Of the trees proposed for removal are within the construction footprint of the structure, except for the tree number 17 that's by the driveway. The arborist recommended removal of this tree. It's identified as unhealthy, and it would be unavoidably impacted by adjacent grading activities. The arborist recommended a replacement ratio of 23 coast live oak and 6 Monterey pine, and staff are recommending that that replacement ratio be incorporated as condition number 8. The retention of a large number of oak trees between the residence and 17 Mile Drive assists in screening it and subordinating it to the environment. The arborist report also included a number of best management practices for tree protection that I won't go into detail here, but staff are recommending that those be incorporated as condition number 9. There is a mistake in the draft resolution that was included in the agenda in finding number 7, evidence E, which is the last line on page 9 of the resolution, where it accidentally calls this condition number 8. So as part of our recommendation, we would want to correct that condition number. And next slide, please. So these are the south and the east elevation of the residence, as well as renderings looking up toward it, and then from the hillside looking back down. The residence has a modern design with rectilinear features and a large overhanging roof. Next slide. Colors and materials include smooth and split-face stone veneers, frameless glass, a mahogany ceiling overhang, and a bronze band with teak wood inserts that goes around the perimeter of the roof. And I've also included some other photos of different residences on 17 Mile Drive. The character of the area is low-density residential development with large lots and large single-family residences of a variety of styles, including Mediterranean Revival, ranch, and modernist residences, which are often heavily screened by vegetation. These are some of the more visible homes. The design of the home fits within this pattern of development, and the natural colors and materials also subordinate it to the surrounding environment as required by the Coastal Implementation Plan. The project was also referred to the Del Monte Forest Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval as proposed on April 15th, 2021. And next slide. Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan protects views to and from prominent viewing areas such as Point Lobos and the 17 Mile Drive corridor. The structure was flagged with poles and orange netting, and staff conducted a site visit on October 12th. The top left is a photo of us looking toward the site from 17 Mile Drive, and top right is kind of the reverse view looking from the site towards 17 Mile Drive. Directly below that is on 17 Mile Drive looking toward the ocean. And finally, on the left is from Point Lobos looking toward the site. As the residence would be heavily screened, and we couldn't identify the site from Point Lobos, and we couldn't see Point Lobos from the site, we concluded there wouldn't be any visual impacts to Point Lobos. Next slide. So Visual Resources Land Use Plan Policy 84 requires that a 100-foot setback from the center line of 17 Mile Drive to maintain an adequate buffer and protect beveled views along that visually sensitive corridor. The Planning Commission may allow an exception to this policy provided that new development is screened from view by existing vegetation or terrain, and that screening is required to be maintained or enhanced in perpetuity. In this case, the home complies with this requirement. The site improvements, including the pool deck and landscaping planner, do encroach into this 100-foot setback. However, in this case, there appears to be sufficient screening to allow that in this area. The improvements are low to the ground, and the existing dense tree cover between the project and 17 Mile Drive would screen them. To ensure that this vegetation is maintained or enhanced in perpetuity, staff are recommending conditions number 6 and 13. 6 would require a landscaping plan be prepared and that landscaping be installed and maintained. And condition 13 would require that the area that is within that 100-foot setback, except for the existing and approved development, be placed in a conservation and scenic easement. Next slide. Therefore, staff are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find the project categorically exempt from CEQA and approve a combined development permit consisting of the coastal administrative permit to allow the development and then the different coastal development permits for resource impacts, which is development on slopes, development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources, and removal of 25 trees. Next slide. And finally, amending that recommendation to include the correction to finding number 7 to state that the tree protection conditions are condition number 9, and then adding the county standard indemnification agreement condition and changing condition number 2, which is a notice of permit approval, to reflect the fact that there would be 15 conditions. And that concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you. I'm through the chair. I'm hoping you can go back to slide number 2, I think it was. And I'm just curious if there's any, like, maybe it's the next one. Yeah, I'm just curious what the history of this project is. It looks like there's a driveway that goes through the project, I'm assuming, to other locations. And what's the infrastructure right above?
So that is the adjacent property. The property owner owns both of these parcels, the one where the application is proposed and that one to the northeast where there's an existing single-family residence.
That's a home right above it.
Yes, that is a home.
Circular dot, okay. I was just curious if that was some infrastructure or something. Okay, and it says cattle guard, it looks like, on the driveway? I was just curious, the image and the document. That there's like, I was just curious if this was a lot intended to be developed or built, or if it was something else that now is developable. I was just curious.
I'm not sure the full history on the lot. I believe it was intended to be built and we issued an unconditional certificate of compliance for it. I'd have to look at the staff report to see when that was issued.
Those were just my initial questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Mendoza.
Yeah, the only question I have in reference to the driveway, since it serves both properties, is there an easement in case one of the properties was ever to be sold?
There is not an easement. We had considered that, but in this case, both of those properties have separate accesses. So the property to the south goes directly to 17-Mile Drive. The property to the north, which is on Riata Road, has its primary driveway access on Riata Road. So now it's a little bit of a funky situation where they have the two accesses.
It would probably be a really good idea to try to figure that out now, just for the future, if there isn't any problems.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I'm wondering why, considering its proximity to known cultural resources, there is not the requirement, the condition, under condition 3, to have a monitor on site during construction or grading.
So the proximity is related to the coastal development permit requirement. So when we see in our resource map that it's within 750 feet, we add that that permit requirement, and then we require an archaeological report, and then that archaeological report informs what kind of archaeological resource impacts there would potentially be or what conditions we would do. In this case, they did archival research and the phase 1 pedestrian reconnaissance, and they didn't identify any evidence of resources. So that was their recommendation.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions, seeing nobody else leaping forward. Number 1, can you show me the slope diagram again? All right. If there were not a pool and pool deck, how many feet of impact to protected slopes would there be?
I don't know, Commissioner. I could try and get a calculation.
I believe that our mission here is to minimize intrusion on the protected slopes, not simply to say that it's not binary, either there is or there isn't. We're supposed to go for the least possible. And I personally would like to know the impact of that additional, what I would call optional amenity in this particular location related to the protected resource. Can we move on to the tree diagram? I would ask the same question here with the tree diagram. We're supposed to minimize the impact to protected trees. How many trees are included in the optional, in my mind, pool and pool deck area, which are not part of a single-family residence entitlement?
So that would be 6 Coast Live Oak and 2 Monterey Pine, one of which would be a landmark tree.
Thank you. I just want to clarify those 2 points here. I would also like to remark that I'd like the lighting condition to address the potential for glare of all this glass, because one of the things we see in our view shed protections is that in the evening time in particular, or in the morning, we get an awful lot of glare off of large panes of glass. So I just like to put that into the equation. And then looking at the landscape plan, I think that's condition 7. The landscape plan requirement, I think that's 6. I don't see any outcomes. I mean, they're supposed to have a landscape plan. If we're depending upon that for screening, somewhere I would hope that that is covered, because just saying you have to have a plan doesn't explain what that plan is supposed to accomplish. So if that's somewhere else, I'd appreciate being directed there.
It isn't somewhere else within that condition or the resolution. We could certainly add additional language that speaks to the intent and outcomes of the landscaping to minimize visibility of the development along the sensitive 17-mile drive corridor.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Commissioner Gomez?
Commissioner Deal, I just wanted to say that I concur with the questions that you asked respecting the slope and the deck and the pool and the trees. I think that when we're providing exemptions to existing rules, we really need to justify those exemptions.
Thank you. I have a note here reminding me that Commissioner Work has his hand raised. Mr. Commissioner Work, please.
Yeah, same on the slope issue. I was curious what the parcels next door slope looks like. Is it very similar terrain, or is this kind of the steepest one along the drive there? I'm just curious what the neighbors look like, slope-wise.
Slope-wise, I would need to pull up Google imagery and then also my site visit photos to take a look at that.
Excellent. So are there further questions? Commissioner Shaw?
I was just reading this, thank you. And it was speaking to the slope and saying there's no other feasible alternative, but then it's saying that the only contiguous portions of the property that doesn't have slopes in excess of 30% is the existing driveway, which is being used as access for the site and the adjacent property. But if the adjacent property has a different entrance, why does that matter? Can't we just use that area that doesn't move stuff to where the slope is not, since you don't need to preserve that driveway to access the other piece of property? I guess what I'm asking is, was that scenario explored to use that portion that does work, since you don't have to preserve that access point for the other property?
It's a little bit coincidental because we didn't approach it from that analytical perspective, but I can bring up the original plan because I believe that it did have it up in that driveway area and it resulted in more tree removal. So I will pull that up.
Commissioner Roberts?
I think maybe you discussed this, but I'm reading about the 100-foot setback, and I don't see that we have to make an exception for the 100-foot setback. And I'm wondering if that's intentional. It looks like the pool and the deck are in the 100-foot setback, and I guess I'm looking for clarification on that.
So while Mr. Angelo is looking for the actual policy language, based on the square footages that are listed on the project plans, the total of the pool and hot tub area, the stairs, and the patio area, that total comes up to approximately 1,464 square feet.
Thank you. I guess where I'm going here is we're gonna break in just a moment, and perhaps if we get all the questions to staff, then that would allow them a little time to take a look at the answers. Any further questions we'd like to put on their list for doing while they're eating? No, but again, I'm just continuing myself to struggle with the statement that there's no feasible alternative to putting this pool and deck in the setback over a bunch of trees on a slope. I'm not getting that. And so the reasoning for that is a bit unavailable to me at the moment. I will hope that the applicant can address it. Yeah, Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. And I know you did explain why you're not having a tribal monitor on the construction site, but I do have an issue with that, having spoken at length with different tribal monitors, in that oftentimes construction companies don't know what they're seeing. So how can you mitigate something if you just don't know about it? Because it's not often you're just going to come across a skull and you know what it is. Sometimes these are, specifically shaped rocks. And so considering its proximity to significant archaeological resources, I would like to see a monitor be required during grading. I don't know if that's something reasonable to ask, but I'd like it to be on the record.
Thank you. If we're not putting forward any more questions at this time, I'm going to go ahead and recess the commission until 5:30 or thereabouts, when we will return and finish with this item, hopefully, and move on to item number 6.
Through the chair, just to quickly clarify, we are coming back with the calculation of the square footage of the pool deck, and the stairs within that setback, clarifying the 100-foot setback exception, and whether or not it is appropriate to add a requirement for a tribal monitor. Was there anything else?
I just am simply after where we've made exceptions and where the pool deck is part of that exception. I want to understand the comparison to that for the rest of the project. I mean, if that makes sense. It's like, what percentage of the slope what percentage of the trees? Is there anything else in the setback that would not be there? That's what I'm looking for. Okay? We stand recessed until 5:30 or thereabouts. Thank you, everybody. All right, I believe we are ready to reconvene this Planning Commission meeting. And I'm going to, at this point, turn it over to the clerk to call the roll to make sure we are good to go. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Shaw? She recused herself.
She's absent.
Oh, she's absent. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Work? Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels? Commissioner Work? He's absent. Let's see.
We have a quorum.
Okay.
We have a quorum. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our Planning Commission Secretary to provide some instructions about how to use Zoom at this point.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So tonight, for this evening, we will be using the services of a remote interpreter.
Esta noche vamos a utilizar los servicios de un intérprete remoto.
Once the simultaneous interpretation function is turned on, the only person who will hear the interpretation will be those who wish to use the interpretation services.
Una vez que se active el modo de interpretación simultáneo, solamente se va a escuchar en el idioma que se conectan en el canal.
To use the interpretation services, you will need to click on the interpretation icon that looks like a globe.
Para utilizar las funciones de interpretación, tendrán que presionar el icono de interpretación que parece el globo mundial.
If you are joining on a smartphone, you may find the language interpretation option under More.
Si están utilizando un teléfono inteligente, pueden encontrar esta opción bajo donde dice More.
Everyone must click on the interpretation icon to select your preferred language.
Todos tendrán que elegir el icono de interpretación para elegir el idioma.
Those wishing to use the interpretation service should click Spanish, which will be on the list of options.
Los que quieren utilizar la función de interpretación tienen que elegir el idioma de español, que será una de las opciones.
Once the simultaneous interpretation is turned on, you will hear us speaking English in the background at about 20% volume, and you will hear the interpreter at about 80% volume over that.
Una vez que se active el sistema de interpretación simultáneo, van a escuchar a nosotros como al 20% de volumen y la interpretación al 80%.
If you prefer to hear only the interpreter, there is an option to mute original audio right under where you select Spanish. Once the simultaneous interpretation is turned on, let the interpreter know if you have any trouble.
Si gusta solamente escuchar en el idioma, entonces puede poner en silencio el audio principal. Si tiene algún problema, puede dejarle saber al intérprete.
Everyone else on Zoom should click English by clicking on the globe at the bottom of the screen.
Todos los demás que participan a través de Zoom pueden elegir inglés que se ve en el icono del globo.
So we will enable interpretation services now. Please look for the globe in the Zoom. Is it okay?
Does everyone seem to be able to do that? Are we able to confirm that all of our systems are working insofar as we are able? Very well. I'm going to, again, start by asking the Secretary to review how to participate in the hearing on Zoom. Yes.
For the record, Commissioner Work has joined the meeting via Zoom. Commissioner Work, would you like to state why you are appearing via Zoom?
Yes, because of an illness, I'm on the mend, but I can't remember the AB number, and I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
That would be AB 2449, Just Cause.
As Mr. Work has previously stated. Thank you. Glad you're back.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, the instructions, please.
Yes. So as we reconvene here, on Zoom, only staff and committee members should have their videos turned on. Members of the public should have their video turned off unless presenting. This helps with bandwidth and reduce distractions. Staff will help monitor and turn off videos as needed. All meeting participants have the raise hand function at the bottom of the center of the screen, and attendees will be unmuted by staff when called upon by the chair. We do ask that you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. To mute yourself in the Zoom platform, there's a mute button at the bottom of the screen that looks like a microphone. You can press it and to mute and unmute. To mute yourself via mobile or landline telephone, press *6. To participate during public comment on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions at the bottom of the screen and clicking on the raise hand icon. If you are in person here and wish to speak, you may do so by filing out a speaker card or coming up to the podium during public comment period only. Please do not speak outside of the public comment period unless otherwise summoned by the chair. If summoned by the chair, please walk up to the podium if you're here in person. If you are on a mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing *9.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I would just like to follow up that clear explanation by saying all of that is absolutely accurate, and it is complicated because we do want to hear from you if you have something to say. If there's any problem with getting through to us, please see if you can do something to get our attention, and we will attempt to make sure you have a chance to participate. So we're going to resume this hearing, and we at this point need to finish up item number 5 on our agenda, which is PLN 200251, the MCATA LLC. And we left it off with, we had the commission ask for clarifications from staff, and staff was going to come back with any such clarifications that they had. So staff? Microphone?
Apologize for that. So I'm going to start off with sharing my screen on the question regarding the 100-foot setback from the center line of 17 Mile Drive. This is the exact policy text. It says, new development fronting shall maintain an adequate natural buffer to protect public views of, from, and along that corridor, and that it be maintained to screen new development unless otherwise screened by vegetation and/or terrain, in which case the setback may be reduced if the screening terrain vegetation is required to be maintained and/or enhanced in perpetuity for screening and public viewshed enhancement purposes. Then it goes on to say that direct driveway access to 17 Mile Drive should be avoided where possible. So how I read this is that it's to create an adequate open space and natural buffer to protect how it looks visually. And it applies to all development, not just structures, in the way that a zoning setback would. And then there are provisions within the policy to allow an exception if the development is going to be screened or the terrain would make it not visible.
Commissioner Roberts?
So is there something in our conditions that mention the in perpetuity part and how it's going to be maintained?
The in perpetuity part for the easement would be the conservation and scenic easement runs in the land with in perpetuity. We don't have that language in the landscaping condition, and we can add that in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Angelo, do you want to proceed?
Yes, I'm going to try and go through these one at a time, and then if I miss any at the end, feel free to ask again. In terms of tree removal related to the pool and the pool deck, let me pull up the other plan real quickly. So if the project was redesigned to remove or reduce the size of this pool and this pool deck, it would save 4 trees. This one here, these 2 here, and then this pine tree. It's not very easy to see on here. I'm going to try and zoom in. But this dashed line is the roof overhang for the main structure. So the removal of these 3 trees would still be required. So redesigning to remove that pool and pool deck would save 3 Coast Live Oak and 1 of the landmark Monterey pine trees.
Out of how many?
Sorry?
How many total?
Total of 4.
Total number being proposed for removal?
It would reduce the total number proposed for removal to be 21.
Thank you.
For the development on slopes, this is very approximate and imprecise, but we looked on the site plans and tried to scale them. It would be about 1,800 square feet of development on slopes.
Out of how much?
Out of, let me stop share.
It was like 6,000.
Out of 6,100, so 1,800 out of about 6,100, about a third the proposed development on slopes.
Thank you. Commissioners, did you, Mr. Gomez? Thank you.
And through the chair, if you would like, I have the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan policy, the Coastal Implementation Plan regulations, and the Title 20 regulations for development on slopes to show the findings that are required, if you wanted me to share.
I'd certainly like to see the findings.
Alex, would you mind sharing the HDMI, please? So what's shown on the screen here is policy 78 of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. So it states that development on slopes of 30% or more is prohibited unless such siting better addresses LUP objectives as a whole when compared to other possible siting alternatives on slopes less than 30% associated with projects and/or sites. So that by itself, we're looking at, is it better placed in terms of causing additional tree removal, or would an alternative create a visual impact or an environmental impact? So moving from the land use plan, the regulations specific to development in the land use plan, that is this highlighted text here that states that development on slopes or 30% more is prohibited unless such siting better addresses LUP objectives as a whole when compared to other possible siting alternatives on slopes less than 30% associated with projects and/or sites, which is similar language as policy 78. Now looking at Title 20, Section 64.230, subsection E1, this highlighted text here, this is where it specifies the findings that the Planning Commission in this case have to make in order to approve development on slopes of 30% or more. So one, the finding that there is no feasible alternative which would allow development to occur on slopes in less than 30% needs to be made. And two, that the proposed development better achieves the goals, policies, and objectives of the Monterey County Local Coastal Program than other development alternatives, which is consistent with the text in policy 78.
That completes it. Commissioner Daniels, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So just for clarification, the 1,800 square feet that you identified would be the reduction in building on slopes the 1,800 feet that you identified before, is that a reduction in the amount of square footage that would be on a slope if the pool deck was removed, or am I not following that part of the conversation?
That is correct.
Okay, and then I guess what I'm having trouble following in terms of what was just presented is that because the entire, and please keep this slide up that's here, pretty much the entire development is on a slope. And so since we cannot, there's no alternative to building on a slope on this site. So the application before us is for a 7,442 square foot house. So since we can't avoid it, it really could be any size. If it fits within all the other constraints in terms of setback, et cetera. Is that accurate?
Sort of. Through the chair, it's also weighing the other resource policies. So that's the tree removal, the visual impact. If they chose to push the development up against 17 Mile Drive to avoid the slope, is that you'd have to weigh the difference between visual impact
policy.
And, yeah.
The other question that was asked earlier, and I'm not sure if we had an answer for it, is are the homes in the vicinity all built on similar slopes? Or is this unique to this lot?
I apologize, Commissioner, I didn't do detailed research on that. The area itself is moderately sloped, but a lot of the homes have been graded flat over the several decades of development of Pebble Beach.
Commissioner Gomez?
The Commissioner Shaw asked earlier about why isn't the footprint, and I'm not sure if you addressed it earlier or you're going to come back with it. Why isn't the footprint of the development over the existing road, since there's access on the other? There's a separate access. Yeah, why isn't the construction over the existing road that functions as an alternative access? Because you indicated it had two different access points.
So why they're not building on the access road versus developing on
Where
slopes?
there's less slope, I think. I think the slope is less than 30% there.
So,
Sorry. That is not it either.
this was the previously proposed site plan from 2021, where it did include portions that are on the existing driveway. Only a small portion of the residence was on the driveway. Most of what was proposed was flat work along here. But this was redesigned because it would have required removal of additional trees.
And were some of those trees landmark trees, the additional?
I do not know.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions from the panel. I'm going to open this hearing to public comment and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward. Mr. Miller.
Hello, there we go. I'm the architect for the LLC, and I would like to address some of the issues that you brought up. You know, first of all, we all know it's a very difficult site. The entire thing's sloping. There's a lot of trees, and there's that existing road. So when we first looked at the site, the flattest part on the site with the least trees is where we put the house. And as staff mentioned earlier, we started trying to push the house more towards the south, but it took out too many trees, and it also caused larger retaining walls. So where the house is right now, it's the floor, or the lower floor of the house is somewhere like 20 feet lower or higher than the road, 17 Mile Drive, so it's really hard to see it. There's also a lot of trees between 17 Mile Drive and the house. So I think it'd be very difficult to see the house. So when it comes to the pool deck, because it seems like it fits within the exception, my client really wants to have a pool for their health, and they want to swim laps and that sort of thing. So they would really like to have that. And so it would save 4 trees, but the mitigation is significant. And we will be able to plant those trees other places on that site. So it seemed like a reasonable balance. We have been working on this for quite some time. You know, we're doing everything we can to make it work for my client and for the property. Of course, all the zoning regulations and everything else that goes with it. So also someone brought up glare. With all the trees that are between 17 Mile Drive and the house and the 20-foot difference in elevation, I don't think you'll really be seeing the glare. When you're up on that site, you can't see anywhere. because the canopies are right at the level of the house. So, they brought up the tribal monitor. The archaeologist analyzed the project and really didn't feel like it was necessary because it's on a hill. If it was on Carmel Point, of course, you would have to do that. People live close to the ocean or close to the river because that's where the food source was. So this is pretty far back, and they didn't feel like it was necessary. That's pretty much all I had, and if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Have you and your client had an opportunity to review the conditions, and are they acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant's representative? No, thank you, Mr. Miller. I guess I don't see any. Anybody from the public want to comment on this item? I see nobody in the room. I don't see any hands on Zoom. Any correspondence on the email?
There's no additional correspondence by email.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and assume that the applicant has nothing to respond to since no one said anything. Bring it back to staff in case you had an additional comment to make. Seeing shaking heads? No.
We don't have any additional comments.
Thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Commissioners. Commissioner Mendoza.
Yeah, the only comment I have on the condition of a tree replacement, could they be planted in the vicinity of where the other ones are going to be removed? In other words, so they can be additional screening? That way the house or what have you is not seen from 17 Mile Drive? If that's a possibility.
Other commissioners? My comment is that I can't see making exceptions of that magnitude for a pool and pool deck. I simply can't see any kind of finding that would indicate that is the minimal amount required for development on this lot. It doesn't seem reasonable. Now, obviously, this is a challenging lot. I would venture to guess that's why it's one of the last ones to be developed in this area. But I go back to my basic premise, which is that the design needs to respect the rules, and we shouldn't be making exceptions in the rules except where necessary. Personally, I understand the siting in the house to be perfectly reasonable in this neighborhood, but I cannot support it with the pool and pool deck addition of additional third of the development on slope for that reason. So that's just my general personal feeling about this project. At this point, I'm open to the commission for any kind of action you'd like to take. Comments, a motion, anything that occurs.
I just wanted to say that I concur with Commissioner Deal. I feel the same way.
Through the chair, I apologize for interjecting, but the applicant did indicate that they would be amenable to having the project continued to a date certain to explore looking at the pool and pool deck.
Did they now? That's interesting. Commissioners? I'd be prepared to entertain a motion to allow.
I'll move that we bring back this project to a date certain to give the applicant time to look at alternatives to the pool deck and pool in that area.
Is there a second? Commissioner Mendoza, it's been moved by Commissioner Gomez and seconded by Commissioner Mendoza that we continue this item to a date certain as suggested by staff to allow the consultation as discussed. Commissioner Roberts?
Can I just add, if the applicant, or maybe staff, if staff will consider, if some portion of the house is in the 100-foot setback, how that is memorialized in the in perpetuity part?
The maker of the motion and the second are okay with that?
I'm okay with that, yes.
Very well. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll for the vote, please?
To the chair, prior to roll call, could we clarify that that date certain would be April 10th, 2024?
You certainly could. I should have done that before. A date certain means a date. Is that acceptable to the It is. So we're continuing it to April 10th? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, now you can call the roll so that we can take our vote.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels. And for the records, Commissioners Shaw, Commissioner Monsalve, Commissioner Getzelman are absent. The motion carries.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We do have on our agenda at this point a department report, but I'm willing to table that or put it at the end of our agenda if it would better serve our meeting. Seeing no objection, we're going to do that. And so we will now move on to item number 6 on our agenda, which is PLN 200203, the Anthony Nicola Incorporated proposal. And staff, when you are ready, please take it away.
Thank you, Alex. All right, good evening, commissioners. Alex, please share my presentation using staff right. All right, we are discussing PLN 200203, Anthony Nicola Incorporated project for a special evening meeting. The project is located at 124 Gonda Street in the community of Pájaro in the North County Area Plan. The zoning is high-density residential with a 20 unit per acre maximum limit. The location is adjacent to the levee on the southern side of the Pájaro River. The project vicinity map that's on this slide shows that it's located within the Pájaro Community Plan area, which is indicated by the fuchsia dotted line, and that it is at the end of a dead-end street just off of San Juan Road. Adjacent land uses are residential and agricultural employee housing and the Pájaro River. The project brings much-needed agricultural employee housing to the area. The location is within a community area as discussed in the 2010 general plan as a priority growth area. Also, by applying a density bonus, the density bonus code, the project allows for more units of housing and 3 units of very low income housing. The neighborhood has shown resistance to a few large projects. The first scoping meeting for the EIR of the Miller Trust commercial project some years ago, just 2 lots over, was met with local public outcry. It is stalled now in the CEQA stage, and next door, the Rio Vista Group project faced strong scrutiny and still has opponents, although it was entitled by the county in 2022 and is under construction. When this project went to the Land Use Advisory Committee, many people attended and several spoke against the project. Staff listened to the public concerns and took them into account in the development of the initial study, but still there are a couple comment letters, and I think we have about 4 here on the dais for today's hearing that have come in since the initial study was developed, and there still is local opposition to the project. I just want to add in, there's a drop in there at the top, so the project itself is in yellow, and that we just dropped in the Rio Vista Group Agricultural Employee Housing Project in orange. This project includes demolition of an 850 square foot single family dwelling, 400 square foot shed, and its septic system, and construction of 2 3-story buildings for 34 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit with an office. That totals 36,200 square feet. This is on a 1.3 acre lot. 31 of the 2-bedroom units have 4 beds per bedroom planned for H2A housing for up to 250 agricultural workers. If you do the math, it's 248. There's 1 manager unit, and as I mentioned, a density bonus with 2 incentives. That brings the local community 3 very low income deed restricted units. I will go into the density bonus on a separate slide, But this project also includes a variance request for a less than 200-foot agricultural buffer. The site plan is shown here. Adequate setbacks are provided from property lines and the levee per Water Resources Agency's project review. The facility parking lot is shown here. It includes 56 spaces and a designated shuttle pickup and drop-off location. I wanted to share some of the facility design. We're looking at the proposed 3-story building, one of them, reaching 43 feet from average natural grade. The full project requires 1,000 cubic yards of soil to be moved. So what we're looking at here is the east elevation. All units will have access from balcony walkways, and the floors are connected by outdoor staircases. Shown here is the south elevation. Exterior materials are James Hardie siding, dual pane windows, and composition roof. The colors are warm neutrals as shown. Exterior lighting will be downlit and unobtrusive. The slide now shows a 3D rendering of the view of the project height as it's viewed from the driveway on Gonda Street. Amenities include the half-court striped for basketball in the parking lot, some outdoor seating and picnic areas, turf for outdoor sports and recreation, and construction is also including some sidewalk improvements on Gonda Street and some improvements on the intersection with San Juan Road, and those are conditions number 10 and 11 attached to the resolution. So these improvements are required as part of Title 21 High Density Residential Zoning District for any developments of more than 5 units. Moving on, here are some of the floor plans. So in the upper left corner, the letter A is the sketch of the laundry room and the rec room that would be shared by all of the H2A housing. And then there's also B below that for the residential manager office plan. And then typical floor plan units are C and D. So let's talk about the density bonus. Density bonus code is utilized by the development, and a finding is made in the resolution that the project meets density bonus criteria. The maximum number of units that would be allowed in HDR 20 zoning on this lot of 1.3 acres is 26. A maximum of 35% density bonus is provided by the inclusion of 9 more units. To qualify for the 35% density bonus, the developer could opt to restrict 3 very low income level units, 6 low income level units, or 11 moderate income level units within the development. Mr. Nicola opted to provide 3 very low income units to the community, and that's what's shown here on the chart to the side. That's 11% of the development is very low income. 2 concessions or incentives are allowed with a 35% density bonus, and in this case, the developer identified one for less on-site parking and the second for greater building height. So rather than the 78 parking spaces required by Title 21's parking code, the project will have 56 spaces. And rather than building to 35 feet from average natural grade required by HDR zoning district, the buildings will be 43 feet in height. So it was brought up in the Land Use Advisory Committee, some concern by our committee members about controlling for possible use transition. Staff has covered for this with 2 conditions of approval. So first off, just to clarify for the public that this is a use permit for agricultural employee housing, and they also have to get a county environmental health bureau permit for employee-sponsored housing that's maintained annually. And for anyone who's not used to planning permitting, if an owner proposes to convert use, they have to apply for amendment to that planning permit for that use. So first off, they would have to apply for an amendment if they were to convert this to standard housing. And at that time, it would be reanalyzed for impacts, and we would be looking again at traffic and parking and everything. Right now, we're just approving one project as it stands, which is as described already in the project description. The conditions that help regulate conversion of use are condition number 21 and condition number 22. So if, say, next year, the required levels needed to be met, they would follow the housing ordinance, and it would be 6% very low, 6% low, and 8% moderate would need to be met. And that is memorialized in a affordable housing agreement that has to be signed prior to construction permits with this. It would memorialize the current status of only having 3 units that aren't really required by the housing, inclusionary housing, but are connected to the density bonus. And then, and any changes happen, the agreement would kick in the requirements. And condition number 1 is to make sure that everyone at HCD knows if there's been a change of use, if for some reason new ownership and they don't realize that they need to let us know that they need to amend the permit, that they have to, a condition of approval for this project is they have to turn in their employer-sponsored housing permit that they get issued annually from EHB. They have to turn it into our department in HCD. Is that clear? We can come back to it. Originally, the height was proposed to be 41 feet for this project based on engineering to accommodate the potential for 100-year flood water surface elevation levels that are recognized by FEMA, or the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and their flood insurance rate maps. But recently released local flood elevation modeling data produced by Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency was adopted in the engineering design for this project in mid-2022. When the buildings are designed with finished floor elevations to exceed the estimated 100-year composite flood elevations provided by the PRFMA, which accounts for 100-year flooding scenarios with multiple levee overtopping scenarios, the height of the buildings increased by another 2 feet. Stormwater controls are proposed, and a draft stormwater control plan has been accepted by HCD staff. Conditions of approval 15 through 20 will ensure that the stormwater controls are installed and maintained for the maximum required on-site stormwater retention and long-term safety of the residents and the area. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to pop up there. This slide says, oh, that's strange. Oh, I see. These just were added because there were some comments from staff about the neighbors project. So I just wanted to point out that development has already started in this area in the aerial image. So you can see some ground movement on the neighboring project from Rio Vista. And you can also see that the county's drainage basin is being improved so that it can handle more flood in that area. And that's what both of those, the plan set is also showing. That's designed through the neighboring project for improving flood control in this area. There we go. So in the amendment to the project geotechnical report dated September 26, 2022, the geotechnical engineer stated that the risk for damaging liquefaction and/or differential compaction and settlement during a major seismic event is low, provided their recommendations are implemented. These recommendations will be incorporated in the construction level plans for development, and which those are reviewed and inspected by HCD staff. The location and nature of the facility is also a concern. People were concerned, particularly in the Land Use Advisory Committee meeting, about occupants during emergencies. As part of staff's response to that, there's an emergency action plan mitigation measure that's now required that they will design so that it will interface with the OES and have greater safety for anyone who's living there. So residential neighborhood is the location where it's going in. There is now another project that is an agricultural employee project, but this is zoned high-density residential, and it meets general plan policies having to do with housing, public safety, safety and circulation, North County 5.1, and which is maximizing groundwater recharge and minimizing runoff, and all of the land use policies. And it also meets AG 1.6, which is that farm worker housing projects shall be consistent with the nature of the surrounding land uses. There is one conflict with agricultural policy to be discussed on our next slide. And this has to do with the request for variance. Title 21, Section 2166.030 requires a 200-foot agricultural buffer from any adjacent property zoned farmland. Although the neighboring parcel is zoned farmland, it has ceased such operations. As I showed in that image with the aerial image, they're constructing some ag employee housing on the site. However, it remains in the zoning district and could start being agriculture again. So to overcome the conflict with the zoning code, the applicant applied for a variance to allow less than a 200-foot agricultural buffer. Findings related to variances are made. They mostly have to do with the shape and the size of the parcel that would not allow for a buffer of 200 feet. Other parcels surrounding the farmland parcel don't have agricultural buffers either. And finally, the high-density residential zoning district authorizes development to the property line, and the parking zoning ordinance requires a large amount of parking. The Agricultural Commissioner's Office would not accept a parking lot as an acceptable use within the agricultural buffer area either during some negotiations with that office. They said that it would have to be unoccupied and put into easement. So it is just not feasible for the proposed development to meet a variance for agricultural buffer to meet the zoning code. Traffic was analyzed in a traffic report for the subject project, and staff looked at other available data in assessing the potential for the project to negatively impact traffic and transportation. As a tertiary street, Gonda is able to handle 1,000 daily trips. With the existing residential uses and the proposed project, the daily trips would be well below 1,000. The width of the street is 26 feet. Parking is not allowed curbside. Therefore, 2 shuttles can pass on Gonda and enter and exit the traffic flows on San Juan Road without issue. The project's daily traffic trips are anticipated to be considerably less than standard apartments because many of the employees will not have individual vehicles and are more likely to rely on the provided bus and van pool service for transportation to and from work. For county thresholds related to levels of service, the traffic report found that all LOS would function better than threshold at all key intersections, even if the project were converted to a standard apartment complex. So that's worst case scenario. The project is sited in an area that is below the countywide average VMT, vehicle miles traveled. Conditions of approval numbers 6 and 7 have been added to require frontage improvements and payment of traffic fees, and therefore, with those applied, the project would have a less than significant impact on traffic. I'm just looking at the main roadway. In case you didn't know, that is Gonda Street there. And here we see the flow of traffic in and out. So water. The Pajaro service area is operated by Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District, which draws water from wells located in the Pajaro Valley groundwater basin. Pajaro Sunny Mesa CSD currently supplies the existing dwelling. Pajaro Sunny Mesa CSD has supplied a can and will serve letter that they have adequate groundwater supplies and water rights to serve the proposed development. No new wells will result from this project. The project is anticipated to increase on-site use by 11.53 acres per year. Cumulative conditions were taken into account when establishing significance criteria for the water supply analysis in the initial study. The project's water supply impact, when combined with the entitled Rio Vista Group project, as mentioned before, will not exceed the significance criteria of no net reduction in groundwater recharge or no substantial adverse change in in-stream flows in the Pajaro River. There is a state-recognized groundwater sustainability agency per the Groundwater Sustainability Act, or SGMA, and they have a groundwater sustainability plan which seeks to achieve long-term sustainability within the subbasin. The Nicola project can rely on the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency's projects, both underway and planned, that are intended to balance the groundwater basin to serve the development of residential uses in Pajaro. The agency has been consulted and has verified the project will not impact their basin management plan projects and objectives. In addition, agency staff stated that approximately half of the wastewater flows from the project is destined to be captured and recycled at the Watsonville wastewater treatment plant. The initial study concluded that the project is consistent with the 2010 General Plan Policy PS 3.1 through implementation of the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency's groundwater sustainability planning efforts. A long-term sustainable water supply and adequate water supply system finding is made in the resolution. I'm just going to quickly go through this. Draft mitigated negative declaration for PLN 200203 was prepared in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act. The document reflects the independent judgment of the county. All pertinent issues were analyzed in the mitigated negative dec, or MND. Potential significant impacts were identified and 10 mitigation measures were recommended. The MND describes conditions of approval that ensure less than significant impacts through application of county and state regulations as well. So one of the mitigation measures that I brought up, the emergency action plan. Another one is a sewer system assessment for hydrology, water quality, as well as utilities potential impacts. There's a cultural mitigation measure and a tribal cultural resources mitigation measure. They came forward through tribal cultural consultation. There are 6 biological mitigation measures to ensure avoidance of biological resources which were not identified on the project site, but still have a possibility of being in the area. 3 comments were received, and they are Exhibit E to the staff report. Staff found some of the comments would be best handled with responsive errata edits in the text of the initial study. Staff requested additional information from the project civil engineer to add clarification on one of the mitigation measures in order to best respond to a comment from the agent of the project. The responsive edits and the civil engineer's memorandum are in the red line version of the initial study, MND. And it's this version which staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt. The proposed project was reviewed by the Agricultural Advisory Committee, May 27, 2021. The committee recommended approval of the project and adopted a recommendation of support 7-0 with 5 absent and none abstaining. The design shows a proposed 7-foot tall security fence around the perimeter. The AAC recommended an 8-foot tall. The AAC recommended a 50-foot agricultural buffer easement, and instead the applicant is requesting variance. The project was brought before the North County Land Use Advisory Committee, June 1, 2022. Several members of the public attended, 3 spoke against the project, and we also had Spanish county contracted translator present. We had several comments in Spanish. Their concerns were mostly with public safety, the conditions of the neighborhood services, concerns for private views, and general dislike of the idea of a multi-story agricultural housing facility in the area. Committee members shared concerns with projects, the concern about converting to a standard apartment complex, which we discussed earlier with conditions being added to help address that. They asked that the traffic analysis need to take into account traffic on San Juan Road and the 2 projects together, and that is part of the initial study traffic assessment. The initial study did cumulative traffic. They also had one interesting suggestion about a looped driveway between the 2 projects, and Mr. Nicola did discuss that with the Ria Vista Group project. They weren't able to make that happen, and the other one is now entitled with a different design. So staff's recommendation is to, that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigative negative declaration, approve the project including the demolition of the existing single-family dwelling, and grant the use permit for the construction of this agricultural employee housing facility with 31 units to serve up to 250 workers, a manager unit, and 3 very low income level inclusionary housing units, and grant the variance to allow less than 200-foot agricultural buffer. Staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt the conditions of approval and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan with its 24 conditions and 10 mitigation measures. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions. We also have other staff on hand.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Roberts.
Okay, I'll start with what I think is the easy one first. If I understand correctly, the bonus density requires 3 or is proposing 3 very low units, and those are available to the public, correct? Those outside of the farm worker housing.
Correct.
And then kind of as a follow-up to that, or have we seen that in any of the other projects similar to this? Or is this the first time?
Through the chair, Anna Kinga, I am not aware of any other from H2A housing with a density bonus for typical residential.
Okay. And then for the kind of the one that I'm really struggling with is, I think that you said that the Ag Commissioner doesn't support this project as proposed without, because it does not have the 100-foot buffer. Is that correct?
The Agricultural Advisory Committee reviewed the project, and at the time, Rio Vista was not entitled, and they said they wanted to see a 50-foot buffer between the two land uses.
Okay, I saw that. That was my second part of that question, but I think in the findings, it refers to the Ag Commissioner's office and talks about the 100-foot buffer as well. That's the...
How do I describe? At the time that this project was in reviews, we did discuss the project with the Agricultural Commissioner's office, and they wanted to see the zoning district be, the zoning district code be met to the letter.
Okay, so the Ag Commissioner's office would like to see a 100-foot buffer, and the Ag Advisory Committee itself would like to see at least a 50-foot buffer.
The Commissioner's office calls for the code to be read directly, which is a 200-foot buffer.
200. And we're not even meeting the Advisory Committee's 50-foot buffer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yeah, I believe part of that buffer question, following up on that, there was also that other project that was adjacent to it that was being built at the time. And so therefore, they were asking for that 200-foot buffer, but yet the property adjacent to it will never be able to be farmed again because there's actually H2 housing there now. So it's got houses on both sides of it.
If I could follow up on that. I think I understand that also, but I guess then the question is, but I don't think I don't think that's still 200 feet. I think that's the point of the Ag Commissioner's office, is that even with that housing in between, it's still not 200 feet from the fields. Is that true?
Through the chair, the width of the lot, the subject lot, is about 220 feet wide. So it would prevent their ability to develop the lot if they had a 200-foot buffer.
But I guess the question, going back, with the development that is currently being built now, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Daniels, did you have your hand up?
Yes. I was hoping you could put the aerial up of the, it was the first one that had popped up on the screen.
Alex, can you share staff's presentation again? Thank you. Click, click, click. It's not clicking. Not clicking. Keyboard's not working. There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess I could just talk it through what I was that image would work too.
Here we go.
Okay, great. So I had a similar question. And my question is that the area that's being developed, that's Rio Vista to the right, is that the ag mitigation that's required is from the properties that are to the right of that, correct? Or is there other ag land around it that needs to be mitigated?
Through the chair, sorry if it wasn't clear, but it is the Rio Vista property that is zoned farmland. And although they are developing an agricultural employee housing project on it, they did not change the zoning because they're allowed to do that development on farmland. So
I got that. I'm just wondering, is that the only farmland? Is all the farmland to the right? Is there any other farmland that I'm looking at that I'm just missing that needs to be mitigated?
No.
Okay, and then do you believe from your experience with Rio Vista that that is more than 200 feet, that property itself, even though it's zoned farmland? Is there a buffer of 200 feet or more that exists, or is that if Gonda is, or Nicola is 200 feet across, it's probably over 200 feet? Even though it's the farmland we're trying to mitigate. I get that. I'm curious more about pesticide drift and things like that. I mean, the rationale behind the buffer. Is that met?
So through the chair, there is no opportunity with the development of Rio Vista going in as it is for there to be a drift of pesticides onto the Nicola project. There's more than 200 feet from any agriculture. I just want to clarify that the zoning requirement that is for a 200-foot buffer, it doesn't necessarily say it has to be on one property or the other. So it could be balanced between two neighboring lots, and that has happened apparently in the past. So that was part of our negotiation, is considering if Rio Vista would maybe give us a little bit of the 100 feet or some kind of effort toward a buffer. But now that we're coming to this hearing 2024, Rio Vista was entitled in 2022. It's kind of a moot thing, but we are doing maybe a cleanup, if you will, to make sure that if we are not complying to the letter with something that's in a zoning district, that we apply a variance for that.
Okay. And then I have a couple other questions. When we were talking in the presentation, when you were talking about that this use permit is for H2A housing, and if there was any change in use, they would have to come back. Is there any sort of penalty if someone were to change the occupancy and started renting these units out as apartments?
They would have to apply for an amendment to their use permit because this is being permitted as agricultural housing facility.
But it's on the applicant, the county, I'm just curious, when you were describing it, and it made perfect sense, I was just curious if there was any enforcement of that. It's just a violation of their permit. They have to come in and change their permit, which is a big deal. I'm not saying it's not.
That is a code violation.
Okay.
And we attempt to give a opportunity for us to make sure that we would catch it, because if you look at condition number 22, it says prior to issuance, okay, so it's at the bottom of the first paragraph, they're required to activate their affordable housing agreement for total inclusionary that's required by our code for this location if they either let us know that they're going to convert, and then we'll do the amendment permit, or we don't get their employee-sponsored housing permit delivered within 45 days of its issuance. So that's when county staff are triggered to reach out to whomever is owning and running it at the time and request that they amend the permit.
So through the chair, it's actually not as easy to, it's not just a simple change in going from H2A to apartments. There would be the affordable housing requirement that would also be triggered. Is it 20% of those units need to be affordable? Not
6-8 is what we have.
It would be that they'd be required to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Yeah.
As well as the parking.
Whatever the inclusionary housing is at the time.
Got it, okay. And then,
Can I follow up on that for
yeah,
a second?
please.
I'm a little confused. They got a bunch of density bonuses. So doesn't that place them outside of the regular inclusionary housing ordinance if they were to convert?
They are, and that's why there's a finding that they don't have to comply with inclusionary housing as proposed.
But in the case of a conversion, would that suddenly go away? And we now back to the 20% or whatever pitiful amount we have now?
The condition 2021 anticipates that, and in the third paragraph of the condition, it says the applicant will receive credit against the affordable and inclusionary housing requirements for the 3 very low income units already restricted by the conditions. So the 3 would be included.
I got that. That wasn't my question. Go ahead, Commissioner Daniels.
Well, just to follow up, that 3 would not be included, but they would be, that the 3 would be included, but they would be required to comply with the actual inclusionary housing ordinance in that case? Or is there anything written in the conditions that states otherwise?
They would have to comply, and sorry, Chair Deal, if I didn't answer perfectly,
That's okay. I think Mr. Marshall has his hand up.
I think
Zoom.
that
Perhaps he
Darby
can
can
help us with this? Mr. Marshall.
Through the chair, this is a very complicated situation. So if this were a traditional multifamily development, we would apply the inclusionary housing ordinance, and they would have to provide a total of 2 moderate, 2 low, and 3 very low income units. Because they've got the density bonus, in order to do that, we have concentrated the affordable units at the very low income level to get them the concession and the density bonus that they've requested. Those units have to be affordable and occupied year round. And then if they changed use, they would have to provide the balance of the affordable units, the other 2 low and 2 moderate income units that the project would have originally required. Does that answer your question?
I think it answers the question. It doesn't entirely assuage the concern, because it appears to me that because of the makeup of this project, it has been certainly looked at favorably because of its ability to provide low-income housing for farm workers, and transferring it to anything else besides that at all seems confusing to me. Commissioner Daniels?
So to follow up on that, let's see. Actually, I have one new question. So if anyone wants to follow up on that part, they can go. I can ask my new question.
Commissioner Gomez?
The density bonus, is that based on state law? Because it seems like we're getting farm worker housing, right? But if it were all affordable, if it was a regular project, we would be getting more units that are affordable. Instead of 3, we would get 7. So is there an answer to that, I guess?
Yes. So through the chair, if I may. So this is, you're correct that we would get the 7 affordable units. However, under the county's inclusionary housing ordinance, this type of project is exempt from affordability requirements. Farm worker housing is specifically exempted from having to provide affordable units. It's, I guess, because we assume that they are by their nature affordable. So even though this is providing 33 units of farm worker housing, it is also providing 3 permanent affordable units that we would get either way because of the density bonus. They have to give us at least 3 units to comply with the density bonus of state law.
And kind of related to that question, is this the traffic mitigation study take into account that at least the 3 units would have year-round occupancy. And secondly, the kind of related but unrelated is we're talking about farm worker housing. We know where those farm workers are going to work?
Through the chair, Exhibit J from our county engineer, HCD traffic engineer, does discuss trips generated by the 3 inclusionary housing units versus the trips produced by the H2A housing project. And the traffic study that was utilized for the analysis in the initial study looked at worst case scenario. So it was assuming that it was already built out as a full apartment complex and had already transferred, which is a little difficult for continuity of this message, that that's not the project that we're analyzing. That just was looked at as worst case scenario.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
And to follow up on a couple of items, I'm not sure if Commissioner Gomez asked a question, but going to ask it again, like the farm workers that are going to live in this area, where are they going to work? Are they going to work in the within a 10-mile radius? Because one of the other projects that was built or is being built, they said they would take farm workers, either Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City. So this particular development are the farm workers that are going to be, or the H2A workers, gonna be working within certain areas, or is it gonna be all the way to South County or North County, or, I mean, beyond that?
Through the chair, initially when I discussed this project with the applicant, Mr. Nicola, it sounded like it would be in the greater Monterey County area. But the agent's letter, as a comment on the initial study, actually requested that it be more generalized to the greater area. So maybe when they are invited to comment, they can clarify more.
And to follow up on the 3 very low income housing, and I heard you say that it was going to be open to the public. Is it going to be open to the public, or because I visited one of the those developments in Spreckles, and I saw individuals that were doing, like, when the H2A workers were not there, they were doing cleanup work or whatever that was. So are the 3 units going to be for those individuals to clean up whatever they have to do, or for workers that are going to be fixing up whatever they need to be fixed? Or is it open to other farm workers that live in the community, or is it workers that are there to provide services, fixing up whatever needs to be fixed up?
Through the chair, if I may. So there is already an on-site manager who is responsible for taking care of the general property maintenance issues. So these 3 units would be available to any household living in the community, whether they're farm workers or they're fishermen, or any household that is income qualified that desires to live in Pajaro would be eligible for these units. And they would not be required to work on property maintenance of the apartments.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess you said a fishery, or maybe I'm assuming forestry. Are those considered maybe farm worker housing? I'm not sure.
So these 3 units are separate and apart from the farm worker housing. They are just affordable housing. If you were to think of a Chispa project where any income qualified household can move in, these units are the same way. So There is no obligation that they be employed in any one industry or occupation.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer, did you want to weigh in?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the time has passed, but I was hoping to clarify some of this. There is a agricultural employee housing project that, given the zoning district density calculations, would be allowed to have 26 units. In order to qualify for density bonus under state law and our local zoning regulations that implement state law for density bonuses and incentives, they would need to provide a certain percentage of those base units for very low, or moderate income units, just to qualify for the density bonus to end up at 35 units total. So they are proposing 35 units, which requires the density bonus. In order to qualify for the density bonus, they have to provide affordable housing, a certain percentage of it, to get that 35% density bonus. At that percentage, they also qualify for 2 incentives under the density bonus law. So the proposal is to build a 35-unit multifamily complex. 30 of those units, no, one of them is manager unit, but other than the 3 units we're talking about, they will all be theoretically occupied by agricultural employees. An agricultural business contracting for the housing to put their employees in these units, often seasonally, not permanently. And those other 3 units have to then be deed restricted as affordable housing units in order for them to qualify for the density bonus to get to 35 and the 2 incentives that are being requested, which are for parking and height. So it's all part of one project. 3 income restricted units that are not tied to agricultural employee housing, 1 manager unit that is tied to the agricultural housing, and the rest would be agricultural employee housing units.
Thank you. So let me just ask really quickly. So the 3 income restricted units would be available to people who are on the waiting list for the county? How are they going to be allocated? So these would be like any other income restricted applicant for the county of Monterey who wanted to live in that area would be eligible, and the list would apply. So it's not entirely at the decision of the property owner and manager, right?
No,
Is that
right? They would be income qualified through our housing program.
so? It's anybody who comes in who's income qualified who they want to have. It's not like on our waiting list.
I think we verify that they're income qualified to live there, but they ultimately allow a tenant to be there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Daniels?
Craig,
Okay.
just to clarify, so the county does not maintain a rental waiting list. We do require developers who have affordable units to develop a marketing plan that we review to make sure that it is consistent with fair housing law. And then they go out, follow the plan, identify tenants, pay us a fee to income qualify them, and then they're allowed to enter into a lease with the folks that we have income qualified. That's the way the process has worked.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. So I just have some questions to try to help me understand the scenario here and the situation. And I think the first question I have is, I remember this from Rio Vista, but it's unlike any of the others that we have seen in the time that I've been on the commission, where generally speaking, it has been ag employers who have come in and brought projects for their workforce. So this is a project instead that ag employers would be able to contract with the housing that's available here for their employers. So it'll be many different potentially employers or farms in terms of where folks will be going to. Is that accurate? Or could all be one? I mean, that's possible, but there's like a leasing agreement versus what we've seen most recently.
Through the chair, yes, I believe this would be through a leasing agreement.
Okay. And then have we seen any of the other housing projects that have come forward, farm worker housing projects that have taken advantage of this density bonus opportunity? This is the first time.
Not to my knowledge. We have more experienced county planners here, but I think this is unusual in that it is designed on high-density residential zoned area
Okay,
versus in an agriculturally zoned area.
got it.
This is actually
Mr. Marshall would like to weigh in on that.
This is actually the first project that I'm aware of in the county in at least 25 years that has requested the density bonus. So there's a learning curve for everybody, but.
Understood. So to follow up through the chair, the need in the county is for farm worker housing, but we hear about H2A housing and that there is a need for H2A housing, and that's been the focus of a lot of these projects. And that would be what, for myself speaking as a commissioner, I'd be inclined to support a project that addresses this need. The other need, I would think, is for farm worker housing that is folks that live here. There's also a housing crisis for folks who are residents of the community who also need housing. Where I'm having trouble is that if this were to switch to the other form of housing, we are facilitating the development of this housing project because of this need, but that secondary new housing, whether it's multifamily housing that's just for rent with the 20%, wouldn't necessarily then be addressing either of these concerns. And it would just be housing, which we also need housing. But it's got me asking questions. And I guess the question that I have is, if H2A is needed as desperately as I believe it is, could there be a condition for this project that it's H2A housing? And I guess you could answer that by saying, in the future, we might not need H2A housing. And so they would come back and change their use or change their permit. So I guess what's not sitting well with me is that process and whether or not we will get the level of affordable housing that's needed. And the application is really written about the need for H2A, or the staff report, this need for H2A housing, yet it could so easily be transferred, it seems like. So, I mean, even the traffic study was done to address, as you said, the multifamily potential, the build-out potential for this. I'm speaking in circles at this point, so I don't think I've asked you anything that you need to answer at this point, in case you're following along.
I would say that Mr. Spencer has his hand up, and he put it up during your comments. Perhaps he's got an answer to a question you didn't ask.
Okay, and let me ask one more question that's actually a real question, because he might want to answer that as well. There are some pictures on the dais, and I believe it's Gonda Street, and I think it was the same as the aerial, where you actually do see cars parked on the street. So are those cars that are in violation of the rules on Gonda Street? Is there no sidewalk, curbside parking, or is there curbside parking?
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Spencer before, and then we'll come back to parking. Mr. Spencer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in order to qualify for the density bonus, the applicant would be deed restricting 3 units for long-term. Those very low income, three units would be deed restricted long-term. If for whatever reason the use were to change, it would require a subsequent permit. So right now we're considering approving an H2A employee housing project with 3 very low income units that are deed restricted. Those deed restrictions wouldn't go away. We would have to decide and likely would give them the credit for those very low income units meeting their housing inclusionary housing obligations in some future theoretical permit that converts this to market rate rental housing. We would apply those other categories that are required, but they would still have the 3 very low income units, still the same number of units overall. So they'd still the same density bonus and incentives would still be available in that scenario, as long as those haven't changed whenever that happens. I don't know about the parking, so maybe I'll pass that off to Mary or someone from our Public Works if they're here to answer that part of it.
Ms. Israel, do you know the answer to that?
Yes. One of the errata edits that was done in the initial study was in response to a comment on the initial study that had to do with the illegal parking on the roadside. And they were saying we can't put this project in because there's so many people illegally parking on the roadside there. It's red curbed. People are not supposed to park there. It is basically something that needs to be dealt with through reporting. And we'd made an errata edit on page 74 of your the initial study that's attached for your review. In the existing traffic network, we added in a note that says, even though it is prohibited, there has been parking observed on the curb along Gonda Street. This is an enforcement issue rather than a CEQA issue, and the county is looking into it. So I also shared an aerial photo taken from Google Earth that was earlier, where I've dropped in those orange arrows. There's almost no cars on it at that instance when the Google Earth photo was taken. So it's sometimes some people are breaking the law there and sometimes people aren't. I think once the project, if the project is entitled and they have their emergency action plan in place, they will be quite diligent to making sure that they call in when people are parking illegally and there's any kind of danger to the shuttles making their way up and down the street.
I had a hand up here from Mr. Fernandez on the panel, but I think it went down again. Mr. Fernandez, did you have a comment?
Good evening, Chair. I was just going to clarify that Chapter 1228.010 in the Monterey County Code classifies Gonda Street as a no parking zone for its entirety. So just for the record, 12.28.010.
Thank you. So the answer is they're not supposed to be anybody parked there. Okay. Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area. I grew up in Watsima and Pajaro. That area just tells you the need, right? The density and the need. It doesn't solve the problem. That people are gonna have to park somewhere. Typically, it's worse in the mornings before people go to work, and at night when people come home from work. But that's an ongoing problem in that neighborhood. I had two questions. One relates to the density bonus. If we weren't to adopt this and not accept the density bonus and go with just a typical H2A project, what would they be able to do with it, with this property? That's my first question. The second question relates to what improvements are we going to see on San Juan Road, if we see any improvements on San Juan Road?
Thinking fast on my feet through the chair, I think they would have to, without the density bonus, they would be stuck with their roughly 56 parking spaces, and that would reduce the number of units that could be in the projects. It would probably take it down by a floor or something.
I think height and parking are the two things that were the incentive variances. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there would be fewer units, the building would be shorter, and there would be more parking places. Is that right?
Yes. They meet the criteria for density bonus, so it's not like it's an entitlement that they're asking for. I just want to clarify.
Through Ms. Barrett.
They meet it as a part of the project.
Yeah, just for clarification, they would be, if not getting the density bonus, they would be required to meet the zoning code, so the parking would align with the number of units that would be a part of that package permitted.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Not the other part about San Juan Road, but a portion of it.
We'll wait for that. What improvements are expected on San Juan Road?
I'd like to ask Armando to speak to that.
Mr. Fernandez, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you had a chance to review the traffic study, but the traffic assessment did not identify any potential impacts to the intersection of Gonda and San Juan Road or any of the other 3 intersections that were analyzed. And therefore, the project does not have any impacts, and there are no mitigations anticipated to be implemented by the project. So there are no proposed improvements for San Juan Road.
Commissioner Gomez?
I just wanted to ask a follow-up. We know that there's an issue on Gonda already with parking, right? And you see it in the pictures that were sent to us. I'm not sure. I know that what the rules are, but what are we going to do to address those needs in those neighborhoods, if anything? Aside from saying that it's not allowed.
Mr. Fernandez, you're welcome to respond if you happen to know.
Yeah, I don't know, but the community has the opportunity to create a request for service to Public Works, and they can do a further analysis to determine whether or not there's a possibility to at least provide parking on one side of the streets, which is possibly the only thing that I can think of at this point. But that requires a separate process, and the community can go through a Public Works request service, and they can follow up with that.
Thank you. Did Commissioner Daniels, did you have something you wanted to put in here?
I was just curious on that front about the need for parking on Gonda Street. And maybe we're looking at it right now in the images that were given for public comment. But I even seem to remember when visiting the site last time on Susan Street that there was even one resident that was renting out his yard for parking or her yard for parking. So I'm just curious if this project impacts that ability and makes the parking even worse, or if that space is still available that people are renting. Ticketing doesn't seem like the right solution. There's clearly a need for parking.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to follow up on the density bonus. And I guess since it qualifies for the density bonus, they would have 3 very low income apartments. And then Mr. Spencer mentioned that in order to qualify for the density bonus, you would have to have multi-unit family apartments, I believe. That's what Mr. Spencer said. Can you tell me what multi-unit family apartments is defined in the state law or code? Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gomez. When I refer to multifamily, I'm talking about apartments. There are not a single family dwelling, but there are multiple families living in one kind of connected structure. And that's usually referring to apartments or condominiums. So when it comes to the density bonus and incentives law, the state mandates that local governments provide a density bonus when a developer proposes a housing development and they agree to provide a certain percentage of those units they're proposing at levels that are affordable. It's a sliding scale depending on the level of affordability. So you would need to provide a lower percentage of very low income units as part of your overall development to get the higher percentage of density bonus, which means you can end up with more units than you are zoned for. That's the bonus on the density. And when you provide at least 10% of the total units you're proposing at very low income, you also qualify for 2 incentives on top of the density bonus. Incentives are things that the developer requests that help make the project more financially feasible. And there are certain things that are listed as these are the types of incentives that could be requested. And then there are specific findings that would need to be made in order not to grant those permits. And that would be that there's specific health and safety impacts, that it's not in compliance with state law, state or federal law. And I believe there's one other, it's not in front of me right now. But we're required to consider we're required to grant the density bonus, and we would have to make certain findings to deny the requested incentives. Oh, now I'm remembering what the third one was, that it wouldn't actually make the project more financially feasible. So this is a multifamily building where there are multiple doors, multiple units where multiple people will be living. And 3 of those units will be long-term tenants. That those 3 would be at very low income. That percentage of units at very low income qualifies them for a 35% density bonus and 2 incentives under the density bonus and incentive law. That might have been too much, but I hope that answered your question.
Well, not actually. Well, to some degree, and you mentioned again multifamily units, and I guess I'm trying to get to the word family, if it's a multifamily unit, because from what I understand, these units or the H-2A workers that come are normally individual, whether they're male or female, and not necessarily family. So what I'm trying to figure out is, or for you to tell me, yes, that's allowed, or it's just to play with works, or does family mean family with a couple, or maybe just a couple, or a couple and kids? So I'm stuck in the word family, and you mentioned it again, family units.
That it was not a term of science that I was using in this particular case. This is employer-sponsored housing plus 3 units for family housing. Family does have a definition. It's a very broad definition. It involves people living together, whether they're related or unrelated. So technically under that definition, it could still be a multi-family housing unit, but I didn't mean to specifically reference anything to do with what the occupancy of those units will look like outside of what we've been discussing here. I simply meant that there are multiple units in a building where different tenants will be residing. And that makes it multiple units in the proposed development, in an housing development.
I'm going to break in here with the indulgence of the commission. I know Mr. Marshall has his hand up, and I'll go there in a second. What I'd like to do is, after Mr. Marshall speaks, I know we'll have more opportunity for our questions later. I'd really like to provide an opportunity for the applicant and anybody who's attending to speak tonight, since it is an evening meeting, especially for that purpose. So after Mr. Marshall, if there's no objection, I'd like to go ahead and take the applicant's presentation and public comment, and then come back to continue the exploration of the project. If that's seeing no objection on the dais, Mr. Work is nodding his head, I think. Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Craig was saying. One of the things about this project is they are essentially building 36 apartments, and it's how they're going to occupy them. In RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Assessment terms, we get to count each one of those doors. Each one of those doors represents a household. It just so happens that in the H2A units, you're going to have a household of up to 8 unrelated people as opposed to a more traditional nuclear family.
Thank you. I think that is as clear as it's likely to get in the next little while. If I could, can we go on through, or do we need 5 minutes, or can we press through? Okay, with that being the case, I'd like to open public comment and invite the applicant to come up and make the presentation they would like to make at this point in time. Welcome.
Good evening. We had a PowerPoint. I don't know if that made it to the powers that be, but if you could please put that up, it'd be very helpful.
Alex, please share the applicant presentation.
We are at the mercy of our technical experts.
I understand.
It's the one at the top. It's the one at the top. Got it. It's good.
Here we go. All right, well, it made it up there. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Deal and members of the commission. I'm Cody Phillips from Lombardo and Associates. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the project, Anthony Nicola. Next slide, please. I say next slide, right? I don't have the ability to, okay. Thank you. As Mary explained in her presentation, and we just went through a lot of this stuff, so I'll skip over or go through quickly the things that have been already touched on. But as Mary explained, the project is zoned high-density residential, and the proposed ag housing project is allowed in this zone with a use permit, which is before you now. And I would just take this moment to be extra clear about the conversation that was just being had about the potential conversion of use. The applicant understands that to move forward with such a conversion would require a subsequent use permit. We'd come back here and we'd be having this same conversation and talking about all the potential impacts from such a conversion. So what's before us today is the ag housing project, and these, which includes the 3 very low housing income units. The project does provide 100% affordable housing in the sense that we have 31 units, which are ag units, the 3 very low housing units, and the on-site manager unit, which will be employed by the tenant. As Darby just mentioned, those units will all go towards the county's RHNA numbers. And we have been talking about the fact that the project also utilizes the density bonus law, which is it's government code section 65915 is the government code section that's then codified here in the in county code. It's section 21.65.050. And Mr. Spencer just walked through the findings that would need to be made to deny such a bonus, including making a specific finding of a specific adverse impact to public health or safety, which is not present here. Next slide, please. Just quickly, as you can see in this timeline, Mr. Nicola has been working with staff on the project since he submitted the application 3 years ago in 2021 in order to provide ag housing in this location. And that included the lengthy preparation and eventual circulation of the environmental document, the MND, the circulation and preparation of which took about 18 months. Next slide, please. And here's the site plan. You can see there's the Rio Vista project location to the east. That is now under construction. We've got obviously the the neighborhood to the south and the levee to the north. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of the project next door, which is currently under construction. Similar design that we saw in the staff report from Mary. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the project is, I have a reminder here telling me that's probably why it's cutting out, sorry. As I mentioned, the project is utilizing this density bonus in state law, which entitles the project to the 9 additional units and the 2 incentives due to the provision of the 11% of base units, that's 2.6, rounding up, that's 3 units, being accounted for as very low income units. The 2 incentives that have been incorporated into the project are the reduction in parking and the increase in the allowed height. And those are requested to allow the project to be constructed on this irregularly sized and relatively narrow sized parcel, and to elevate the project above the flood elevation by the required amount required by county code and FEMA, and to reflect the reduced parking needs of an H2A project. Next slide, please. Some questions regarding traffic were raised by the public as part of the public review process of the environmental document, particularly with respect to the parking issue that we were just talking about on Gonda Street. And as Armando mentioned, the traffic report indicated that there were no impacts caused by traffic as a result of the project. And that's importantly because with an H2A project, which is required by federal law, the employers have to provide transportation to and from the work site for the employees. That means there will not be the typical number of trips per unit per day that you would see in a typical multifamily project, or multi-unit project, I should say. This also means that fewer vehicles will be located on site because the employees will not be, they won't have their own vehicles. So the requested reduction in parking is appropriate for that reason. As for those parking issues, with respect to the parking that occurs on Gonda, as we looked at and Armando clarified, in the county code, Gonda is designated as a no parking zone. And there's another condition of approval, condition 11, which requires, just in terms of traffic improvements, it requires the refreshing of the intersection. There's, I think, there's some safety improvements there at the intersection between San Juan and Gonda, which will be refreshed. And that includes refreshing some of the red curbing along Gonda. Next slide, please. Additional questions from members of the public have come up regarding the water, long-term water supply and the sewer capacity. Will-serve letters have been issued from both the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Water District for water and from Pajaro County Sanitation District for the sewer. As shown on this slide here, and as Mary mentioned, about half of the wastewater will be returned to the aquifer for replenishment. Next slide, please. The applicant is, however, requesting a modification to condition 34. Condition 34, as it's currently written, would require the applicant to study the entire sanitation district service area and scope by way of CCTV the entirety of the line, or could be read to mean that you're having to scope the line from the project site all the way back to the plant. And we have some correspondence from Tom Moss in Public Works, who, and we'll show those emails in a minute on the screen, saying that the developer should only be responsible for ensuring that the wastewater produced from the site can be conveyed to the existing line on San Juan Road. And that furthermore, Public Works had recently scoped the stretch there on Gonda and had determined that no further improvements were required. And the reason that we're requesting this change is that this goes back to the Nolan-Dolan proportionality test, those Supreme Court cases, Nolan versus Coastal Commission and Dolan versus City of Teagard, which made clear that the burden of a permit condition needs to be roughly proportional to the impacts caused by the project. In this case, requiring the applicant to undertake a system-wide study and potentially repair or improve the entire system is clearly not proportionate to the relatively small amount of wastewater being produced by the project. So we would therefore respectfully request that the commission modify condition number 34 to provide that if it's required by Pajaro County Sanitation District, that the CCTV inspection and any repairs or improvements that are deemed necessary be limited to Gonda Street from the property line to the intersection there at San Juan. Next slide, please. This would be one of the emails from Mr. Moss saying there that the repairs should be focused on the Gonda Street sewer lines and manholes. And next slide, please. This would be confirmation that they recently looked at some of the manholes and that they had done an inspection of Gonda and didn't determine that any improvements were necessary. Next slide, please. The project, as Mary had indicated, also includes this 200-foot variance for the agricultural buffer from the nearby farmland. And the only reason that it was being imposed, as we talked about, is because the property next door is zoned F. And the intent of the ag buffer is to create a barrier between agricultural uses and residential uses. Here, the property next door is now being constructed for an H2A project, and those concerns are no longer present because that property will be used as an H2A project indefinitely. Next slide, please. This is a letter from the Farm Bureau of Monterey County supporting the project and indicating that the project goes a long way to addressing the critical shortage of farm worker housing that's currently present in the county. And as Mary mentioned, in 2021, the project was unanimously approved by the Ag Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. So well, before I hit this, there was one comment that came in before we came in here, which suggested that the subject site is subject to flooding. And while the property is located in the floodplain, the project has been designed pursuant to the requirements of the county code and FEMA regulations to extend and raise the finished floor elevation for the project 1 foot above the flood elevation. So it will be taken essentially out of the floodplain. Mr. Nicola is eager to move this 100% affordable project forward and bring this nearly 3-year process to a close. And we respectfully request that the Planning Commission follow staff's recommendation and approve the project, with the exception of that condition 34 language being modified to state that if required by the sanitation district, the scoping and repairs and improvements will be limited to the line on Gonda Street. We also have Mr. Nicola here today, the owner, who would like to say a few words. Thank you very much. And we're available for questions, of course.
Thanks. Thank you. My name is Anthony Nicola. I'm the developer behind the project. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for being here on the evening of Valentine's Day. I'm sure everyone would have things they would rather be doing. I'd like to thank my Lombardo team especially Mr. Dale Ellis, who I believe most of you know. He's an expert in this field, and that is clearly reflected in this project. I'd like to thank Craig Spencer and my planner, Mary Israel, for all of their hard work throughout the entire life cycle of this project. We all have certainly had our disagreements. However, the result of that friction is that we are presenting to you, the commission, tonight an impeccably immaculate, in my opinion, product that reflects positive change and desperately needed housing for the community and the county at large. My team and this staff have done a superb job in fine-tuning this PLN so we can all collectively and confidently stand behind it together. This project has been intentionally assembled in an undeniable fashion. It adheres to the goals and visions of the county, the general plan, the stipulations of the Pajaro community area, the zoning ordinance, the farm worker housing study and action plan for the Salinas and Pajaro valleys. And most importantly, it satisfies what the state is requiring municipalities like ours to produce. I can confidently say, in my humble opinion, it is 100% in line step with the Housing Accountability Act. Commissioners, thank you again, and I ask that you adopt the mitigated negative declaration tonight, and I'm open for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So right now, at this point, I'd like to move to anyone in the public who would like to comment on this project. My screen has gone blank. Okay. So in the room, we have Mr. Robert Call, is that correct? Would you like to come forward and take the floor? We'll have 3 minutes for that.
I just came here to provide some awareness and information on the Gonda Street area. And I used to take care of that lot that's in question. I'd disc it and mow it and make sure the ditch was clean. I don't know if you all folks know that there's a water line easement along one side of the property. The other side has a ditch with the pipeline that goes through the levee. And if the flapper valve is open on the riverside and the water comes up, water comes in and flows in that ditch, essentially, and then it could go down on the street. I don't know. I didn't look at the plan, so I don't know if that's addressed. If you put, and the storm drain system is designed to go down Gonda Street, east on San Juan Road, down Susan Street to the pump station and retention pond. The county doesn't even know this half the time.
Make sure you're close to the microphone so we can all hear.
When the apartments across the street from this property flooded, county came and put a pump and directed it to the wrong way. Should have went down Gonda Street because they didn't know where the storm drain system actually works. But I'm more concerned about parking, and I provided you with some pictures. And this is an everyday occurrence. This is not, just once in a while. It's all the time. I have a duplex on Gonda Street that I have to, try to get people off the sidewalk. And if you try to put parking on one side of the street, what good's that going to do? They're already parking on both sides of the street. It's just going to put them, they're parking on top of the curb on the sidewalk. And if you put parking on one side of the street, they're going to come off the curb, reduce the area that you can come up and down the street. And fire engines won't make it. I tried to walk down the street to the river the other day to see how many homeless were living down there. And I had to walk down the street, even on the sidewalk. So this is my concern, and I provided some pictures. No parking. It's red on both sides of the street. It's a county ordinance. And when you come to the intersection of Gonda and San Juan, that's a red zone for the whole block. And then park on the corner, and it creates a very bad traffic hazard, trying to pull out on the San Juan Road. When I was young, actually I got it painted red. Went to the county supervisor with some pictures of oncoming traffic. And, you know, you couldn't see them coming if there was cars parked there. So my concern is the traffic. I guess I'm overdue. The roadway has not been maintained for years.
You do need to wrap it up.
I'm just concerned that what you enact on paper and allow isn't always what happens, because there's no enforcement, you know. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this matter? Not very many people here, so I don't see any hands up. Failing that, I'm going to go and look at Zoom, where I also do not currently see any hands up. Nobody sees any hands up. Have we any comments on our email address?
We do not have any emails in the inbox.
We're worried that people couldn't raise their hands if they wished to do so, and I'm supposed to give instructions, and I'm not sure what they are, so I'm not going to do that. I'm hoping that the Secretary's excellent earlier instructions would help you out. But I don't see any hands on Zoom. One last check in the room. Is there applicant like to respond to the public comment that we have received in any way?
Very much for the opportunity. I would just mention that this project won't generate any additional traffic or any additional parking, I should say, on the street. There's no street parking generated by the project. And that, as we mentioned earlier, the Gonda Street is identified as a no parking zone in the county code. So it is an enforcement issue. But thank you very much.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to staff. If you'd like to respond to anything you've heard during the comment.
Yes, staff would like to bring your attention to the red line initial study that is attached to the staff report. I could share screen if
that would be wise.
In Zoom. Okay. Okay, Alex, or whoever's back there, thank you. Okay, so the section that I wanted to bring your attention to is the utilities and service systems section. So staff did this analysis based on documentation that was made available by the project applicant, one of which was letters from the Pajaro County Sanitation District. And that is discussed in the discussion section. And then when the mitigation measure was initially written, this whole first section came out of information that came from staff in the Pajaro County Sanitation District, letters that were provided by the applicant. They did write a letter of a comment letter on the circulated draft initial study and requested that this mitigation measure be honed so that it could not be interpreted. You see how any was crossed out, not be interpreted as something too broad. I don't think that that was the Pajaro County Sanitation District staff idea, was for it to be the entire system, but staff at HCD took that into account and said, well, if we're going to limit down the scope of this mitigation measure to something that's more refined, then we're going to need some kind of documentation to back that up. So staff requested that the applicant provide a memorandum from the civil engineers that worked on the project to guide exactly where the sewer system should be given in this assessment. That was provided and it's attached, and so that's a big part of why we have a red line initial study. There's an attachment at the back of the initial study, which is a memorandum from the project. Andrew Sturbins, which is with Schaff, he's with Schaff and Wheeler, and that's the project's civil engineer. that clarified exactly where in the system this would require to have the sewer system be assessed. That memorandum is dated October 27th, 2023, so that came in after circulation. We made this post-circulation edit for the applicant and found that it didn't require recirculation because it's just refining and clarifying the locations. And then when you scroll to the end of, I'm not going to make you watch me scroll, but all the way to the end of the initial study, it is attached. So staff is a little taken aback to have emails from other staff in Public Works presented as reason for this to be further changed, like immediately prior to the hearing. And if the Planning Commission wants to refine the mitigation monitoring action to say something along the lines of cause a study to be made of the Pajaro County Sanitation District sewer system by qualified professionals pursuant to attachment A and the guidance of the Pajaro Community Sanitation District, staff would embrace that as an edit, but I don't think further edits would be called for. This is a mitigation measure, and we can't just on the fly edit them. Thank you.
So just to clarify, condition 34 is text from is taken directly from the mitigation monitoring action, and it has, I assume, the other parts of every condition, which is who's going to do it when? Can we see condition 34, which is really more to the point?
This is condition 34, mitigation measure util 1 is condition 34 on the
Put
project.
it on the condition matrix that shows, or the condition that shows me whose responsibility it is. The mitigation measure in the initial study is not what's in that's not per se the whole story for us. Thank you. Because that we have in our section of who's going to do it when.
Through the chair, I just did want to share the reason that I was showing it in the track changes to show that there was already an update to this condition.
All right, so we can take that for further examination, and we understand that the applicant has made that point. Are there any further questions? Commissioner Gomez?
The applicant's representative kept on referring to this project being 100% affordable. Is it 100% affordable under federal guidelines and definitions of affordable housing projects?
Yes, Ms. Moretti, you want to address that? I can't see anybody else.
So it's not, so when we as the county refer to affordable housing, we're talking specifically to those defined codes of very low, low, moderate, below market rate. This farm worker housing projects that are occupied 9 months out of the year, actually, we have been able to count toward our regional housing needs assessment. So they don't qualify as deed restricted affordable housing units, but they actually do count towards our affordable housing requirements under RENA, if that helps.
But it doesn't meet the federal definition of affordable housing.
So I'm not familiar with the federal definition. It does not qualify as affordable units per county code, but and perhaps Darby can clarify a little bit farther if I'm misspeaking, but the residents who are there, because they're farm worker housing, the reason that we can count them for as low income is based on their the sort of typical wages for that employment. And I will let Darby Marshall respond a little bit clearer because I'm not specifically familiar with the federal definitions exactly.
Mr. Marshall, are you there? I can't see at the moment.
Yes, I am, through the chair. I'm not familiar with the federal definition of affordable housing. What I can say is typical deed restricted affordable housing comes with some kind of state or federal money. And in this case, we have 100% developer financed constructing housing that, as Melanie said, will probably be affordable based on the typical income for a field worker. But no, I'm not familiar with a federal definition of affordable housing. I'll have to go chase that down.
The reason why I asked about federal law, because HOA is a federal law, and we're talking about federal regulations here when we're talking about HOA housing. A follow-up question relates to another point that the applicant's representative made. He mentioned that APAC approved this project. I thought they denied it. The Agricultural Advisory Committee?
First off, let's just make it clear that they support a project or recommend approval. They don't actually make a decision. So just be absolutely dead clear on that point. But I believe, Ms. Ezreal, you could speak to that. I think it was, 5-0 with 7 missing or 7-0 with 5 missing, one of those kind of things in favor. I forget.
There was an approval with recommended changes at the AAC.
What were the recommended changes again?
They recommended at the time a buffer easement of 50 feet. And like I said, this is back in May 21, 2020. This is in May 21, 2021. So it was before the neighboring project on farmland zoning district was entitled. And they also recommended a taller fence, 1 foot taller fence. I'm not sure why.
And have those recommendations, that recommendation been incorporated? Not that I understand it. We don't know?
I don't believe that a taller fence came in it was still the same.
Thank you.
7-foot fence.
Commissioner Gomez?
The other, the Pajaro County Sanitation District I think is a county-run district. And I know they have some challenges. I know the county had to pitch in several $1 million a few years ago to keep it going. I know that and I don't know how that relates to this project, but I'm assuming there's some issues with the actual sanitation district and the funding of the district that I don't know if this will help or hurt it.
Okay. Other commissioners? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. Just try to clarify a couple of things. I believe that with a density bonus, you would be able to have, 35 units or 36 units? And without the density bonus, I thought when there was a presentation that it would be knocked down by about 9 units. Was that correct? And so that would bring it down to what, to about 26 total units, more or less? +1, -1?
Through the chair. So
Yeah.
would that be?
I think Mr. Spencer wants to talk. Alex, can you fix my screen so I can Zoom again?
Through the chair, since the planner is sharing her screen on Zoom, that's why we can't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Spencer?
Oh, I was speaking out loud there, well, unmuted. My only thing was I was just saying yes to Commissioner Gomez. 26 units is what is allowed without the density bonus. With the density bonus at 35%, 35 units would be allowed.
To Commissioner Gonzalez.
Commissioner Gonzalez. But
And if I may follow up.
Yes, please.
And so the other exception or so would be in terms of the height of the building from about, I think it was 43 ±2 feet to 36 feet. In terms of the height of the building, is that correct? It'd be about 9 feet less or so?
A question for staff, I think?
Sorry, we are mathing over here.
More or less about.
I apologize, Commissioner Gonzalez. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, the question was, with the other exception, when it moved from 36, from density bonus, it would move from 36 more or less height to about a 43-foot height, more or less, plus or minus 8 feet. So if that were the case, without the density bonus, would you still be able to create a 3-story building or not?
So without the density bonus, they would only be allowed to have a maximum of 26 units. So they may not need to have the full 3 stories in order to have that many units. They could also change the pitch of the roof should they need an extra story. It just all kind of depends on the design. And then relative to the parking spaces, if they had 26 units and 4 beds in each unit, that would be 104 workers. Our parking regulations requires 1 space for every 4 beds, which would then require 26 parking spaces, so they would be able to fit the amount of parking.
Okay, thank you.
They want 8 beds.
Thank you. Commissioner Mendoza?
Yeah, the only question I have in reference to safety, I know there's only one way in, one way out, and Gonda's a one-way street for say. How was that addressed? And did all the appropriate authorities sign off on it or make any recommendations that would benefit them?
Yeah, the project was reviewed by fire and by the Public Works Department, as well as our HCD Engineering Services. This initially came in as a development review committee project. So, and the way that format is, it's intensive review and remarks on redesign and additional information. So there had not been a concern with the one way out during that phase or during the project completeness review.
If I could just piggyback on that, in the recent floods of last year, was this site evacuated, and would it be evacuated if a similar situation were to occur today?
I'm going to let the owner respond to that. Thank you.
This location, oddly enough, is one of the highest points in Pajaro. So it never took on any water during, what was it, the last year's atmospheric rivers when the levee broke. My tenant, while there was a blanket evacuation, I believe, for all of Pajaro, regardless, she didn't evacuate. And I don't believe the water got past halfway up Gonda during that event. I think during 95, 97, the apartment across the street flooded, but this property didn't. And where the existing single-family home sits currently is in the lowest part of the property, and it was remodeled, or I did the remodel, and had to bring the foundation up to FEMA requirements, obviously, and the finished floor up to FEMA. And the water didn't get anywhere near it.
So my question has to do with evacuation and evacuation orders with additional people. In the event that this building were occupied, would we have anticipated that those people would shelter in place, or that they would have been directed to evacuate?
That's a good question. I'm not sure who directs the evacuation.
The sheriffs did, and they asked for all that area to be evacuated.
I hope, I don't know the answer to that, but we're working without an opportunity to view the emergency plan, which is so critical in a situation like this, where we're bringing additional people in. In part, my concern would then be if people are going to be directed to shelter in place and Gonda Street floods, then they're isolated. And so I just wanted to clarify how those kinds of emergencies, which are not theoretical anymore, would be managed in a situation of this sort. So appreciate your boots on the ground observation, and that is important. But I also need to know from staff as well how we're looking at this in review, because I would like to hear the sheriff and the emergency management folks weigh in on however we're going to provide the emergency plan for this, and for that matter, for the Rio Vista proposal that we didn't ever get a chance to hear that from. In light of our current experience, I mean, it's not the first time the Pajaro has flooded.
If I might add to that too, just, I don't know if everyone, all the commissioners are aware that Pajaro, sorry, not Pajaro, Gonda is not technically a dead-end street. It drives up onto the road on top of the levee. It is a locked gate. I believe only county vehicles have access to that lock, but that is how my tenant and other members of the end of Gonda Street were able to go to the grocery store during the floods. They walk out.
Thank you, that's helpful. Commissioner Roberts?
I thought also to piggyback on that same kind of questioning, I'm curious with the pictures that were provided, if that's Gonda Street where all the cars are parked, and that's the one way in and one way out, I'm wondering if the county, I'm hoping that the county had access to this information, that cars are parking there routinely, whether it's red or not, because it looks like probably out of necessity. I mean, it seems like a hazard. And if that really is a one way in and one way out, I don't know. While the project isn't adding parking to this Gonda Street, they are adding traffic and buses in and out, presumably busing employees. And that's of concern to me. And so I'm curious to know if staff had an opportunity to consider that, or, safety had an opportunity to consider that.
And if I could just actually weigh in there, it's one of the questions I had as well, which is, my understanding of CEQA analysis is that we analyze the current conditions, not what we wish the current conditions were. So whatever it is what we're supposed to be analyzing. And we've had significant testimony here today that the current condition involves parking on Gonda Street. So I'm interested in how our analysis treated that.
Okay. First question that I heard from the chair was, is the OES involved in the review of an emergency access plan? And condition 32 includes the mitigation measure public one. And yes, as the mitigation monitoring action as designed, the prior to issuance of building permit, the owner applicant submits to HC Planning and the Office of Emergency Services their emergency action plan for review and approval. So the approval has to come from OES as well, and they must show that it's integrated with their system. So that's by design. Second question, in the evidence L of finding one, I held forth for some time about the capacity of Gonda Street to support this project, even with the parking on both sides of the street. And I'll just quote from that a little bit here. It's on page 10 of the resolution. Gonda Street is 20 feet wide from curb to curb. Parking is prohibited on the side of the street. Gonda Street can accommodate 2 school buses, which are the largest shuttle used for H2A worker transport, having an exterior width of 9.5 feet when including the side mirrors. They can pass without issue. Staff notes that illegal parking on Gonda Street is common, where parked cars on both sides could take up to 14 feet of the street width. It is possible that only one bus could pass at a time in the remaining 12-foot width. Should 2 buses pass on Gonda Street where cars are illegally parked on both sides, one bus must pull over to allow the oncoming bus to pass, and et cetera. So yes, we did contemplate that, and I believe that was contemplated as well with the Rio Vistas when they returned after multiple hearings. The question about CEQA, did you get an answer from counsel?
Counsel is very informative, and I'll ask him to elucidate, because there's a recent case that really bears on this.
Sure, I was just trying to share that the idea behind CEQA does not necessarily encapsulate the responsibility on the developer to address illegal occurrences and events. There's a case out of Santa Barbara that I was discussing with the chair where the county wanted to develop a parking lot at the end of a popular roadway up in a very wealthy neighborhood where they didn't want as many people visiting. They had placed illegal encroachments in the roadway. And when the county went out to take action to address that, they were sued under CEQA, alleging that, this is something you have to address. The point in that case and the holding of the case isn't directly on point here, but the theme is that the baseline, if you will, does not include the illegal conditions that are outside the control of necessarily these individuals. It is, if there is continuous parking violations, that should be reported and dealt with in like the normal and ordinary course of agency business or enforcement. And that's an appropriate action. It's not necessarily appropriate to hold somebody accountable for the illegal actions of somebody else as they're following all of the rules themselves.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
Can I ask a follow-up question to that then? And so then in our decision-making process, is it our responsibility to consider what is actually happening and or the reality that this, to me in this example, doesn't, based on what we've heard, doesn't seem like it's a one-time occurrence. It seems like out of necessity, this is where people have to park. And so then as a county responsibility, I guess from the county side, what is our responsibility in addressing that with regard to considering another project?
And I think you can fall back on some different, less specific concerns or findings that are permitted for this agency to address, but identifying a specific issue, specifically the illegal actions of other people, I don't think that can be the way that it's inscribed. There might be a more generalized way to address safety and health issues, but still I think the point being that if there are violations, those should be reported, and ostensibly enforcement activity should occur so that that doesn't become a problem in the future. And, one of the thoughts I had, although this is way out of left field, was seeing the two projects side by side. I was curious whether the parking lots had any connectivity, whether there's a locked access gate. But oftentimes when you have neighboring projects like this and you have Susan Street and Gonda Street, which aren't connected, to the extent that it's possible to make a fire road connectivity between those two to connect them so that if Gonda flooded, people could go across and go down Susan Street only in an emergency. Those are things that I don't know if the fire department looked at that, but those are the types of things that when I heard questions about access, we don't have the plans in front of us. That'd be something to think about as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Other commissioners? If not, I'm looking for Commissioner Work, who's in there. His hand is up. Yes. Commissioner Work, please go. I think you're frozen, but maybe you're there. Commissioner Work. I can't hear you.
I'm coming. Sorry. I was just curious. You said 9 months, and then there'd be 3 months vacancy, I'm assuming, for the workers. Do you have a ballpark rough idea of what those 3 months are?
Staff, is there anything, first off, I would just qualify, there's practice, and then is there any limitation in the project description to that? So I think the question is, when do we expect that those months are?
H2A housing, go ahead, please.
You can't invite the applicant up on your own call. I'd be happy to do it, but that's not something you get to do. Please, Mr.
Typically, they would be gone, for 3 to 4 months out of the year. December, January, February would be the range.
Thank you. And my follow-up question is that memorialized in any place in the application, or is that just either it occurs or it doesn't, or what?
We do have the approximate months that it would be occupied put down and it in the resolution.
And that is, is that optional? Do we decide that is the application, would the proposal mean that they did that, or that they could do that, or if they chose to have people there more of the year, what happens? How are we treating that?
Staff is treating H2A housing regulation under the federal regulations. So for them to get their H2A housing, they have to meet the requirements that have lengths of time for the visa holders to be on site. And that was, apologies, that's why looked back at Anthony Nicola because he provided a large document as part of his application submittal that went through all the regulations at state level and at federal level, and it discussed that.
Forgive my ignorance, but I understand that the persons holding these permits, these visas, have limitations. I'm talking about the limitations on the occupancy of the buildings. You can put one person in, you can put another person in, there's no timing attached to it. We're doing all our analysis, assuming that those units will be occupied 9 months of the year, and I don't see how we are, in fact, ensuring that that occurs. It's not related to how long a visa holder can be there. It's how long can they be, how often can those units be occupied from our side? Maybe suppose they decide to raise water lilies in the flood. I don't know. They have the right to do that. Commissioner Mendoza, did you have a piece of that?
Yes, I do. In reference to agriculture, it is a year-long thing. Just because we don't see plants out there doesn't mean there's another types of activities going on for agriculture. And also on some of the other projects that we've done in the past, I don't think we've ever really specified or had any detail in reference how we were enforcing how long they were going to be there. So I believe it's complicated, even though we said that there's nothing going on December, January, February, it could be a different type of agriculture use where that might be when they start doing whatever work they're doing. So I think it'd be very difficult to pinpoint to, they're only going to be used this specific time. If it's 9 months of the year and we're putting a limit to it, and we're trying to accommodate those people, it would just basically mean that if they're not allowed to use it for 3 months for agriculture purposes, we might be tying up some of the other houses that are on the market for other people that live in the area, per se. And I also understand your concern that the analysis that we're using are based on 9 months out of the year. So it becomes a little complicated, it's just my opinion.
Thank you, and that's exactly my point, is I'm not advocating that it be only 9 months of the year. My point, from my preference, I would like every unit that we have for housing to be occupied all the time. That would be my preference, because we have people who need to live there. My problem is that we analyze the impacts based on this assumption that we don't then back up. That is a significant concern to me. It's not anything more than that. And again, my preference is, as I say, more houses for more people all the time. But in a consideration, we have to know what we're considering and how it was analyzed in order to be clear about the impacts. Commissioner Roberts?
Up until the last project that we had very recently, these projects included a general development plan. And that general development plan specified that timing. And last time, I remember we got an explanation of why we're not using a general development plan anymore, and then there was something kind of in lieu of that. And maybe that's what's happened here, and maybe.
So finding one, evidence F, has to do with the employee housing facility plan, which is required for when you get a use permit for agricultural employee housing projects. So it's not necessarily a general development plan, it's an employee housing facility plan. In that facility plan that's attached to the staff report, the applicant identified the period of time and basically set this project description. However, when we talk about analysis of the project, if you're referring to the MND, the analysis is worst case scenario, so everything is bumped up to full occupancy, full everything. So the analysis, I believe, was thorough because it looked at worst case scenario, whereas the project description is narrowed down by what the applicant is presenting he's going to do.
Why?
Because we're analyzing a use permit that's an application request.
But again, why would we include in the permit a limitation on the amount of occupancy if we've already analyzed full occupancy in any way indicating that we were limiting the applicant to that time period? Why would we want to do that? I don't see what it gets us, except less housing for people who need it.
Okay, so the approval that is before you is for a combined development permit consisting of a use permit to construct the 2 3-story buildings for 34 2-bedroom units, 1 1-bedroom unit with office, totaling that 36 2,000 square feet for use as agricultural employee housing of up to 250 workers, a manager's suite, and 3 very low income level inclusionary housing units. It does not specify in what we're approving as the combined development permit the periodicity of it.
And nowhere in this proposal does it do that. And we don't mention that they're only going to be there for 9 months, like in, for example, the water analysis, which is where I'm going next. That's true. The water is analyzed as if it was occupied by workers throughout the year.
There were 2 sets of water analyses presented for this project. One came in earlier from Whitson Engineering, and the second one came from Bierman, so the Bierman Hydrogeologic. And I can look at, they had different amounts estimated. So staff had to wrangle the 2 amounts. That was part of why it took an exceptional period of time to prepare the initial study. I can pull them up now.
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to get to the end of that tonight, but it's certainly on my mind because my further question has to do with looking at the finding of long-term sustainable water supply in the Pajaro River Basin with the statement that it's severely overdrafted based on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency having a plan. And in my experience, having a plan doesn't actually mean you have water. And we are looking at an increase in water use for this particular parcel, a significant increase. In the case of other applications we've received of this type, in most cases they've been on agricultural land and actually looked at a potential reduction in water use. This one does not. So that's going to be where I'm going to really investigate the finding of long-term sustainable water supply for that much of an increase in water use based on a statement of a potential plan, possibly sometime, jam tomorrow, it's not today. So, and that's more about county process than anything else. I see Mr. Spencer has his hand up. Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can answer the question. The water analysis in the initial study does have 2 scenarios and does mention the 9-month of the year occupancy for coming to a water demand estimate. It also identifies what the year-round occupancy would be, but the numbers that have been given is the numbers that we believe would be the demand are based on a 9-month occupancy. And that's because that is essentially the industry standard. The other agricultural employee housing units we have permitted function that way with an agricultural entity operating them and filling them seasonally with employees when they're needed for harvesting. So it was an assumption made in the initial study. If the Planning Commission disagrees with that, we can address that. But it is part of that analysis that I think Mary is looking up now.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. My point here is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall any application coming forward with a significant increase in water use based on the proposed farm worker housing. The proposals I've seen all indicated either no increase in water use or a reduction in water use over the previous agricultural water use. So that assumption became essentially moot because we were already significantly reducing water use over the agricultural use. In this case, that is not true. This is a new thing.
Yeah, I think there have been agricultural employee housing projects that did increase the water demand. There might have been in different groundwater basins or served by different utility companies. We do need to make here the CEQA findings and the long-term sustainable water supply findings. What we've suggested is that because the State Groundwater Management Agency, this SGMA, the state law requires the appointment of groundwater sustainability agencies whose purpose is to develop plans and implement projects to achieve sustainability of basins starting with those critically overdrafted groundwater basins, including Pajaro groundwater basin. There is a plan on how the sustainability of that groundwater basin would be achieved. There are projects, some of which have been implemented, some of which are still to be implemented and funded, that are intended to bring that groundwater basin into a sustainable yield. So we've relied on that in the initial study, and we have relied on that in the long-term sustainable water supply findings. Again, that would be subject to the concurrence of the Planning Commission and debate here today.
So would that be precedential? I don't recall that we've done this in the past. We haven't.
Well, it's somewhat, yes. There's been different ways that we've approached groundwater and how we identify the long-term viability of it and make the findings. It has evolved. In the past, we've relied on the Salinas Valley Water Project and the idea that it would create groundwater, sustainable groundwater levels in the Salinas Valley groundwater basin, which isn't this basin. And we've tied that to specific projects. When projects move forward that demand more groundwater than what is being demanded now. We are now in a different regulatory oversight world where the groundwater management, the State Groundwater Management Act has required the appointment of these groundwater sustainability agencies and their adoption of groundwater sustainability plans. That's happened within, I want to say, the past 4 or 5 years. And so they are tasked with monitoring and implementing projects so that their whole purpose is to bring their groundwater basin into a sustainable yield, sustainable system. There's a number of metrics to that, but if they don't achieve that, the state can actually take over the oversight of that groundwater basin and implement measures to make that happen. So we're relying on that new system of law and planning to say that that is the long-term plan for the groundwater basin and that this project wouldn't conflict with it. That, to my knowledge, hasn't been really debated as part of a project like this at this level until now. So it could set some precedent.
So extending that to the larger picture, if I come forward with a shopping center tomorrow in this area that's going to have a car wash and I want to increase water use in the Pajaro Valley, I can say there's a long-term sustainable water supply? Because we have a plan?
Yeah, we
Like Zone 2C?
Well, Zone 2C is different. That was how we used to make findings.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. In that particular situation, it was assumed, unless it was otherwise proven, that we had a long-term sustainable water supply within that zone, which is essentially, it sounds to me, like the standard we're proposing in this case.
Oh, well, we consult with the groundwater sustainability agencies on these things. They do not have rules that apply to land use right now. They do accommodate for some growth within their groundwater basins. So if they're not meeting their metrics for achieving the desirable outcomes they're trying to achieve within the groundwater basins, they're required to modify their programs, projects, and policies to get to where they need to be to achieve those desired outcomes. We're not at a place right now where there are any programs, projects, or policies that would preclude development that demands more water. If it were to continue to, if development were to continue at a rate that was not expected, that then doesn't allow them to achieve their outcomes, then that would be a different conversation and probably result in changes to the groundwater sustainability plans that regulate that type of development and use, that limit that ability to draw more water. But that is not in the plans right now.
Okay, just off the cuff, that sounds to me like if this project were to be built with its 11 plus additional acre feet of year draw and the plan doesn't allow us to come into balance, then somebody's going to have to stop pumping ag water. But Commissioner Daniels, you had your hand up.
So through the chair, just to follow up and for clarification for myself, is the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency also the GSA for this area? Okay, so the initial study concluded that this project was consistent with the groundwater sustainability plan. Is that what we're saying? Okay, and then, was that Craig?
Yeah, I was going to say it is not in conflict. There isn't a requirement to deem it consistent, but there isn't a conflict with the plan.
So although the GSAs at this point in time aren't required to weigh in on projects like this, since it's also the Water Management Agency, I know that they did weigh in and that there was an exhibit. Was that just stating that half of the water was going to be recycled, or did they weigh in and say anything else? I'm trying to understand the consistency with the plan that the GSA has submitted and the determination that there's no conflict.
Yeah, I think this is something we've struggled with quite a bit ourselves. We would love to meet with a groundwater sustainability agency and have them tell us, does this fit with your visions, your policies, and your plan? And have them tell us yes or no. They do not do that. In this case, we met with the Pajaro Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency staff more than once. They had no objection to this project moving forward, but they also had no position essentially to give us. They wouldn't say one way or another. They just said, it's okay. We anticipate some growth. We think it's going to be fine. It's really ultimately up to the county to make these decisions, because our groundwater sustainability plan does not have any land use controls in it.
And just through the chair, in the letter that was submitted by the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, I'm just looking for Exhibit I can't remember, but did they say anything further about this, or was it strictly just about the recycled water?
It was just, through the chair, it was just that clarification about recycled water.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to clarify, and there's been no change to the determination that right now today, the Pajaro Valley water basin is in severe overdraft. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And to further clarify, the Department of Water Resources did accept the groundwater sustainability plan for this area, for the Pajaro Valley, and they just produced what they call the GSU 22 Pajaro Valley Basin Management Plan, with the comments from Department of Water Resources incorporated to further strengthen it. And in the initial study under the hydrology section, staff does describe several on-the-ground projects that are underway under this GSP that are improving the groundwater recharge and reducing seawater intrusion in the area.
Commissioner Gomez?
Just going back to, I just want to make sure that I'm density bonus that allows the applicant to get a height increase and a parking reduction. This is the first time it's used in, it's going to be used if it's used, right, in Monterey County. Has it ever been used for any other H2A housing projects in the state?
Through I'm sorry, for H2A housing? Through the state, I'm sorry, I don't have any knowledge of its use. It is used for standard residential housing, but.
No, yeah, I was looking at some documents that mention it, but nowhere in there did they mention H2A housing.
Sorry, I was discussing the nature of precedent over here so I could better understand it. Commissioner Gomez, did you get the answer to your question? I did, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thoughts from the, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just think I heard said that this particular project, that it could be counted for the regional housing needs report, I think it's called. Is it the entire project or just the 3 units or is it the entire project?
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, through the chair. So we have been able in our prior years to count our agricultural employee housing, each unit as a low-income unit that counts towards our RENA. And so we anticipate that we would count this project as well. Each unit, not just the deed restricted affordable units, but all of the employee housing units, except the manager's unit, because that's not a low income.
Okay, and if I may follow up, I know that there were couple of comments on how we desperately needed housing in this county, and I believe also some letter, I believe it was the Farm Bureau that says that this particular project addresses farm worker housing in the county. And a lot of times it depends on how wording is placed that may give certain perceptions or visuals in the mind's eye of what that means. But how does those 3 pieces align in terms of helping farm workers, in terms of farm worker housing for farm workers who live year-round in the county? And how does that address those particular farm workers, if any, in any way?
Ms. Beretti wants to answer that or address it.
Yeah, so again, we have a critical shortage of housing and affordable housing in all categories. These, the way that, so from an industry perspective, my understanding is that increasingly the industry has had to look towards H2A workers in order to be able to get their seasonal worker needs met. And so this housing or these types of housing projects allow the industry to be able to get the types of workers that they're relying on because they're struggling finding those workers domestically. The way in which these types of projects do help with our local housing, while they do not provide, with the exception in this case of the managers and the 3 deed restricted affordable units, while they don't provide housing for agricultural worker families who live in the area, they do help offset some of the demands on that housing. It's my understanding, while these are identified intended to be occupied by H2A workers, some of the other projects have included non-H2A workers, and so there is that dynamic of helping to reduce the pressure on our existing housing for the seasonal workers that do come to the area as well. So it's not direct, but they do interact.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
You said that some other similar projects have allowed for farm worker housing for those year-round people, or is that what I thought I heard you say towards the end?
Sorry, for clarification, what I intended, seasonal workers, but not in all cases 100% H-2A seasonal workers.
Okay, thank you. And one last on the same area. Have a lot of the people who live in the county, or some of the farm workers that live here, are those displaced, let's say, lose their job to H-2A workers, or do we have any data that may show that, let's say, I'm a farm worker, I work in this particular areas, but now, as a rancher, now I got my, H-2A workers, do we have any data that it displaces some of the permanent farm workers? If we don't, then it might be something that we may want to look into, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if I could piggyback on that, I have a long-term problem with considering housing for seasonal workers as part of the effort to address our long-term county housing shortage. It seems to me that if you are inviting people here to help with the work, you have an obligation to house them. That is true. We haven't done it in the past. The more we do that, the better. Ideally, that would be a wash, so that the people who are coming, you invite them, they have a place to stay, all of that is taken care of. It doesn't impact the housing. But those efforts, at the best case, don't address the shortage for the people in Monterey County, and counting them against our regional housing needs analysis numbers strikes me as at best misleading. And so I've always been hesitant to do that, and very supportive of using these kinds of units for people who want to live there, whether or not they're seasonal. And I don't, as you heard me before, I kind of push back against the notion that we would permit them to limit their ability to serve other people who might be here already in favor of the seasonal workforce. But again, in my mind, seasonal workers would all have a place to stay supplied by the people who need their work, because they come, we need them, they're part of the equation. It's not, it's not something that really is the same category at all as workforce housing for the people who are here all the time. It's also important, absolutely needed, but not the same. And so I kind of have always been uncomfortable with the mixing of those two things. Not that either of them isn't important, but they're not the same. Mr. Marshall?
Chair, if I may, so one of the requirements of the H-2A visa program is before you can apply for the visa, you have to demonstrate to the state Employment Development Department that you have made the job available to people who are already legally entitled to work in this country. And they have to certify that before it can go to the, I think it's the Department of Labor, for further action. One of the things that happened, at least anecdotally, with when Tanimur and Anil first opened up back in 2015 was they ended up with a lot of their Yuma employees coming into the area. So it wasn't displacing farm workers here because we have a seasonal surge of workers, but it did provide people who were in the industry but would otherwise not be working because they did not have safe housing, the opportunity to work those extra months, and they were already legally entitled to be here. You have to make the units available on the same conditions that you would have to make them available to a H-2A visa holder, which means that they have to be free, and I think they have to give 2 meals a day. So it doesn't displace farm workers. It just helps us accommodate that surge, which does have some impact as it reduces overcrowding in a lot of areas.
Thank you. Yes, if I wasn't clear, I could completely concur with that, but I wasn't talking about displacing farm workers. I was talking about seasonal workers needing a place to stay, and that's wonderful, but it doesn't impact in the same, it doesn't address the housing shortage for long-term permanent residents who may or may not be farm workers. And so whenever we conflate the two, I think we are doing ourselves a disservice. Yes, seasonal workers need to be housed appropriately and not in people's garage 12 to the room. 100%. Yes, we need seasonal workers and they need a place to stay. That's separate from the fact that there are many, many, many residents of Monterey County who live here, work all the time, some of them agriculturally, who don't have a place to stay either. And we need to address that as well. And all we're doing right now so far in the proposals I've seen has been for seasonal workers. That's a step forward, but I don't see it as the same thing. And that's just, it wasn't about who displaces whom in terms of work. I understand the need for seasonal work. I really do. I don't care where they come from to come and work here. I'm happy that they do. We just have a responsibility of care as a community to make a place for that to be done safely and appropriately. Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You've touched on a good point. I think we have not planned for agricultural employee housing to be part of the RENA, meeting our RENA obligation goals. It is a separate thing. That doesn't mean that we haven't tried to take credit for permitting agricultural employee housing, because in this case, we have a sort of a guarantee that there would be 3 very low income units that we will take credit for. Then we will also say that we think that the agricultural employees who will be staying there will be also at the income levels that allow us, and at a length of time that they would be staying there, that allow us to take credit for it. But that would be icing on top of the cake for our regional housing needs allocation, and it really is not, it's a good thing for us to be able to take that credit, but it's mixing a little bit the housing element, planning for how we create housing with how do we address the housing needs for seasonal employees and agricultural employees as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I think we're coming to the end of our sell-by date here in terms of the hearing. As much as I want to be supportive of every effort to supply safe housing, I think there's still work to be done on this proposal myself. And speaking personally, I would like to clarify the wording that we're going to use in condition 34 that staff is going to recommend, specifically addressing any comments we may have heard here in the hearing. I would personally like to see the emergency plan, including the access and evacuation considerations. I would like to further investigate what the ramifications of the water evidence and findings might have in the larger community if we declare that this is a long-term sustainable water supply based on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency's forward-looking plans in this particular basin. And I think that we'd be well informed to have a little more time and energy besides Valentine's Day at 8:30 in the night to discuss these items myself. Fellow commissioners? Commissioner Roberts?
I have one much more micro thing to look at. An item in finding 6, evidence C, I'm still looking for the buffer language and all of that stuff. And it's pretty well written, and I appreciate that. There is a sentence that says, construction is underway for the Rio Vista project, eliminating agriculture operations adjacent to the project site. And I think for me, if that is going to be used as evidence, I would like to see the actual distance, eliminating ag operations within 200 feet, if that's the truth, or if it's, even if it says immediately adjacent, or just something more specific. And then there's a sentence that says, even if the Rio Vista Group project were to stop use in the future, the likelihood that agricultural operations would resume is very low. That seems speculative, and while it might be true, I'd rather just stick to the facts and maybe leave that sentence out.
Thank you. Anyone else? So from the chair, I propose I would entertain a motion to continue this item to a date certain to address these matters if we could get some guidance from staff, if anybody were interested in so moving.
I just want to add one thing, and I mean, I might.
Absolutely.
Just the issues that I raised. This is the first time we're using density bonuses for an H2A program. So I'd like to get answers as to whether or not anybody else has used it, and what that meant for those neighborhoods. Also, if we're using it and we're only doing 3 units when there's an opportunity to do 7, I'd rather do 7 than 3. Yeah, I'd rather have multiple, if it's possible, multiple levels of affordability than just 2 or 3 units.
Thank you. Any other things we'd like to do?
For the following meeting, I would just like to see if we can just have it during the regular hours, since I didn't see much results for having it in the evening. Just an observation.
We did provide the opportunity. I think that's important. So I appreciate staff going to the extra trouble to do that. Anyone? Motion? Thought? Contrary thought? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Well, I just have a concern that, this individuals who live on the street, they've been parking there forever and a day. And if, let's say, the project were to go forward, that we're going to be telling these individuals, you can't do it anymore because this particular development is going in here. And so the poor people end up paying at the end of the day. So I'm not sure if we would even be able, a simple solution for them would be to say, why do we have no parking on this particular street? Just take away the signs and whatever red, and they're allowed and they won't get tickets. I mean, those are the people who get ticketed at the end of the day, the ones that have very little to pay. So that would be one of my other concerns, or even if one side was to be allowed for parking and the other one no parking. But anyways, I just hated when at the end of the day, the poor are the ones that get the short end of the stick. So anyways, there's my 2 more cents.
Thank you. I think we're all up on a number of cents. Commissioner Warp, I'm sorry I didn't see your hand. Please.
I was just curious if you had picked a date certain.
Staff, did you suggest a date certain? Should we do that?
Through the chair, we've identified a date, but staff is meeting with the applicant to ensure that we could have a draft emergency plan prepared by them and submitted to us for review in enough time to make that date.
Thank you. We'll give you a breathing spell here. Well, we could move forward if people were in agreement with the idea of a continuance. I'd entertain a motion to continue to a date certain for those reasons as we can get the date in at the end.
So moved.
Commissioner Gonzalez moves.
Second.
Commissioner Mendoza seconds, and that's a continuance to a date certain to address the issues raised in this hearing to a date to be suggested by staff here in a moment. Right? Right. No. For those listening, we're just waiting for staff to confer with the applicant about the appropriate date.
3/24, they think they were ready for.
4/24.
4/24. April 24. Well, we have to act on
Three is
staff
fully
report
booked.
done. Okay.
Through the chair?
Yes, Ms. Kinga, is that you?
It was me. That was, yeah, 4/24. The 2 dates in March are full. 4/10 could be possible. Mary has an item on 4/10. That's also big, so. 4/10? Through the chair, the date certain would be April 10th.
The date certain proposed by staff is April 10th. Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second?
Yes.
It is. Thank you. That being the case, I'd like to go ahead and ask the clerk to kindly call the roll for a vote.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes?
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Dio,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
and Commissioners Getzelman, Monsalve, and Shaw are absent. Motion carries.
Thank you. Whew. Thank you, everyone, for doing the extra work to make this meeting happen in the evening and be accessible to anybody who'd like to participate. We still have a department report on our agenda, but I hear from the secretary that she does not have one at this time. Is that correct? And that
That is
being the
correct,
case,
no report.
is there any further business that we need to take up at this time?
Let's get the guy out of there.
We have to figure out how to get Alex out of the AV room. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting adjourned and thank everybody for your participation.